Stark Industries was a large and powerful corporation, but it would be difficult to find the culprit since it had too many enemies. It was hard to guess who the mastermind behind the kidnapping was if their motive was unclear. And even if they revealed their motive, it was still possible that this was a setup by someone else to take advantage of the mess. Mulling over this matter, Luke wandered around the Stark Industrial Park on the east side of Los Angeles with Selena. There were many abandoned factories in this area. This was where Stark's first manufacturing base of operations was set up, until they relocated to a less costly site. As a corporation that wasn't short of money, however, they kept the original base, and some of the R&D and production departments were still here. At the same time, this place served as a site for all sorts of large-scale activities by Stark Industries. Thanks to the company's affluence, this second-tier research and manufacturing site was clean and tidy, and had the best environment in the neighborhood. The greenery, landscape, streets and facilities were even better than those in the city center. This place was also pretty safe. The East Side Police Department had deployed a large police force here, which came down hard on criminal activity in this area. Coupled with Stark Industries' own security, this place was almost like a white lotus flower in a swamp of mud. Luke couldn't help but laugh when he thought that. Selena was puzzled. "What's up?" Smiling, Luke told her what he was thinking, but Selena didn't laugh. She asked strangely, "I think it's an accurate description." "What's so funny?" Luke was amused. Only he knew what an insult the phrase, "white lotus flower," had become in his previous life. He didn't bother to explain, and drove straight to the restaurant not far away from the venue of the expo. "I'm going to buy lunch." "The usual?" Selena said, "An extra ice cream today." Gold Nugget immediately whined from the back seat. That was Gold Nugget saying, "What about me?" Luke said with a smile, "Okay, 2 large ice creams, right?" Gold Nugget let out a bark. Luke and Selena got out and entered the fast food restaurant. They soon returned with a huge stack of food. Thankfully, neither of them nor the dog was picky about food. Although Luke was fond of cooking his own food, he didn't mind buying out every now and then. He was okay with fast food like hamburgers, sandwiches and fried chicken. Gold Nugget didn't complain as long as it had the same food as they did. They had just come out, when they saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom stop in front of the fast food restaurant, and a fat security guard got out. Luke didn't greet him when he saw him. He simply went to his car. The fat security guard's expression changed when he saw Luke and Selena, but he didn't greet them either. They passed by a few meters from each other. Luke and Selena got into the car and went to a park not far away. This park was directly opposite the main building complex in the industrial park, and faced the entrance. There were many short trees in the park that didn't block the view but could still provide visitors sporadic shade. It was almost noon. The LA sky was clear and cloudless. Nothing but the boundless blue sky could be seen. 2 people and 1 dog hid in a large shady spot under a tree, and took out the food. Selena specifically reminded Gold Nugget to eat more slowly. They were in public right now, and the dog couldn't eat dozens of kilograms at one go. Gold Nugget had already grown used to it, but it could suppress Dollar's urge to wolf down its food so that it finished every hamburger in 3 mouthfuls, which was really hard. Luke took out a hamburger and had a bite before he raised an eyebrow. "This hamburger is definitely worth it." Although the hamburger, which was $50 a piece, was pretty expensive, he tasted a lot of ingredients in it. Both the bread and the meat in the hamburger were of top quality, and the portion was generous. The cheese in the hamburger tasted great too. No wonder it sold for such a high price. Although there were pizzas that cost $200 a piece, they were made of caviar, black truffle, foie gras and edible gold. They were expensive, but might not be as delicious. This hamburger, on the other hand, used high-quality ingredients, but wasn't as costly as a golden pizza. It was definitely worth it. It was the most expensive thing on that restaurant's menu and there was only a limited amount of it. According to the waiter, the hamburger could only be bought before the lunch rush every day if you didn't want to lose out. When Luke asked why, the waiter pointed at the Stark Industries building with a smile. Luke vaguely remembered that it seemed a certain playboy was obsessed with hamburgers. After saving the world, the one thing he wanted was a hamburger. No wonder this restaurant's hamburger was so well known and pricey despite the lack of a gimmick. Tony Stark didn't care about caviar, black truffle foie gras or edible gold at all, it just had to be the tastiest cheeseburger ever. Selina ate very happily on the side and didn't complain at all, which was quite unusual. Usually, she would complain that most fast food was pig swill, even including what she made herself. She also infected Gold Nugget with this notion, but the dog was enjoying the food today as well. 2 people and 1 dog enjoyed their peaceful lunch. Suddenly, a car pulled over not far away, and an old man followed by 3 other men got out. When Luke noticed him, he found it a little odd, but got up with a smile to greet him. "Hello, Mr. Takagi." The old man turned out to be Takagi, the president of Nakatomi Corporation, whom Luke hadn't seen in a while. Luke voluntarily stretched out his hand, as he couldn't take the old man's solemn bowing. Takagi was free to bow, but Luke didn't quite like it. After they shook hands, Takagi spoke in his typical serious manner. "Detective Luke, you must forgive me for never visiting you in person. It would be a pain if you did come." Luke murmured inwardly, but he said with a smile, "You're too kind, Mr. Takagi. Thank you for understanding that I'm busy with work, and thank you for your gifts." Though they never met again after the robbery in Nakatomi Plaza, Takagi had sent Luke special and expensive food ingredients as gifts every major festival. Other gifts might get Luke into trouble, but food ingredients were fine. Takagi was definitely considerate and courteous. Because of his politeness, Luke couldn't ignore him. As they chatted, Luke learned that Takagi was here to attend the expo as well. However, he wasn't here to purchase anything, he was just accompanying a major client. The client wasn't here yet, and Mr. Takagi saw Luke on his way here, so he stopped to say hi. Several minutes later, a middle-aged man behind Takagi coughed. Takagi then said goodbye to Luke. Clearly, it was about time for his appointment with the major client. Luke bade him farewell politely and saw the old man off. After Takagi's car drove away, Luke walked back with a smile. Everything about him is great, except that he doesn't have to be so courteous. Selina patted her chest. "Good thing I wasn't the one who saved him, my back would break from all that bowing." Luke couldn't agree more. After that coincidental encounter, nobody else disturbed them as they enjoyed lunch in peace. As Luke drove home at noon, he and Selina analyzed the situation. "That site is too big, and it's not our jurisdiction. Stark Industries also has tight security. We won't be able to use the surveillance cameras on the car to monitor sensitive areas in the site, or fly the drones to monitor the environment. We can only count on ourselves." Selina also felt helpless. If it were another company, all they had to do was set up surveillance cameras at a few key locations. Coupled with a few drones, this could have been an easy assignment, and there would be no need for them to patrol on foot at all. She could only say, "Let Gold Nugget help out. It's much better than a police dog." Gold Nugget whined unhappily, but it didn't know what it should protest about. It was indeed better than a police dog, but it still didn't like the comparison. Luke nodded. "All right. If we have to split up, you'll take Gold Nugget with you, but don't forget the safety rules." Gold Nugget barked again to show that it had already remembered them. Luke comforted the dog with a smile. "Protecting Selina without exposing yourself is going to be a long-term thing. It's not that I don't trust you, but I have to remind you when necessary." Seeing Gold Nugget fall silent, he comforted it again. "Look, there's 5 left of the top-quality burgers which I bought at noon. They each cost $50. Do you know whom it's for?" "Tony Stark, one of the richest people in the world." Gold Nugget's little bean-like eyes were filled with curiosity. Luke knew that this guy had recently become interested in money, and he explained, take the house we're living in, for example. He can buy 100 of them with the money he earns in one day. Selina was stunned. 100? Luke's villa was worth $1 million, and 100 of them meant $100 million. She couldn't imagine what it meant to earn 100 million a day. Luke shrugged. That's just my guess. You can't take the public financial statements on how much Stark Industries makes annually at face value. In any case, the money he earns in a day is enough for us to have the best burgers for a lifetime. Sparkling dollar signs seemed to flash in Gold Nugget's eyes. Looking at the dog, Luke coughed and said, of course, Stark Industries is mostly focused on military weapons, and generally speaking, companies like these are rougher and wouldn't mind employing research methods like skinning and slicing. Gold Nugget trembled and promptly woke up from the temptation of money. Even if I become rich, I can't buy good food to eat if I'm dead. There was a whisper in its heart. What if the fiend is bluffing? There was instantly a retort from another voice. Don't forget what we saw in Selina's memories. If those secret agencies really catch us, they'll definitely torture us for research, the first voice argued. Fine, the human beings in this world are really cruel. Let's just lay low by Selina's side until we have a better understanding of the situation. The other voice instantly surrendered. During the symbiosis, Gold Nugget had learned a lot of general knowledge through Selina. In Selina's mind, the military and certain U.S. government research organizations were like hell. Although these impressions were basically from movies and TV, Gold Nugget believed them without any doubt. That was because Selina avidly believed them herself. Everything was peaceful the day before the expo opening. Luke and Selina spent the day familiarizing themselves with the Stark Industrial Park. Nothing happened that required their intervention. On the day of the expo's opening ceremony, they arrived at the venue on time and saw hordes of cars and people flooding the site. 100 police officers had been deployed from Eastside Police Department to help maintain order, but it was still complete chaos. It wasn't a Stark Industries problem, but the weapon enthusiasts who visited the industrial park were being too disorderly. Some of them were on their own, and some were in groups. They were absolutely disorganized, undisciplined, and aimless. When they arrived at the industrial park, they took photos, bantered, bickered, scuffled and ran amok. The troublemakers were a minority, but with more than 10,000 visitors to the park, the 100 or so Eastside police officers were swamped. At that moment, reinforcements from the other police departments arrived. Whoever caused trouble and didn't listen to reason were escorted to the patrol cars and delivered straight to the temporary holding cells in the police department. If they calmed down, they would be released at night. If they didn't calm down, they would be kept in custody for 24 to 48 hours. If they were still unwilling to give in, they would simply be arrested as long as there was evidence of their misdemeanors, and they would be charged later. If that happened, they would miss the entire week of the expo. Thanks to these heavy-handed measures, while the expo was slightly chaotic, it was still within manageable range. In the morning, Luke and Selina threw a dozen overly restless guys into the patrol cars and had them sent to the police department. They weren't all that diligent, and didn't bother with the ones who only made a minor fuss, or they wouldn't have time to drink water or even take a piss the whole morning. At 12:30, Luke finally sat down in the public square to eat the top-range burgers which Selina had bought beforehand. It was a good thing he had gotten Selina to buy the burgers and other food at 10 o'clock, and put them in an insulated box. According to Selina, the fast food restaurant was already full when she got there. The regular burgers sold out the moment they were ready. The top-range burgers were made by separate cooks, however, so Selina was able to return with the burgers in 10 minutes. As they chatted, they observed the crowd around them. The square which had been empty a couple of days ago was now absolutely packed with people who were lying or sitting everywhere. It looked like a refugee camp. Luke and Selina searched for a long time before they finally found some shade. They spread out a blanket on the ground and sat down. Many of the visitors also sat directly under the sun to rest and eat. Luke was reminded of his visits to popular scenic spots during the holidays in China in his previous life. Suddenly, he saw a bus arrive at the main building in the industrial park, and a bunch of people who were all dressed in suits got off. Luke noticed a company name on the bus, Wayland Corporation. He knew that it was a company that dealt in telecommunications and robotics, and that it had a close partnership with Stark Industries. But why had Wayland Corporation sent a bus of people here at noon? To bask in the sun? Very quickly, however, Luke frowned. Something was wrong with the way these people were acting. They were too professional. They looked more like well-trained soldiers than employees of a telecommunications company. Furrowing his brow, Luke patted Selina and said, "Let's go and see what those people are up to." Selina instantly got up and closed the insulation box. Dollar grabbed the box. Dollar quickly swallowed the food in its mouth and gripped the handle of the box with its teeth, before it trotted after Luke and Selina. They struggled to squeeze through the crowd in the square and reached their car on the roadside not far away. As plainclothes officers on duty, they had registered their car with Stark Industries security so that they could park their car here. Luke and Selina quickly put on their bulletproof vests in the car, and Dollar put the insulation box in the back seat. Both Luke and Selina also put on peaked caps and big sunglasses. Only then did the two people and one dog get out of the car and go around the square toward the building. Luke frowned when he passed by the building entrance. He had already activated his sharp nose to detect traces of the scents of the 30 men from the bus. To his surprise, they weren't carrying any weapons, bombs, or other dangerous items on them. However, they had done a lot of shooting recently, as they clearly reeked of gunpowder. A company had sent over a busload of weapon enthusiasts. Well, that did seem possible. After all, the entire expo was a carnival for anyone who was crazy about weapons. Thinking that, he gestured to Selina, and they split up. Luke went ahead, while Selina and Gold Nugget were a dozen meters behind him. On the other side, the 30 men had passed the security checkpoint, entered the building, and disappeared down a hallway. Luke moved quickly and showed his badge to the guard at the security checkpoint. "Why are so many men from Wayland Corporation here?" The guard didn't think much of it. Their telecommunications R&D department arranged for a tour. Luke frowned. "They have an appointment?" The guard replied, "Yes. Why else would we let them through?" Luke asked, "Can I see the guest list?" The guard quickly refused. "I'm sorry, but that's classified information." Luke promptly gave up wrangling with the guard and gestured to Selina, and they directly went through the security checkpoint for police. They didn't take the Stark Industries security checkpoint since they would be stopped because of the guns and the bulletproof vests on them, and they wouldn't be let through until they answered a bunch of questions. That was all standard procedure. Stark Industries couldn't be faulted for it. Thankfully, the checkpoint specially set up by the police department for their officers was right next to it. The names of the officers on duty were all on file, and they only needed to swipe their police badges to get through. That was very typical of Stark Industries. They would rather create this hassle than fully cooperate with the police. "In my house, you follow my rules." That was the pride of a major corporation. Luke also didn't say anything to the officer at the police's security checkpoint. The men from Wayland Corporation had passed the checkpoint without issue and weren't carrying any suspicious items on them. If he suddenly sounded a major alarm but failed to catch them doing anything wrong, he would be held responsible. Sounding an alarm might trigger chaos, and the reinforcements might not be as efficient as Selina. With Gold Nugget by her side, Selina was far more awesome than dozens of regular police officers. Luke followed the men from Wayland Corporation while Selina stayed in the lobby to keep an eye out for anything unusual. As he ran, Luke reminded Selina via his earpiece, "Stay vigilant. Something isn't right about those people." He had already discovered something strange about these people. They were all headed for the toilet. After entering the main building in the bustling park, the first thing they did was go to the toilet together, which was strange no matter how you looked at it. When elementary school kids went out on a spring excursion, their teacher would say, "Everyone, please use the toilet before we leave so that you don't need to go halfway." The employees of Wayland Corporation should certainly be more mature than that. Suddenly, Luke's face changed. He sped up and put on his badge while he gestured to Selena with his other hand. Selena's movements promptly turned cautious. She retreated to the security checkpoint near the entrance and took out a walkie-talkie. "This is Westside Squad B-52. We suspect that a large group of armed men have appeared on the first floor of the Stark Industrial Park's main building on the east side." With his sharp nose, Luke had already detected the smell of a huge amount of guns in the 2 dustbins outside the toilets which the Wayland Corporation people had just come out of. Even worse, he smelled bombs. To bring this into the main building, this wasn't a small-scale ruckus. If the goal wasn't to kill a lot of people, then it was to steal something big. The only difference between the two would be the number of casualties involved, but the consequences would be just as terrible. Did Tony Stark sleep with the wrong woman again? Luke couldn't help but mumble to himself. When it was so hard for other people to dig holes for Tony Stark, he had a history of digging them for himself. While he was thinking this, Luke moved swiftly. However, the guys from Wayland Corporation were clearly prepared and familiar with the territory. When Luke started to run, the criminals who were already armed had circled round to charge out of a hallway on the other side without hesitation. Luke's heart turned heavy. He knew he was too late. These criminals had already burst into the lobby, where there were more than 100 people. 20 of them were police officers and security guards, and the rest were all regular visitors. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out, followed by shrieks and screams. Luke frowned. He took off his peaked cap and sunglasses in the hallway and put on a mask. He put on the sunglasses again and stuffed the hat into his pocket. He was prepared to go on a killing spree, so he had to cover his face properly. He didn't want to see his face splashed all over the front of LA newspapers tomorrow. "Selena, how's it going?" he asked softly in the earpiece. Selena replied in a loud voice, "They've already opened fire. Several security guards are dead. The police officers are helping, but they won't last much longer. No, I have to back them up now." Bang! 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 Hearing the gunshots, Luke's expression turned solemn. By then, he reached a corner in the hallway. He stopped and raised his Glock. Taking a short breath, he suddenly stuck his head out. Pa! 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 From left to right, 6 criminals were shot through the heart in quick succession from behind. The criminals reacted very swiftly. Immediately, 3 of them who were keeping an eye out at the back returned fire. They also yelled, "Someone's attacking us from the hallway in the back." Bang! 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 Bullets hit the wall around which Luke was hiding. Luke, however, had already retreated to recollect himself. Shooting 6 different targets in a row in 1 second wasn't something that he did often. However, it wasn't too hard to do. After his mental strength reached 25, it was easy for him to switch targets very quickly, but the precision of his aim couldn't be guaranteed. The fact that he had been able to hit all the 6 criminals in their vitals just now was also due to a bit of luck. Mustafa is dead. Aziz is dead. Barry is dead. Hardy is dead. The guy behind is an ace shooter. Luke sneered. These people had opened fire without restraint since entering the lobby. While they focused on attacking the security guards and police officers, they had killed more than 10 civilians. Such behavior was not something that Luke would tolerate. Grenade! Selena suddenly warned him. Luke poked his head out halfway and locked onto a criminal. He then slightly adjusted the angle of his gun. Bang! Bang! One of the criminals had just pulled the pin on a grenade and was about to throw it in Luke's direction, when Luke shot him right in the face. The man instantly fell backward, and the grenade in his hand rolled over his body. The frightened criminals around him hurriedly took cover. But a bald man who was almost 2 meters tall strode over and kicked the dead criminal's body over so that the grenade was under it. Bang! With a dull noise, the criminal's body was lifted dozens of centimeters up before it fell back down again. An expert. Both Luke and Selena noticed the bald man. The man's reflexes were swift and precise, and most importantly, he was very bold. Bang! Bang! Luke raised his hand and fired again. An expert? You better die now. The man, however, grinned sardonically and raised his arm in front of his eyes. Clang! Clang! There were 2 light pings, and Luke saw his 2 9mm parabellum bullets shatter into pieces on the man's arm. Did the guy have a bulletproof plate on his arm? The idea floated through Luke's head, but he didn't hesitate to shoot at all. Bang! 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 The man, however, lowered his head and bent down to place his hands on the ground in the classic charge position in American football. In the next moment, he shot forward and headed straight for Luke. Luke's expression changed. He fired the last bullet in his Glock. At the same time, he quickly backed away into the hallway. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the last bullet hit the man's lowered head, but it also shattered into pieces. Luke perked up and a feeling of excitement welled up. The man's head was clearly bald and bare, and didn't have any bulletproof protection. Thus, the man was a superhuman. Boom! Footsteps that sounded like a series of explosions instantly drew closer. The loud noise was followed by the man charging into the hallway as he turned slightly and then continued running at Luke. The man raised his eyes to look at his target, only to see Luke putting the Glock back in his holster 10 meters away. Luke didn't seem anxious at all, which the man found a little odd. But it was very hard for him to stop halfway through his charge, so he simply barreled toward Luke in a familiar rhythm. With the man's first step in the hallway, Luke put his Glock away. At the second step, Luke's left hand reached under his right armpit. At the third step, Luke's left hand brought out a gun with an exceptionally long barrel. The brawny man's eyes twitched, and he quickly raised his hands to cover his head, which reduced his momentum slightly. It was a Smith & Wesson 500. That was a gun for hunting elephants and rhinos. How could he not recognize it? But why would a minor detective carry such a fancy and impractical gun for everyday work? Bam! Clang! The thought had barely flashed through his head when a bullet hit his arm that was protecting his face and was deflected. He felt the pain, but was relieved. It wasn't any special bullet, and he could totally withstand this attack with his bare hands. After all, apart from its astonishing power, the M500 was well known for only being able to hold 5 bullets. Bam! Clang! The second bullet was deflected again after hitting his arm, but the huge impact further slowed the man down. Bam! Clang! The third bullet hit his arm again, and the man's body posture changed from leaning forward to almost standing straight. Bam! Clang! The fourth bullet finally made the man's arms tremble. Bam! Clang! Through a tiny gap between his arms, the fifth bullet hit the man's neck where it was exposed. His head jerked back slightly, but the bullet was still deflected. The man, however, sneered. You only have 5 bullets. There's nothing more you can do except wait to be killed now. Bam! Clang! A sixth bullet hit the man's slightly raised chin without any hesitation, and his upper torso jerked backward. There was a white mark where the bullet hit him. Bam! Clang! A seventh bullet followed and expanded on the white mark, making the man lean back even more. He saw Luke step forward unhurriedly. Bam! Clang! An eighth bullet hit the same spot for the third time, turning his skin red. The man's mind was a complete mess, and he finally toppled backward. The immense impact from a .50 gun had struck his most vulnerable chin 3 times in a row. Even if he were made of iron, he couldn't take it anymore. Luke stepped forward again and lowered his gun this time to aim at his target. Bam! Clang! A 9th bullet hit the red spot on the man's chin again, and there was now a trace of blood. The man was completely stunned and had lost the ability to react. Luke pressed forward. Bang! By the time he shot the 10th bullet, he was only 2 meters away from the man. Pooh! With the dull noise of the bullet penetrating flesh, the man stiffened, and his eyes suddenly bulged. A hole finally appeared in his chin, and the bullet that was stuck in his flesh could be vaguely seen. Luke stood still and pulled the trigger. Bang! The 11th bullet hit the previous bullet that was already in the wound and propelled it into the man's head. Pa! With a muffled crack, the man's eyes widened, and he fell back onto the floor with a heavy thump. Several seconds later, blood started to flow from his eyes, nose, mouth and ears as he lay completely lifeless on the ground. Luke curled his lip. Who told you that my gun only has 5 bullets? The M686 in Luke's holster quietly disappeared, and he replaced it with the M500 with a beautiful flourish. He then drew out the Glock and reloaded, while he asked, Selena, how's it going on your end? Selena roared, if you don't hurry up, I'm going to get Gold Nugget to start biting people. Luke chuckled. Including the brawny man who was clearly a superhuman, he had killed 8 of the criminals. There were still 27 criminals outside, but Selena could still manage to fend them off. Sure enough, the boost which Gold Nugget gave her was truly impressive. As he thought that, Luke ran faster and faster until he almost turned into a hazy shadow. The moment he broke out of the hallway, he opened fire with the Glock that he was holding. Bang! 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 As Luke moved rapidly, 3 criminals who had been hiding safely entered his firing range and were shot. They screamed and fell. Bang! 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 Luke's gun was as steady as ever. He moved as light as a shadow, almost as if he were floating over the floor. He ran a circle around the criminals and shot down another 3 criminals who were firing at Selena and the other guards. Bang! 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 Luke finally emptied his clip, but only 1 criminal fell this time. He missed the last 2 targets. It was indeed too challenging to hit 9 targets in 2 seconds while running. Besides, those criminals were mostly hiding behind cover instead of shooting back at Luke out in the open like idiots. Luke had only relied on his swift movements to bring them into his firing range before they could react. Even so, the pressure on Stark's security and the police was greatly reduced. Luke slipped behind a marble pillar. Leaning against it, he released the empty clip in the gun with his right hand while he took out a new clip with his left hand. 13 enemies left. There to your 11, 12, 1 and 2 o'clock, Selena warned him quickly. The marble pillar shook a little as marble fragments were scattered everywhere. Quickly reloading the gun, Luke said, not bad. You took down 7 of them? Selena said, I only killed 4. Luke said, then shall we take all of them down in one last wave? Okay. You take care of the 8 at 11 and 12 o'clock, and I'll deal with the 5 at 1 and 2 o'clock, said Selena. Luke said, on my mark, 3, 2, 1. The moment he said 1, he ran out from the left side of the pillar. Bang! 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 He was instantly met with a barrage of bullets. But the criminals couldn't keep up with Luke's speed. Running sideways with short, quick steps, Luke held his gun with both hands. Bang! 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 2 of the 3 criminals who craned their necks at 11 o'clock were shot in the head, and the last one in his chest. He screamed and fell. Bang! 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 Almost at the same time, gunshots burst out on Selina's side too. The 3 criminals at 2 o'clock screamed and fell, 2 shot in the stomach and 1 in the arm. Distracted by Luke's attack, the criminals had given Selina enough time to aim and shoot them. If it had been earlier, they wouldn't have made such a silly mistake. At the very least, some of them would have kept up the gunfire to suppress the people at the entrance. But Luke's marksmanship was too terrifying. He had killed almost a third of the criminals in the lobby in 20 seconds. None of the survivors dared to trust their backs to their partners without worry. In comparison, the 20 Stark security guards and the police officers only killed about 7 of them. Those people were far less of a threat. But now, they were in a panic. Damn it, it seemed there was a skilled shooter at the entrance as well. Luke and Selina didn't ask for the cooperation of the other police officers and the security guards, who were almost crying under the onslaught. Selina would rather not waste her time. Thus, just she and Luke fired fiercely at the criminals in the center of the lobby. In their panic, the criminals made even more blunders. Some turned around to guard against Selina at the entrance, while the rest continued firing at Luke. Up against just 5 men, Luke felt practically no pressure at all. It wasn't like earlier, when 10 to 20 rifles had been firing at him. Running with short steps, he held his gun with both hands and pulled the trigger unhurriedly. Bang! Bang! The 2 nearest criminals were shot in the head. Bang! Bang! One of the 2 criminals at 12 o'clock clutched his neck and fell, and the other was shot in the chest. Bang! Bang! The criminal who had crouched down to reload at 1 o'clock was shot in the back of his head. He instantly toppled to the side. Selina complained, "Damn it. You stole my kill." Bang! 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 The last criminal at 2 o'clock was shot 5 times in 1 second. Blood sprayed from him as he fell on his knees with wide eyes. Selina, who was angry that Luke stole her kill, emptied her remaining bullets into the last criminal, riddling him with holes. It was a very brief confrontation. From the moment Luke charged out of the hallway to him reloading behind the pillar, and to their teamwork in cleaning up the remaining criminals, it had only taken 1 minute. The police officers and security guards were busy reloading and calling for backup, when they suddenly realized that the gunshots had stopped. Luke hid behind another pillar and said to Selina, "Tell them to hold their fire. I need to take care of the bomb." Selina then shouted at Stark's security and the police officers not far away as she gestured with both hands, "Cease fire. Cease fire. Lower your weapons. Lower your weapons. The department's bomb specialist needs to move the suspected explosives as soon as possible." On the other side, Luke emerged from behind the pillar. He was fast but not hasty as he moved. He kicked a criminal who was trying to reach for his gun despite a wounded shoulder right in the face and sent him flying. Then, Luke finally crouched down next to the bodies of 2 criminals and carefully examined the bags on them. A moment later, he took the 2 big bags off the bodies and quickly slipped into the hallway behind them. When Luke stepped out, several security guards almost aimed their guns at him, but Selina instantly yelled at them to stop. They looked at Luke again, only to see that although he was wearing a black mask and sunglasses, he had a police badge, and none of the criminals had masks on. Even so, when Luke kicked away the wounded criminal, a number of the security guards were about to raise their guns again, when they suddenly realized, wait, he kicked a criminal. It wasn't until Luke ran off with the 2 bags that they looked at Selina suspiciously. "Detective, are all your bomb specialists so gutsy? If they hadn't been saved by Luke just now, they would have used another adjective. They had never seen a bomb specialist take the bomb away themselves. That was practically suicidal. Selena said calmly, "It's fine, he's a professional." "All right, send the injured to the hospital and evacuate the civilians in the lobby ASAP. Lock this place down and make sure that nobody enters in case there are remaining criminals in the building. Also, inform the officers outside to directly stop any group that has dozens of people like this and refuse them entry." Selena directed this last instruction to her colleagues from the East Side Police Department. Nobody had any objections. Just now, the female detective whose face was half hidden by her hat and sunglasses hadn't backed down at all in the face of dozens of criminals. She returned fire as soon as she found an opportunity, and had made it impossible for the other party to surround the security guards and the police officers. In the end, she even killed multiple criminals in a row. She was definitely brave and tough. Now that she had given out the instructions, Stark Industries' security team listened to her obediently too. They didn't have a choice. The head of the security team had been wounded in the first wave, and was now on his way to the hospital. With luck, he would survive. 2 squad leaders had also been shot one after another. They weren't in critical condition, but had to go to the hospital too. Without a leader for now, Stark's security team could only listen to the orders of the brave female detective. In comparison, the seasoned officers from the East Side Police Department were much smarter. They instantly took cover the moment gunshots rang out, and didn't reveal themselves easily. They also stretched out their guns every now and then to fire at the criminals at unpredictable moments, which made them a bigger threat than the security guards. Therefore, none of the officers at the security checkpoint were injured. While Selena was giving out instructions, Luke was running like crazy. Maintaining the speed of a regular person in a 100-meter sprint, he was steady as he carried the 2 big bags and shattered a window with one shot from his gun before he ran out of the building. This was the back of the building, which had relatively fewer people. Even then, there were still a lot of visitors. Looking around, Luke sighed. The countdown in his heart was coming to an end. He couldn't waste any more time. Luke sped up and rushed to a manhole. Kicking away the heavy lid, he wrapped his special rope darts around the 2 bags and quickly and steadily lowered them down the manhole. He raised his hand, and the rope darts were quickly recalled. Moving a long distance away, Luke said in his earpiece, "Selena, tell them to be prepared for the upcoming explosion. They need to maintain order and make sure that no greater riots take place." Selena simply said, "Copy that," before she started yelling, "Move it. Everybody, move it. There's going to be an explosion." Luke was amused. It had been a long time since Selena shouted so loudly. He kind of missed it. Looking at the wide-open manhole not far away, he couldn't help but mumble to himself, "Stark Industries won't be so petty as to demand compensation from me, right?" As he was thinking that, there was a deafening explosion in the sewer. In the blink of an eye, multiple manholes nearby soared into the air. Thankfully, not many people were here, and none of them were near the manhole. Though they were quite shocked, and some even fell to the ground, nobody was hurt. Luke was relieved. Looks like it isn't a big problem. Then, he sniffed the air. Is this, the sewage system? It stinks. He hastily reduced the sensitivity of sharp nose. A moment earlier, in the toilet of a particular reception room on the first floor, a slightly pale white old man was standing in front of the toilet. The tinkling didn't stop until quite a while later. He heaved a sigh. Why doesn't even pissing make me feel a little better? Gloomy and frustrated, he even forgot to flush the toilet. Right at that moment, there was a deafening noise from outside the building, which gave him quite a shock. Before he realized what was going on, the toilet suddenly soared straight up to the ceiling. It was followed by a magnificent fountain of yellow and brown fluid which sprayed the bathroom like a rain of gold. The old man, who had turned from white to yellow, was stupefied. It wasn't until a long while later that he cursed out loud. Holy sh*t. Outside the door, an old man asked, "Mr. Wayland, are you all right?" The white old man had already started to retch when he opened the door of the bathroom. "Mr. Takagi, please call." "Erg." The moment he spoke, he felt the rain of gold on his face drip into his mouth. He instantly threw up. In the living room, Takagi had just taken a few steps from the window to the bathroom. But when the bathroom door opened, a horrible stench drifted out, followed by a man who was drenched in wet excrement. Using the iron will that he had cultivated after all these years, Mr. Takagi restrained himself, and after listening to what the man had to say, he moved quickly to the door and did his very best to maintain his customary solemn tone. "Very well, Mr. Wayland, please wait a moment. I'll summon your assistant." He opened the door and walked out after he said that. After he fetched the man's bodyguards and assistant, he finally gagged and murmured, "Damn it. Why does he smell so bad? Did he fall into the toilet?" As he gagged, he suddenly saw someone passing by. Stunned, Takagi subconsciously called out to the person. "Detective Luke." The person who had just passed by suddenly paused and took 2 steps back before he turned his head. Seeing Takagi, he took off his sunglasses and his mask and put on his peaked cap. "Mr. Takagi, why are you here?" Looking at Luke's movements, Takagi felt that something was off. "I'm here with a client." "Excuse me, but could you tell me what's going on out there?" Without much hesitation, Luke briefly told Takagi about the explosions just now and the possibility of an extremist attack. Why was Takagi so nice to him, and why did he send gifts to Luke at every holiday? Precisely for moments like this. After informing him of the situation in a few sentences, Luke said in a low voice, "Mr. Takagi, no clients are as important as your own safety. I'm not sure if those people have accomplices. If possible, you should go to the underground parking lot with your bodyguards and leave immediately. Forget it, I'll walk you out, or you may be interrogated by the police officers for a long time." Solemnly, Takagi bowed and thanked him. "Thank you for the warning, Detective Luke. I'll ask Mr. Wayland to leave with me." Luke was stunned. "Mr. Wayland? From that telecommunications and robotics company?" Takagi said, "Yes, Mr. Charles Wayland is Wayland Corporation's chairman of the board. He's the client with me today." Luke gestured to Takagi, who was smart enough to quickly get it. He instantly drew closer to Luke. Then, Luke said to him in an extremely low voice, "The extremists who launched an attack just now took Wayland Corporation's bus here, and they entered the building as employees of the company. Mr. Takagi, are you sure you want to wait for this chairman of the board?" Shocked, Takagi thought for a few seconds, then shook his head. "Detective Luke, Mr. Wayland can't be involved in this. He..." Looking at Luke and recalling the important information that the young man had just told him, he said in an even lower voice, "Mr. Wayland comes from a long line of congressmen. They're hardcore Republicans." Luke got it. Nobody would believe that a big shot from a family like that would be involved with extremists. Unlike the new generation of citizens, who were hot-blooded and easily swayed, families like that had deep foundations and were taught since childhood to hold power. They were more likely to dupe extremists, not the other way round. Thoughts flashed through Luke's head, and he gave a light nod. "If that's the case, ask him to hurry up. I'll walk both of you out." Takagi, however, forced a smile. "Well, there's a minor problem." Luke asked, "What is it? Is it very hard to convince this Mr. Wayland?" Takagi said in the same low voice, "When Mr. Wayland was in the bathroom just now, it seems the toilet exploded, sending sewage spraying out. He's probably too busy cleaning up to come out anytime soon." Luke couldn't help but glance in the direction from which he just came. After getting rid of the 2 big bags of explosives, he had entered the building from the back because all the manhole covers had been blown off in the area behind the building, and the stench was overwhelming. Could Mr. Wayland's poop shower have to do with Luke? Thinking that, Luke grew solemn and nodded. "All right, I'll make arrangements first and contact you later, and then walk you out." With that, he instantly slipped away. Remembering the smell behind the building, he didn't even dare imagine Mr. Wayland's current situation, because all it would make him do was throw up. He found Selina at the front of the building and told her about Takagi and Wayland. Selina wasn't concerned about Takagi, even though the villa they lived in now was a gift from him. She was more curious about something else. "Will this Wayland give you any trouble later?" Luke said with a bitter face, "I don't think so." He wasn't very confident when he said that. After all, anyone who experienced a poop shower had every reason to be mad. Selina had no solutions either, and could only pat his shoulder. "You better start praying. I'll contact the officers in the underground parking lot and tell them to let you pass later." As they were talking, a group of people came out of the elevator. Seeing Luke and Selina, who were talking in low voices, the man who was being escorted in the center of the group gave a light exclamation of surprise, then said something to the fat security guard next to him. The fat security guard then went over and said, "Detectives, Mr. Stark would like to ask you something." Luke smiled. "Supervisor Happy, we meet again." Happy gave a fake smile and waved his hand in an impatient, "please," gesture. Luke and Selina went over and greeted the man with a very formal attitude. "Mr. Stark, hello." Of course, the man was Tony Stark. Looking at them, he waved at the security guards, who dispersed slightly to block the sight of other people in the place. Only then did he say, "Thank you for everything you've done today." Neither Luke nor Selina considered it a big deal. They said casually, "We were just doing our jobs." Tony Stark, however, raised his hand, hinting that he wasn't done yet. "Even though someone just blew up my building's entire sewage system and forced us to seal half the bathrooms in the building, I still have to thank you." Both Luke and Selina were lost for words. Tony Stark said directly, "I'll have people take care of the aftermath of today's event. You won't have any trouble. That's all." He then moved on, and the security guards surrounded him again. But Stark came to a stop 2 steps away. He asked, without looking back, "Do you need a reward? Like, $500,000? Luke chuckled. "Nope. I was ordered to maintain security here. The police department covers my wage in full." Tony Stark couldn't help but turn around and observe him carefully for a moment. He nodded. "It seems that the money I spent was worth it." He turned around and walked away after he said that. Luke and Selina looked at each other and chuckled. It was truly unusual for this mean rich guy to praise anyone. It wasn't because Tony Stark's personality had changed, but because there might have been serious problems if Luke and Selina hadn't intervened today. Just now, Tony had used his personal smart program to roughly estimate the power of the 2 bombs. If there had been any proficient demolition experts among the criminals, and they had triggered the bombs after setting them up in strategic locations at the base of the building, part of the building might have collapsed. Fortunately, Stark Industries never cut corners when it came to construction. A regular building would have been torn down by the 2 bags of explosives. Tony Stark had been at the top of the building. If the building had collapsed, not even the security guards could have saved him. Secondly, there were more than 2,000 people in the building just now, and at least half of them would have been killed if the building collapsed. For example, Takagi and the chairman of the board of Wayland Corporation were on the first floor. There were also other even more important guests on the other floors as well. If half the guests were killed, the responsibility would have been too much for Stark Industries to bear. It was for that reason that Tony Stark had stopped and spoken to Luke and Selina of his own accord. It was also for the same reason that he joked that the fortune he paid had been worth it. Luke and Selina watched the man get into the Rolls-Royce Phantom at the entrance, before they went about their own business. Praise from Tony Stark. They couldn't eat it, nor could it help maintain order. 20 minutes later, Luke was wearing a face mask as he got into Takagi's car. There was another man in the car. Seeing Luke's mask, the white old man's nose couldn't help twitching, as he felt that his body still had a smell on it. His already ugly expression got even worse. "Who is he?" Takagi said in a low voice, "This is Detective Luke Coulson, the person I mentioned to you just now." Luke took off his mask and smiled at the white old man. "Mr. Wayland, hello. For various reasons, I need to cover my face right now. Please forgive me." Wayland simply nodded without saying anything, but he was a little curious why a minor detective had to cover his face. The car reached the exit at that point, and a few police officers were already there. Luke rolled down the window and gave them his badge, and revealed his face again. One of the officers checked the badge and looked at Takagi and Wayland in the car. He instantly nodded. "You're good to go." As he said that, the officer waved at his colleagues and had them move the spike strip out of the way. Luke nodded with a smile. "Thank you." The officer said, "You're most welcome, Lou. Detective. This is only what we should do." Silently looking at this scene, Wayland found it strange. This officer and the detective weren't in the same chain of command, but why were they so courteous, if not respectful, toward Luke? What Wayland didn't know was that the officer had been at the security checkpoint in the lobby earlier, and had personally witnessed how bravely Luke fought and how he saved him as well as many other people by taking the 2 bags of explosives away. So, the officer was naturally very friendly toward Luke. But since extremists were involved, a confidential notification had already been issued within the police department. The officer didn't call Luke by his name because he didn't want to get Luke into any trouble. The car drove forward slowly. Finally, Luke showed his badge again and escorted them through the police barrier around the perimeter. He waved at the 2 old men and said, "Gentlemen, I have other duties to attend to. This is as far as I can escort you. See you." Takagi bowed. "Thank you very much, Detective Luke." Wayland barely moved but simply nodded. Luke nodded with a smile and returned to the park. After the car started up, Wayland watched Luke put on his face mask again and walk back through the blockade, and his unhappiness was dispelled. It showed that Luke wasn't wearing the mask because of the odor on Wayland. Wayland finally asked, "Who is he? Why was he able to bring us out so easily?" He had pulled some strings just now, but all he was told was that he had to give the police a statement if he wanted to leave. Naturally, Wayland understood that since his company was involved in the attack, he shouldn't have been able to leave that easily. A smile lit up Takagi's solemn face as he recalled the past. He's just a minor detective. Rumor has it that he's backed by a big shot in LAPD, but that doesn't sound very likely to me. Wayland asked curiously, then why did the police let him through? Furthermore, they were let through as soon as the officers saw Luke's face. Takagi pondered for a moment, but in the end didn't directly reveal Luke's past exploits. Luke's job and the criminals he dealt with were too dangerous. Takagi simply said, "He's an absolute professional who's best at dealing with violent incidents." Wayland asked, "SWAT?" Takagi shook his head with a smile. "No, but I guarantee that he's definitely one of the most professional and effective officers in all of Los Angeles, including SWAT and even the FBI and DEA." At least, Takagi had never heard of any agents from these departments who could fight 50 enemies and emerge unscathed. Wayland looked at him in surprise. "He's that good?" Takagi nodded decisively. Unlike a random stranger like Wayland, Takagi had a far deeper understanding of Luke. Through his own sources, he had also gotten a rough idea of what happened at Stark Industrial Park earlier. He didn't even need to think to know what part Luke had played in the incident. The officer at the underground parking lot had the exact same expression as the SWAT captain during the Nakatomi Plaza robbery. It was still unclear, however, if Wayland was involved in the extremist attack, and Takagi wouldn't tell him too much about Luke until the authorities came to a verdict. Stark Industrial Park, on the other hand, was now utter bedlam. The police and Stark Industries security had locked down the park and begun to vet the visitors. Everybody in the park could only leave once their identities were verified. They had to ensure that the criminals, who could have killed hundreds of people if they had set up the bombs in the right spots, had no other accomplices lurking in the park. After seeing Takagi and Wayland off, Luke returned to the bathroom. The two dustbins from which the criminals had taken their guns were still there. After making a call, he frowned and fell into deep thought. Earlier, he had been too busy fighting and dealing with the bombs to consider the two dustbins. But now that everything had settled down, he realized that the two dustbins were the source of the whole problem. Without the weapons and bombs from the two dustbins, the criminals wouldn't have posed any threat to the building or visitors. Killing a person barehanded or with a gun were completely different, not to mention that the security guards and the police officers in the lobby were all armed. And here was the question: why did Luke detect a familiar scent from the dustbins? The fact that Luke had an impression of the scent was proof that it was from a person of some significance, or he wouldn't have remembered it. But he couldn't recall who the person was off the top of his head, which meant that he wasn't very familiar with the person. Perhaps he just saved the scent at some point. It couldn't have been recently, because his ability to remember things had been boosted ever since his mental strength skyrocketed. At that moment, Luke ruled out everybody who had left an impression on him but had ordinary statuses and capabilities. Whoever could smuggle a bunch of weapons and explosives into the main building in Stark Industrial Park couldn't be an ordinary person. Soon, Luke recalled someone from the last few months whose scent matched the one from the dustbins. Him. Luke frowned. Luke, Tony and that man had unexpectedly appeared in the same location at the same time once again. However, back in Aurora Hotel in Las Vegas that time, that red-skinned monster had been thrashed by that super scary, long-legged woman. Why did this man dare to come to Los Angeles and attack Tony Stark again? Luke was perplexed. If the man wanted revenge, he should be going after that long-legged woman, right? When he thought this, Luke got it. Only someone who was looking to die would dare look for trouble with that long-legged woman. Luke was now far stronger than he had been during that Las Vegas trip, but he still wasn't confident that he could beat that long-legged woman. Just like that, Luke spent half an hour in the hallway by himself. Nobody else entered. Everybody inside the building had left, even the police officers. Apart from Luke, the police officers were on the alert outside the building and in major locations. Although Luke was certain that the criminals had taken the 2 bags of bombs from just these 2 dustbins, nobody could guarantee that no other dangerous items had been smuggled into the building. Suddenly, Luke heard unhurried footsteps. It was 2 men, and Luke was pretty familiar with one of the set of footsteps. Turning his head, Luke stood up straight and greeted them with a smile. "Hello, Captain Wales. And this is..." The moment he looked at the man, both of them perked up. The man looked at Luke with a big smile and stretched out his hand. "Hello, Luke. You can call me Phil." Luke shook hands with Phil and nodded. "I've already told Captain Wales the details. The man who was invulnerable to bullets is over there." He pointed with his finger. Phil and Wales shifted their gazes and saw the body on the floor. Phil walked over to the body, and Wales fell back slightly behind him. Luke noticed this and had a conjecture. After he approached the body, Phil took out a device and pointed it at the body. He examined the body's face in passing and nodded. "Though the face is slightly deformed, this should be our guy." The device beeped with a red light. Phil drew back the device and read the information on it. Sure enough, this is Creech McCoy, a former football athlete and the mutant nicknamed Ironhide. Turning his head, he noticed that Luke was as unperturbed as ever, and he suddenly asked, "This isn't the first time you've seen people like him, right? You mean mutants?" Luke was stumped for a moment, before he nodded his head. Wales already knew a lot of things about Luke, so it was unnecessary to hide the truth. Phil's feelings were complicated as he said, "These people are very problematic. Unless it's necessary, it would be best to avoid them in a direct confrontation from now on." Luke nodded, then looked at the device curiously. Is this, for detecting mutants? Phil nodded. I don't really understand the theory, but it can tell if there are any mutants in a 10-meter range. Luke asked, what if there are a lot of people? Phil raised the device and pointed it at Wales next to him. It's in directional mode at the moment. The red light on the device automatically turned green. Luke's interest was piqued. Is that so? Can you test me? Phil was stunned. How can you be a... He suddenly stopped and pondered for a moment before he nodded. Then let's test it. He raised the device and pointed it at Luke. Luke found that odd. What's wrong? No reaction. Phil sighed inwardly and finally pressed the startup button. The device finally activated, and the green indicator lit up. Phil was stumped. You're not a mutant. Luke chuckled. If I were one, having a superpower doesn't seem bad. Phil forced a smile. But most mutants will look very different after they awaken. Of course, Luke knew that. He simply nodded. Forget it, then. I prefer to be handsome. As they chatted, Phil noticed that Wales was looking at him strangely. He smiled naturally. Luke is still young and has a long road ahead of him. Letting him know a little more will help him mature further. He was speaking to Wales. Wales instantly got it. A few months earlier, he had written a proposal that Luke be considered as a candidate for his team, but headquarters very quickly declined his request with the reason that Luke's age wasn't suitable. Still, the end of that document from headquarters added that they had taken note of Luke. Wales had been lost for words back then. Headquarters had done that clearly because they wanted to recruit Luke themselves in a few years and groom him. But there had been nothing Wales could do except yell profanities inwardly on the matter. In the end, Luke really was too young. In their system, combat forces in the field were mostly capable agents aged between 25 and 50. The younger agents usually weren't calm or experienced enough, while the older agents had plenty of experience but could tire out very easily. The operations department was always short of hands. Wales had secretly cursed when headquarters wanted to poach Luke, but could appreciate the point later. Also, if Luke worked for Wales, he would inevitably be stuck as a regular agent for years. But if he came back after training at headquarters, there would be plenty of room for him to climb up the ladder. Seniority and qualification mattered in every organization, including a secret one like Wales. After this little interlude, Luke told Phil and Wales exactly what happened. Naturally, he didn't reveal all the particulars. He simply said that he noticed the criminals because he felt that they looked more like soldiers than company employees. Also, it was quite strange that they would all go to the bathroom at the same time. Phil and Wales mostly kept quiet during his explanation, and occasionally asked a question about the criminals. When he spoke about Creech's death, Luke said that he shot the man in the chin 5 times in a row before he finally killed him. Both Phil and Wales were dazed. Wales, as the one who was more familiar with Luke, simply asked, Ironhide should be invulnerable to bullets, right? Luke casually took out the big gun from under his right armpit. This is my personal preference. Of course, it has been registered with the department. Both Phil and Wales were lost for words, as most people couldn't use the M500 well despite how awesome it looked. Wales asked again, you hit Ironhide's chin 5 times in a row with this gun? Luke chuckled and walked some distance away from Ironhide's body. As he moved, he raised the gun and mimicked firing. Soon, he finished the replay of the fight, and Phil and Wales understood that he had shot Ironhide from up close. Luke's last 3 shots, in particular, were made practically right above Ironhide. Naturally, that was much less challenging than they had expected. Luke shrugged. Actually, he lost control of his body after his jaw was hit the first time. His skin might be bulletproof, but his brain didn't seem shockproof. Phil and Wales were lost for words. You can drop the bullsh *T. Ironhide was a wanted criminal by their organization. He had once easily escaped capture by 2 squads of elite agents working together. How many people could guarantee that they could shoot Ironhide in the chin accurately while moving fast? Not only was Iron's skin extremely sturdy, he was also fast and strong. Before his X gene awakened, he had only been 1.78 meters tall. He used to be a professional football quarterback, and wasn't just some meat shield who didn't know any tricks. Unfortunately, Ironhide was already dead, and Luke could say whatever he wanted to say. That was the privilege of the victor. After Luke related what happened to the unfortunate creature, Phil picked up another device which he had put on one of the dustbins earlier, and sighed at the red indicator on it. "We're in trouble." Noticing the curiosity in Luke's eyes, Phil explained after a moment of hesitation, "You know that mutants are naturally endowed with unusual abilities. Some of them obey the rules, but some use their abilities to commit crimes." After a pause, he continued, "This device can detect most traces of mutants using their abilities. These 2 dustbins were moved into this building by a mutant using special abilities." Luke nodded, deep in thought. "That explains a lot. I was wondering how such a serious mistake could happen. Even though this isn't Stark Industries headquarters, security here has been very tight recently." Phil nodded. "There are similar detectors in various key areas throughout this building. As long as they detect signs that an ability has been used, they will send out a warning. The mutants who know about this won't do anything stupid, but as for those who don't, then they'll have to deal with you," Luke finished for him. He stared at the detector and again asked curiously, "If it was several mutants who used their abilities, how would you be able to tell?" Phil pointed at a number on the detector. "The number here is 1, which means that only 1 mutant used their ability." Luke couldn't help but look at Ironhide's body. Phil smiled. "Creature's ability is an enhancement type, and won't be picked up by this detector, which is why we usually have to use both devices together." He signaled to Wales, then said to Luke again, "Captain Wales will take care of things here. Let's go out first." Naturally, Luke had no objections. If he hadn't been told to guard Ironhide's body and the dustbins as important pieces of evidence after he informed Wales of the situation earlier, he wouldn't have lingered here at all. As they walked side by side, Phil turned serious. "Luke, I need to give you a word of advice. You're still young, and you shouldn't be reckless when you run into something like this. You have family and friends who don't want anything to happen to you, right?" Luke was stumped as he looked at Phil. Phil's expression was gentle. Luke could tell that this wasn't an indirect warning, but a friendly reminder. "But we've never met before. Is this really something you should say to a total stranger?" Though puzzled, Luke gave an easy smile and nodded. "Got it. I'll remember that." Luke wasn't worried about his own safety, but now that Phil had said it, he thought about Robert and Catherine. He had to increase security for Robert and Catherine. However, he needed to discuss it with Robert first, and hope that the short-tempered guy wouldn't yell at him. Robert wouldn't yell at Luke for getting into trouble. Instead, he would absolutely say that he was strong enough to crush special forces like the SAS, SWCC, DevGru, Ranger, CAG and Spetsnaz. As to this, Luke had asked before why Robert would beat up people on the same side. Robert had simply kicked him in ashamed fury and roared, "You think people on the same side never get into fights?" In front of this pretentious middle-aged man, Luke could only ask Catherine to deal with him. Hearing Luke's reply, Phil nodded with a smile. They reached the lobby entrance by then. Seeing Luke, Selena walked over to him and asked, "Luke, we good now?" Phil, however, stretched out his hand first. "You're Selena, correct?" Selena was confused. Seeing the middle-aged man smile, however, she involuntarily shook hands with him. "And you are?" Phil replied with a smile, "I'm Wales's colleague. You may call me Phil. Nice to meet you." His attitude was natural without being overly enthusiastic. He was both approachable and courteous. Selena suddenly had a strange feeling. She looked at Luke and said, "Nice to meet you too, Agent Phil." Phil said, "We'll deal with the aftermath of this incident for you. You don't have to worry about your information being leaked. Now, go home, get some rest, and relax." He looked at Luke the entire time when he said that. Luke stretched out his hand again. "Thank you very much, Phil." After they said goodbye, Phil turned around and went back inside. When he returned to the bathroom, Wales, who was now busy, asked, "Phil, do you think very highly of Luke?" Phil calmly crouched down to help him and replied casually, "Aren't you interested in this seedling too?" Wales didn't think too much of it. "Enough. Since your HQ guys have an eye on him, we'll never get him." Phil said with a smile, "He's too young. We still need to wait at least 5 years. Who knows where he'll be by then?" Wales nodded. "That's right. We discovered him too early." Phil was well known among his colleagues for his friendly manner, and he was the same with regular people. Luke was an involved party in this case and a prospective agent whom they were optimistic about, so Phil divulging some surface information about mutants to Luke wasn't against the rules at all. On the other side, after Luke and Selina got into the car, Selina turned her head and stared at Luke, deep in thought. As he drove, Luke asked, "What's up?" Selina frowned. "Why does this Phil feel so familiar?" Luke said, "Look here." Saying that, he turned his head and smiled at her. Enlightened, Selina clenched her left fist and smacked her right palm. "That's it. You two look very similar when you smile." Luke nodded and drove through the crowded street. "He's a smiling tiger. Don't let him fool you." "Selina, do you know that you're describing yourself as well?" Luke shrugged. "You can trust me, but I don't think you can trust him." Selina, however, kept staring at his face. She suddenly shook her head. "It isn't just your smiles, but the air the two of you have and your looks." "Well, fine, the two of you don't look very similar." Luke was unhappy. "Hey, is my hairline that far back?" Stunned for a moment, Selina then burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha. Don't worry. Given how much hair you have now, you don't have to worry about your hairline even when you reach Phil's age." Luke snorted and didn't say anything else. At that moment his eyes flashed with a complicated look. Luke had earned a lot from this surprise attack. System: stop the extremist attack by Salim's gang and rescue the people in the building. Completed. Total experience, 10,000. Total credit, 10,000. Contribution rate, 70%. EXP plus 7,000. Credit plus 7,000. Looking at the total experience and credit points for this mission, Luke could only sigh. Stark Industries buildings were truly sturdy. Considering that there had been around 2,000 people in the building, saving all of them could have earned him 20 experience and credit points each. However, even if an explosion did take place, there would have been no more than 500 casualties. Therefore, the total experience and credit points for this mission wasn't 20 or 40,000. Fortunately, the experience and credit points were just a bonus. Luke had obtained 3 other important gains. The first important gain was from Ironhide Creech. System: you have killed Ironhide Creech McCoy. You may now learn all of his abilities. Creech's abilities: Basic Football, Basic Combat. Elementary Tempering, Prerequisites, 80 Strength, 20 Mental Strength and 20,000 credit points. Temporarily unavailable. Luke wasn't too surprised at the 80 Strength prerequisite, but it still gave him a strong headache. How long would it take to gather that many stat points? However, he very quickly abandoned this meaningless dilemma. After all, he had made up his mind to improve his mental strength to 41st, and he wouldn't be adding points to strength any time soon. This elementary tempering seemed like a great ability, but for the time being, it could only be kept on the list of his abilities as a backup. Until he learned the ability, he could protect himself with bulletproof vests and special shields. The other 2 important gains were due to that Agent Phil. Firstly, Luke wasn't a mutant. He had basically confirmed this earlier on. After all, he had tested it many times, but Daddy's system had never added that X gene tag to any of his abilities. Besides, Carol's elementary self-healing and Ironhide Creech's elementary tempering demanded too many strength points. Based on Luke's speculation, Carol was 3 times as strong as an ordinary person at most, and Creech was 5 times as strong, but neither of them met the prerequisite. So, Carol's and Creech's abilities clearly came from their X genes, while Luke's ability built and expanded on his own basic attributes. It was impossible for Luke to learn Kristoff's elementary electrical control because he wasn't a mutant and didn't have the X gene for it. Secondly, SHIELD's devices couldn't detect the system's inventory. Luke had reloaded his revolver with bullets from his inventory when he fought Ironhide, but Phil's device only detected the traces left by the red-skinned monster after he teleported the dustbins in. This finding was very important for Luke. If a piece of equipment could detect whenever he used his inventory, that would be very troublesome for him. He had specifically applied for AM500 as his third gun with Dustin to make the best use of his inventory. It was most convenient for him to use his inventory to quickly reload this revolver. At the same time, the clearer that his opponent was on the M500's capacity, the more likely they would be fooled. Ironhide, for example, had been duped and killed by his M500, which had fired 11 bullets in a row. Furthermore, Luke's jacket could cover the act of taking out his gun, so he could take out the M500 and the M686 interchangeably. It was also why he had always chosen an armpit holster. He could totally take out an M500 when the M686 was in his holster. In any case, it would look like whatever gun he took out was the one in his holster. There was nobody who wouldn't like a portable .50 gun that could fire hundreds of times without needing to be reloaded. With these 3 major gains, Luke had certainly struck it big with this security assignment. In the next few days, Luke and Selena resumed their regular duties. Luke didn't know if it was because of Tony Stark's promise or Agent Phil's hard work, but they were taken off the Stark Industrial Park assignment, and Elsa gave them many new cases. The truth was that Luke and Selena were no longer needed. Slapped in the face by the brazen attack, Stark Industries increased the number of security guards at the expo. There were now almost 500 of them. LAPD also deployed more police officers to the area. Hence, the area around the expo became the most peaceful place in the world. In contrast, however, LAPD was run off its feet. The guys who stirred up trouble at the expo were all thrown into temporary holding cells at the police department. They were all detained from anywhere between 1 to 5 days. If they had committed an offense, they were sent to the DA, convicted, and then carted off to prison accordingly. However, that had nothing to do with Luke or Selena anymore. They met Wales the next day, wrote a detailed report, and signed a non-disclosure agreement, and that was it for the formal proceedings. After that, nobody investigated them anymore. They were definitely given privileged treatment compared with the other police officers who had been at the scene. The rest of them were all questioned at least 5 times for more than 10 hours in total. People from various fields wanted to dig out useful leads from them to figure out the mastermind behind this shocking attack. Based on police statistics after the incident, Sonia, as an intelligence analysis expert, did a personal assessment. If the building in Stark Industrial Park had collapsed and all the big shots and magnates in the building died, these people in total were worth in excess of $200 billion. Takagi, who was worth several hundred million, wasn't even in this list of names. And this group of magnates had yet to include the major shareholders of Stark Industries or Tony Stark himself. Strangely enough, there was no criticism from the TV stations that such a large-scale crackdown by LAPD had disrupted public order. The TV stations might be willing to offend a few magnates, or even a handful of them, but there was no way they would piss off a huge bunch of magnates from various fields. Besides, several major TV station shareholders had also been at Stark Industrial Park. It was also for that reason that, while every TV station reported on the attack, none of them mentioned Luke or Selena, who had done a lot to help out. Luke and Selena were relieved. What benefit was there in becoming famous? They didn't want to be promoted, and they had already struck it rich through their own efforts. Luke didn't want to deal with the red-skinned monster, mostly because the guy's abilities were hard to deal with, and it would be very bad if he went after their families. But Luke remembered the guy's scent this time. If he ever ran into the guy again and had the opportunity, he would certainly change his face and try to kill him. Anybody who carried out an extremist attack had no boundaries, and it was best for enemies without boundaries to be disposed of as soon as possible. Despite the turmoil outside, 2 people and 1 dog were relaxed as they investigated cases as usual. Gold Nugget couldn't be any more satisfied during these few days. Wherever they went, it could eat. All 3 of them needed to eat a lot, and they weren't short of money. They had everything from snacks, fast foods and light refreshments to big meals. Fine. Gold Nugget was the saddest when it came to meals, because it couldn't join Luke and Selena. Most big restaurants refused entry to pets. Although it was angry at being treated as a pet, Luke had forbidden it from biting the waiters who stopped it at the entrance. It could only wait until Luke and Selena were done eating, and the only reason it didn't flip out was because they packed 2 portions for it as takeout. It would be too busy eating in the back seat to complain about the waiter's discriminatory behavior. Just like that, a week passed. Then, Luke received a call from a strange number. He picked up the phone and said something, before he hung up with a strange expression on his face. Looking at his face, Selena asked, "Did Jimena find a boyfriend?" Luke glared at her helplessly. "What are you thinking?" "That was Mr. Wayland." Selena was astonished. "Did he find out you were responsible for his poop shower?" Luke wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. "Can't you be more optimistic?" Selena threw out random guesses. "Does he have a young and beautiful daughter who wants to get to know you?" Luke suddenly felt that something wasn't right. Selena occasionally had bizarre thoughts, but it was unusual for her to have a whole string of them. He asked strangely, "Where are you getting all these from?" Hearing that, Selena frowned and thought for a moment, before she suddenly roared, "Gold Nugget, you idiot, what TV dramas have you been watching every day?" Selena continued roaring, "And it's the HBO Premium channel. Is that something you can watch?" The dog didn't lift its head or make a sound as it continued eating. Luke chuckled. "Why don't you lay down rules for it and forbid it from sharing random stuff with you?" Selena hummed and then chuckled. "Actually, those TV dramas are quite interesting. There's a lot of strange men and women." "Luke, what were we talking about?" Stunned, Selena recalled for a moment, then said uncertainly, "It seems someone gave you a call." Luke was amused. "The chairman of the board of Wayland Corporation just called about giving me a personal assignment. I don't know if he has a young and beautiful daughter, but my job is to escort him somewhere." Selena asked, "You're going on a trip again?" Luke pondered for a moment. "Do you want to come with me?" Selena's face lit up with surprise. "Can I?" Luke shrugged. "He didn't say anything, but I can negotiate with him." Selena asked, "Where's he going?" "The South Pole," replied Luke. Selena almost fell over. "Seriously? Are you kidding?" "Luke, I'm really not." Selena suddenly looked in the rearview mirror. "But what about Gold Nugget?" Luke hesitated too. A moment later, he said tentatively, "I could try asking Wayland if we can bring a dog with us." Gold Nugget whined unhappily in protest. Luke just ignored it. An alien dog head was still a dog. Selena hesitated for a moment. "Let me think about it." It didn't take her long to decide, she wouldn't go. The reason she gave Luke was that the South Pole wouldn't be fun. But Luke knew that was only a secondary reason. The biggest reason was that it would be tricky to bring Dollar with them. At the South Pole, even human beings had to tread cautiously, not to mention a dog. Dollar wasn't a husky, otherwise it could have passed as a sled dog. But while it was in much better condition now, anybody who raised dogs would be able to tell from its face that it was very old. Leaving Dollar alone at home wasn't an option, not because they were worried that something might happen to Dollar, but because Dollar might stir up trouble. This guy was still new to Earth, and they really couldn't relax and let it act on its own. If both of them went to the South Pole, Gold Nugget might not slip away on its own, but there was a very high chance that it would stir up trouble. Luke told Selena that he could decline Waylon's request, or ask for Waylon's opinion on the matter first. If he allowed them to take the dog with them, they could all take a trip together. Selena thought for a long while, but in the end shook her head. Forget it. If it was Rio, I wouldn't mind going with you. Rio has a lot of good food. I don't think there's anything good to eat in the South Pole, right? Luke thought for a moment. Whale meat? Seal meat? Dollar instantly drooled, but Selena frowned and asked, raw? Luke nodded regretfully. I read before that it's great raw. Selena quickly shook her head. Forget it then. Gold Nugget, close your mouth. You're getting the cushion wet. Gold Nugget swallowed its drool unhappily and lowered its head. It had to quickly lick the cushion clean, in case some person used it as an excuse to punish it. Luke called Elsa and asked for leave. Elsa readily approved his request, even if she didn't really want Luke to leave. However, it had already been decided in the police department that Luke and Selena had to keep a low profile for the time being. That was also the reason why she only assigned minor cases to them. It was always like this if you wanted to avoid drawing attention in troubled times. Avoiding the limelight reduced the chances of them being tracked down. The police department had already planned to give Luke and Selena unofficial paid leave. Luke had voluntarily taken a few cases in the last few days, and Elsa hadn't turned him down. Now that Luke planned to leave and avoid attention, she had no problem with that too. The next day, Luke said goodbye to Selena and drove off. Watching Luke leave, Selena went back inside the house. A golden ball emerged from Dollar's body and jumped at her. Ha ha ha, the fiend is finally gone. Let's go, let's go, let's go out and play. Selena was helpless. That's not what you promised. Gold Nugget, huh? Then we won't play, we'll go out and work. We'll learn from Luke, and look up information at work, after work, hee hee. Selena was suspicious. How do you know all that? Gold Nugget, I noticed it long ago. He often looks up gangs that have nothing to do with your cases at work. Why else would he be interested in those trash men if he isn't gay? Selena was lost for words. Gold Nugget was quite proud of itself. With the fiend gone, isn't it a great time for us to cultivate our teamwork? Look, there are criminals everywhere in Los Angeles right now. This is the best chance to act. Selena hesitated. Get rid of all of them? That's too much. Gold Nugget, humph, mercy like that is meaningless. Fine, if you don't want to kill those gang members, just break their limbs and make sure that they can't do anything bad for the next couple of months. That'll be fine, right? Selena was relieved. That should be okay. Gold Nugget was already nagging her impatiently. Okay, enough talk. Let's go out already. Don't forget to bring money with you. The fiend isn't here today, and nobody will pay for our food. Selena rolled her eyes. So, you actually still want to go out to play, right? Gold Nugget, we're big eaters in the first place. Right, remember to take the gangsters' money after you beat them up. Selena was stunned. You want to rob them? Gold Nugget replied matter-of-factly, what's wrong with earning some extra pocket money when cracking down on criminals? They're criminals, anyway. Selena, where did you learn that? Gold Nugget hesitated for a long while, but in the end could only confess the truth. I learned from Luke. Selena thought for a moment, and was instantly astonished. You broke the rules again. You followed him? Gold Nugget hurried to defend itself. No, but the cash he pays with smells of heroin. Selina mocked the dog. Do you know that every bill in this country has that smell? That isn't evidence at all. Gold Nugget fell silent and didn't say anything else. If Selina refused to see things clearly, Gold Nugget didn't think it could convince her. Some of the cash that Luke took out had a much heavier scent of heroin than regular cash. Of course, what Selina said was also true, and there was no need for the dog to quibble about it with Selina. In any case, Selina had already agreed to pick up a bit of pocket money while they beat up criminals. Gold Nugget had achieved its purpose. Realizing that it would have its own savings very soon, Gold Nugget couldn't be any more delighted. Going out with its own money to buy whatever it wanted to eat was its ultimate dream. On the other side, Luke drove to the airport, boarded a private jet that was waiting for him, and flew straight to Ushuaia in Argentina. Ushuaia was one of the closest locations in the world to the South Pole, which was a mere 960 kilometers away. It was also one of the most popular starting points for travel to the South Pole, and the last stop for many exploration teams before they headed to the South Pole. Luke stayed in Ushuaia once he got there. In contrast to the North Pole, the South Pole had the worst weather in June. A wind with a chill factor of over 8 degrees blew all the time, and the temperature could go lower than -50 degrees. The harshness of the environment was beyond imagination. Even Luke didn't dare take any risks. He followed the arrangements of the staff of Weyland Corporation and started to brush up on his knowledge of the South Pole. He had gotten rid of many scoundrels, but none of them had any combat abilities suitable for the poles. There could only be one reason for it: who were you going to kill in the poles? The seals and whales. He could only look for something on his own list of abilities that he could use for fighting in the snow. He then looked at the various files provided by Weyland Corporation. He waited for 3 days before the weather finally cleared. Luke, who had been ready to set off at any moment, boarded a small plane in less than 10 minutes. Except for the pilot, there was nobody else on the plane. After the plane took off, Luke began to chat with the pilot. He was quite interested in the small plane. It had fixed wings and buoys on the bottom so that it could take off from water or snow. Their destination was the South Pole, and this was also the coldest time of the year. Most metal would become extremely brittle in such a harsh environment. Any planes that dared to head for the South Pole at this time naturally weren't simple. The pilot was very tight-lipped. He simply told Luke not to worry. The plane was small in size, but it had been specially manufactured by Weyland Corporation. 3 hours later, the plane arrived at its destination and glided over the ice. After Luke got off, the pilot simply pointed at a bunch of snowmobiles not far away, before he quickly took off again for the trip back. The weather at the South Pole could be unpredictable. According to the weather forecast, it would be calm for most of the day, but that might not be accurate. If it wasn't because they were pressed for time, Luke wouldn't have taken a plane here. The pilot was also only risking his life to fly because of the generous amount of money he had received. After he returned, he wouldn't need to work for the rest of the year, and could take a vacation on the warmest beach. Luke moved quickly through the snow. He was still several hundred meters away from the snowmobiles. He certainly didn't want to have to deal with an unexpected 8-degree chill factor gale. Several minutes later, after he reached the snowmobiles at the fastest possible speed that an ordinary person was capable of, he saw a building complex at the foot of a slope. After a few more minutes, he reached the complex and waved at someone inside one of the buildings. The man opened the door and let him in. Luke took off his mask to reveal his face. "I'm Luke Coulson. Mr. Weyland hired me and had me come here." The man observed him carefully for a moment before he nodded. "Welcome. I'll let them know to come pick you up." He said something into a walkie-talkie. More than 10 minutes later, Luke followed another man to a building in the middle of the complex, and met a familiar face, Charles Weyland, chairman of the board of Weyland Corporation. The old white man was as pale as ever. Despite the warmth in the room, he didn't look very good. Luke went forward with a smile and exchanged polite greetings with the super big shot magnate before he tactfully got straight to the point. "Mr. Wayland, can you tell me exactly what this assignment entails now?" Over the phone, the magnate had only given him the location, and hadn't explained what the assignment was. Wayland nodded at a black middle-aged man next to him. "This is Maxwell Stafford, who's in charge of this operation and who is my head of security." Stafford simply nodded at Luke, then started to briefly explain the assignment. A few days ago, Wayland Corporation had found some mysterious ruins on Bouvet Island, and Wayland had personally set out to explore the place in the hopes of finding something big. Morris Cole, Wayland's personal bodyguard with the strongest individual capability, caught a severe cold on the boat here. Given his professionalism, this first-rate bodyguard requested leave. In his own words, it was very possible that he might make a mistake in his current condition if they ran into danger. On an expedition, one mistake could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he gave up this temporary assignment that would have earned him a bonus of over $200,000, and solemnly asked his employer to find another trustworthy bodyguard. Wayland wasn't annoyed about Morris backing out. This wasn't a regular job, and an elite bodyguard shouldn't force himself to take on a mission when he was well aware that he wasn't in the best shape. If something happened to his employer, his reputation in the industry would drop, and it would be very hard for him to make a living in the future. For bodyguards, their favorite saying was, "Boring is best." Because boring meant that all was well. Actually, Wayland had a lot of options. As a huge magnate and the leader of a major corporation, he had a lot of bodyguards on hand. When he was considering a replacement, however, Wayland, who was approaching the end of his life, happened to remember the minor detective who had been the cause of his mess. After talking to Takagi over the phone, Wayland decided to follow his heart. He had made many risky decisions in his life, but that had always been when he was safe and had the time to think through his decisions. This time, he didn't want to think too much anymore. Perhaps, this would be the last time that he could be so willful. For this willful decision, he offered a high commission of $500,000, because Takagi said that he had tried to hire Luke with an annual salary of $500,000, only to be turned down. Wayland wasn't short of money, nor did he want to be turned down. In fact, it was a good thing that the place he had come to was so unique. The South Pole. If it wasn't for Wayland, Luke didn't know how long it would have taken him to think about visiting this place. That was right, Luke had come to the South Pole precisely for a holiday. He didn't believe that a big shot like Wayland would endure hardship in the South Pole. However harsh the South Pole was, the big shot wouldn't feel it. Like this very moment, it was so warm inside the room that the freezing cold outside couldn't be felt at all. After listening to Stafford's explanation, Luke asked, "My responsibility is simply to ensure Mr. Wayland's safety, is that right?" Stafford nodded. "Yes." Luke, "So, I don't work under Mr. Stafford, right?" Stafford again nodded calmly. "That's right." Morris, the previous bodyguard, was also only responsible for Mr. Wayland. Luke looked at Wayland, and the old man coughed and said, "I know what you're worried about, but there's no need for it. In this place, I'm your only boss." As he spoke, Wayland started to gasp for breath. Stafford picked up where he left off. "I'm responsible for the safety of all the personnel during this operation. I won't ask you to do anything else. Your only role is to protect Mr. Wayland." Luke nodded with a smile. "Very well. I'll follow the team's safety regulations as well." Stafford finally smiled. Both of them were doers instead of talkers. They had already clarified their responsibilities and reached a tacit understanding. Wayland stood up the next moment. "Luke, can I call you that?" Luke nodded with a smile. "Of course, Mr. Wayland." "Wayland, although you've only just arrived, you're a good lad and you've already rested in Ushuaia for 3 days. Now, we need to enter the ruins and catch up with the team who set off earlier. Is that all right with you?" Luke was stunned, but he quickly nodded. Certainly. But can I ask Mr. Stafford to tell me more about the ruins we'll be exploring on our way there? Wayland, no problem. Stafford stood up as well. Luke, you can just call me Stafford. What equipment do you need? Luke shrugged. Can weapons be used here? I didn't have time to prepare any. Stafford spoke directly into a walkie-talkie. Bring over a set of medium-sized standard equipment right away. Then, the middle-aged black man helped Wayland put on his gear, and said to Luke, Mr. Wayland isn't very well. You must watch him at all times. Luke went over and helped Wayland with his kit. This magnate was old, weak and seemed ill. There were a lot of things he couldn't do himself. Who knew why he had come on this foray to the South Pole? Luke's equipment was soon delivered. The equipment was specially tailored for the South Pole's harsh environment, and included a tactical vest, a walkie-talkie, a gun, ammunition, a flashlight, glow sticks, rope, medical supplies, and so on. Luke was much faster than Wayland, and geared up in less than 2 minutes. Let's go, Mr. Wayland. All three of them left the building. As he led the way, Stafford paid attention to Luke, only to see that Luke was quick and steady. Also, Luke was supporting Wayland with one of his hands at the same time. Still, he wasn't any slower than Stafford. Fine, this young man was very strong, at least. Stafford inwardly gave Luke a tick. A strong body was a basic requirement for an expedition, there was nothing better. Several minutes later, the three of them reached a large canopy on open ground that was formed by a tarpaulin set up at an angle on the wreckage of a house. Looking at the straight tunnel that slanted downward, Luke was surprised. How deep is this? You dug this out? Stafford looked at Wayland, then pointed at the house. Our professional drilling team did the work in advance. This leads directly to the ruins, which are under 600 meters of ice. So deep? Luke was even more surprised when he heard that. He suggested to Wayland solemnly, Mr. Wayland, the environment at that depth isn't good. Do you insist on going down? Wayland walked forward and got onto an elevator at the entrance of the tunnel. He then gestured for Luke and Stafford to come with him. After they both got on the elevator, Wayland typed in the password and pressed the down button. The simple elevator, which was surrounded by a railing made from special materials, started to take them down. Wayland's voice was a little indistinct under his mask. Detective Luke, I must go myself. Luke frowned. Why? If the super magnate, who was such an old man, really loved adventure, he should have been well known for it already around the world. But from memory, Wayland wasn't someone who was famous for his love of adventure. Wayland coughed. I'm sick. In the next few months, the doctor might make news of my impending death public. Do you know what will happen then? Luke was stunned. He looked at Stafford, only to see that the head of security was as calm as ever. Obviously, he already knew about it, and was definitely Wayland's trusted subordinate. My company's stock price will drop by 12 to 18%, and nothing. Instead of waiting for Luke to reply, Wayland went on in an indifferent tone, I fear death, but I fear dying an ordinary person's insignificant death even more. Luke heaved a sigh, not knowing what to say. Staring at Luke, Wayland asked, Do you have any more questions, Luke? Looking at the tunnel entrance that was drawing further away, Luke took a deep breath. Let's go, Mr. Wayland. The faster we move, the earlier we can go back. At that moment, a gigantic warship hovered quietly in space. An announcement rang out in an alien language, the hunt has been permitted by the highest-level guardian of this planet. The warship will monitor the hunt the entire time to ensure that no prey escapes the hunting ground or disturbs the regular order of this planet. The hunt is an independent operation. Except for the competitors, nobody else is allowed to intervene in the battle. The offerings for the hunt have been sent to the incubation room. The hunt begins. The hunt has a time limit of 24 hours. The number of participants in the hunt is 3. The landing craft for the hunt is ready for launch. The landing craft will be recalled automatically in no more than 24 hours. Hunters, good luck. In the ice cave on an island in the South Pole. The elevator descended quickly and soon reached the bottom. 2 team members were on the sides, and they respectfully greeted the 3 newcomers when they saw them. The temperature here was much higher than above ground, turning from minus dozens of degrees to minus a dozen degrees. Everybody took off their face masks. But Luke stopped Wayland from taking his mask off. "You're not young, you shouldn't inhale too much of the cold air." Wayland coughed and smiled behind his mask, pleased. "Okay, you know best." On the way down, Stafford had already told Luke what they had discovered. The bulk of Wayland's exploration team hadn't come that much earlier than Luke. Due to safety concerns, and because a lot of people and equipment had to be transported, they had taken an icebreaker here in the morning. At that moment, the first exploration team had only been in the ruins for less than an hour. Wayland had stayed on the surface with Stafford to wait for Luke after receiving the news that Luke had already set off from Ushuaia on a plane. "How many people have gone in?" Luke asked while he supported Wayland as they moved forward. Stafford said, 20 bodyguards, 25 specialists whom we hired, and 38 assistants. Luke clicked his tongue inwardly. In just a few days, Wayland had moved almost 100 people to a remote island in the South Pole to make a name for himself before he died. As expected, the rich did whatever they wanted. As they spoke, they had already walked deep into the ice cave, and saw a dark building looming quietly in the middle of an enormous underground space. The gigantic building was made exclusively of black rock. There were complicated carvings everywhere of various patterns and designs, and included figures and objects. Old, profound, weathered and exquisite, this was the feeling that this magnificent building gave off. Climbing the enormous stairs made from the black rock, Luke said in amazement, "This discovery will shock the world, won't it?" Neither of his companions said anything. They clearly thought so too. He thought for a moment before he asked, "This thing looks like a pyramid, right?" Stafford was the one who replied, "Yes." According to the specialists, it contains elements of the Aztec pyramids and of those in Cambodia and Egypt. This might be the very first pyramid. Luke understood what he meant. He was implying that the other pyramids were simply copies of this pyramid. Very soon, all 3 of them reached the top of the stairs and saw the magnificent stone entrance there. Reading a prompt left on an apparatus next to the passage, Stafford said, "The exploration team has already gone down into the ruins and are at the core of the building complex. They're now exploring the place. We have to hurry up and join them." Luke nodded. Stafford and Wayland had just entered, but the exploration team was already in the heart of the ruins. Without their bosses around, it was hard to say if they would do anything funny. Luke, Wayland and Stafford moved more quickly as they made their way downward. At that moment, Wayland realized that it was a good thing that he had hired Luke. Luke was very strong. He could still move quickly while holding the buckle on Wayland's back and taking half of his weight. Wayland didn't even have to use much energy. He only needed to take light steps. He didn't know that as per Luke's usual practice, Luke was only using strength that was within a normal person's range, otherwise, he could run while carrying both Wayland and Stafford. After they went 100 meters down through the twisting tunnel, the entire palace suddenly began to tremble. Luke frowned. It wasn't an earthquake. His strong attributes gave him keen senses. From the vibration, he could tell that it wasn't an earthquake. Suddenly, a heavy stone gate behind them fell with a bang and blocked the way they had come from. Part of the stone wall on the side also started to protrude out. Luke grabbed Stafford, who was walking in the lead, and pulled him back. Several seconds later, the way ahead was also blocked by the wall protrusion, but an opening had appeared on one side. Luke waited for a moment, before he asked, "Stafford, does your navigation device still work?" Stafford looked at his watch and compared it with the data on another device before he shook his head. No, the map produced by members of the exploration team doesn't match our current coordinates. It's useless now, thanks to this change in the ruins. Luke, what about your communication equipment? Can you contact the exploration team? Stafford activated the walkie-talkie on his shoulder and fiddled with it for a moment before he shook his head again. No signal. There are too many obstacles here. Luke looked at Wayland. Mr. Wayland, do we move on, or do we quit? It's your call. The shake and the subsequent transformation of the ruins had significantly increased the risks of this operation. Luke had to make sure. Pondering for a moment, Wayland said, "Let's move on." Luke wasn't surprised by Wayland's choice. A dying man often thought differently from a regular person. Actually, Luke was curious about the underground ruins as well. As for the risks, there was no place that was absolutely safe in this world. Chances were that an alien fleet would come to conquer Earth one day. They entered the tunnel that had just appeared and walked for a few minutes. Then, Luke suddenly stopped and shushed his companions. From a crack on the side, they could hear the faint sounds of screams and gunshots. These were echoes from a location further away. Luke listened calmly, and after the sounds faded, said softly, "At least 5 men opened fire, and the screams were from 5 to 7 people." Wayland frowned and made a decision a moment later. "Let's go and take a look. If we can help them." Luke nodded slightly. "I'll help if I can, but I can't guarantee that I'll be of much use." Wayland didn't say anything else. If Luke had talked big with the situation still being unclear, Wayland conversely would have been doubtful. After the transformation of the ruins, the previously broad tunnel was now narrow and twisted. Luke had received a cutting-edge multifunction watch as part of the standard equipment for the exploration team. It could display a lot of information and record their coordinates. He looked at the watch and said, "We've been going around in circles. We're moving too slow. It's hard to tell when we'll reach the central area." Stafford asked, "What do you suggest?" Luke heaved a sigh. "I'll carry Mr. Wayland and take the lead. Follow us at a range of 2 meters and don't fall too far behind." He put Wayland on his back as he spoke. "From now on, please try to stay quiet and don't say anything unless it's absolutely necessary." Both of them simply nodded silently. Without Wayland slowing them down, the 3 of them immediately moved much more quickly. Luke wasn't especially fast as he moved through the tunnel, but he barely hesitated. He merely slowed down briefly at each fork to determine the right direction. Then, he would press on again quickly. Stafford checked their position, direction and speed on his multifunction watch as well. He couldn't help but feel amazed. If they had maintained their slow pace from the beginning, they would be lucky to make it out of the ruins by midnight. But now, it would probably only take them an hour or 2 to reach the central area at the bottom and return, provided that there were no mishaps. Of course, that was impossible. A mishap had already happened, and the underground ruins were starting to act up mysteriously. The substantial transformation of the underground palace was very hard to accomplish, even with modern technology. Yet tests had shown that these ruins were thousands of years old at the very least. It was truly incredible. After running for a few minutes, Luke paused again and raised his left hand for them to stop. He frowned. Neither Wayland nor Stafford said anything. Luke closed his eyes and fully activated Sharp Nose. The thick smell of blood, mixed with a strange sour and fishy smell, came from further down the tunnel. But there was nobody and nothing there. What made Luke even more wary was that the smell of blood and that strange odor came from more than one place. Everything pointed to an unknown danger lurking in the underground ruins. Also, there was probably more than one of them. "Load your weapon, Stafford." "Stay alert," Luke reminded him in a low voice as he drew out his pistol. Pistols were small and convenient and could be easily abandoned. They were more suitable for the emergency. Stafford held his 416 Hong Kong dollars and made an okay gesture. Wayland didn't open his mouth, which meant that he had no objections. They pressed forward. Walking through the dark tunnel for a few more minutes, concentrated gunfire suddenly rang out not far away. "That should be our men," Stafford said quickly in a low voice. As the head of security, he had prepared the equipment and weapons for the whole team. He could tell what weapons were being fired from the sound. Luke didn't say anything, but simply gave him 2 tactical signals to stay alert. Silently, Luke took out a mirror from his chest and stretched it out into the tunnel. Outside the tunnel was a broad passage that was about 8 meters tall and 7 meters wide. Statues stood on both sides of the passage. A dozen members of the exploration team had their guns raised as they shot randomly at the area above the statues. One member's head was already drooping as he leaned against the wall on the side. He didn't fall to the ground, because a weird metal spear had pierced his chest and impaled him to the stone wall. Luke narrowed his eyes. He didn't look at the team members, but aimed his mirror at one particular dark corner in the passage. But he then promptly aimed the mirror at another location, and saw an old statue. Curling his lip, Luke quickly put Wayland down and gestured at Stafford behind him. Seeing Luke's hand signal, Stafford instantly tensed. He patted Wayland on the shoulder gently and slowly pulled his boss back from the tunnel entrance. He then watched Luke slip out of the tunnel and hide behind a statue on the side. The next moment, Stafford's eyes twitched. From his perspective, he could see the thick metal spear in the hand of the statue which Luke was hiding behind being slowly pulled back into the darkness. Swoosh! Slicing through the air with a dull sound, the metal spear, which was originally an ornament, turned into a shadow and instantly shot 10 meters through the air toward a dark upper corner of the passage. At the same time, Luke's gun opened fire. Bang! 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 But he shot in a completely different direction, at the other side of the passage. In a shower of sparks and minute flashes of blue electric light, a tall figure could be vaguely seen above a statue in the passage. The figure had a human form, but it was almost 2.5 meters tall. The exploration team members in the passage hadn't noticed the figure until that moment. But before they could switch targets with their guns, a weird, mournful cry rang out, and they paused. Wayland and Stafford, who had been observing Luke, were the only ones who realized that the strange cry came from the corner which Luke had thrown the spear at. So, apart from the tall creature, there was another enemy hiding in the corner of the passage. Both Wayland and Stafford felt cold. If Luke hadn't taken action, they wouldn't have sensed the 2 enemies at all. In other words, if they had entered the passage, they would have been as ignorant of the situation as the exploration team. Luke suddenly said, "Stafford, tell your men to retreat." Stafford hurriedly opened his mouth. "Everybody, fall back. He's our new team member." Suddenly hearing Stafford's voice, the panic-stricken team members saw hope, and they promptly followed his instruction. Amidst flickers of blue light, the tall creature didn't stop the team's movements, but turned its head to look at Luke. Luke slowly walked out of the darkness and aimed his gun at the creature. The team members confirmed Luke's identity with a quick look, because his equipment had the Wayland Corporation logo on it and was in the same style as their own. But their gazes only swept over Luke and they didn't stop moving at all. The attack they suffered had thrown them into confusion and they had almost collapsed. Stafford continued to give orders. "Don't panic. Hold your positions as you retreat." These members were pretty well trained. Even though they had panicked just now, they maintained a basic defensive formation, which prevented them from being wiped out. Now, with their leader Stafford in command, everybody started to calm down as they quickly retreated into the tunnel which Luke had come from. "Withdraw slowly. I'll catch up with you after I take care of this guy. Pay attention to dark corners and above your head, there's more than one type of monster here," Luke said without looking back. Stafford hesitated and looked at Wayland. In the end, Wayland was a big shot who had experienced a lot. He only pondered for a bit before he nodded and accepted this proposal. Based on Luke's capability and temperament, he wasn't a headstrong young man. Vividly recalling the moment Luke took action and rescued this team just now, Wayland chose to trust Luke. Even now, he recalled how Takagi, that extremely cautious fox, described Luke as a professional who was an expert at dealing with violent incidents. On the other side, the 10 or so survivors, led by Stafford, carefully retreated the way they came. In the passage, Luke and the tall creature faced each other quietly. Now that he was closer, Luke was able to see the tall creature's appearance more clearly in the light of the glow sticks which the exploration team had tossed out earlier. The creature was wearing an odd circular helmet. The helmet looked like it had gray lenses for eyes, and there were 3 symmetrical grooves on both cheeks, which made the helmet look like a cat face. There were also 2 rows of tubes on the sides of the helmet, which probably supplied breathable gas, and there were what looked like dreadlocks on the back of the helmet. But Luke knew that it wasn't hair, because it didn't smell right. The creature was wearing armor on its upper torso, arms and calves. There was a dark metal sheen on the armor. Also, there was an obvious technological style to the armor, which suggested that it wasn't ancient armor that was purely for protection purposes. With Luke's eyesight and Stark's tech abilities, he also inferred that several holes on the armor were probably an interface for other equipment to be plugged in. Thus, this guy wasn't some wild beast, but an unknown creature from some technological civilization. Staring at Luke for a moment, the creature with the cat-faced helmet suddenly jumped down. Luke didn't shoot, as the creature wasn't pouncing at him, but simply jumping down to the ground. More importantly, the creature wasn't Luke's only enemy here. Just as the creature with the cat helmet jumped off, Luke suddenly turned his gun. Bang! Bang! There was a shower of sparks, and the blue electric light flashed again in another corner to reveal another tall figure. This figure was even taller and sturdier than the first one, and basically had on the same getup. However, it had 2 round holes below its eyes, as if it had 4 eyes, and there were vertical stripes on the mouth and cheeks of the helmet, which made it look a lot more refined. Tilting his head, Luke smiled and murmured, 1 against 2, or 2 against 1. That is the question. However, the creature with the 4-eyed helmet didn't move once it was driven out of stealth mode by Luke's bullet, and just stood there quietly. The creature with the cat-faced helmet, on the other hand, drew a metal staff from its back. The next moment, with the sound of tiny metal clicks, 2 spearheads popped out on both ends of the 1.5-meter-long staff, turning it into a metal spear about 2 meters long. Only then did the creature advance slowly toward Luke with a roar as it spun the long spear in its hand. Luke raised an eyebrow and shot a glance at the 4-eyed monster, which didn't react. Cold weapon. A duel. He tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then, he chuckled, put his pistol back into the holster, and pulled an ornamental spear out of the hand of a statue 2 steps away on the side. This ornamental spear was much bigger. It was almost 3 meters long, but the thick width wasn't any trouble for Luke. Seeing Luke grab the spear, the cat-faced creature then charged forward swiftly as it brandished the double-headed spear in an irregular attack pattern. Luke curled his lip and unleashed the extreme power which he barely used as the spear he was holding whistled through the air and swept forward. The cat-faced creature subconsciously held up its spear to block the attack. Although Luke had only swept the spear forward, he was astonishingly fast. The creature had barely raised its spear, when Luke's heavy ornamental spear smashed against it. Clang! With a loud collision of metal, the cat-faced creature was sent flying, and smashed into a stone wall nearby. Luke shook his head regretfully. Your skills aren't bad, but you're weak. In fact, his opponent wasn't just a little weaker than Luke, it was a lot weaker. Coupled with the weight of the heavy spear that Luke was holding, the cat-faced creature wasn't able to withstand the attack and was sent flying. Luke found it interesting when the 4-eyed creature still didn't take action. Did they really view this as a duel? On the other side, the cat-faced creature stood up again with a clatter and yelled furiously, before it charged at Luke once more. However, it took smaller steps this time and continually changed up its pace as it brandished the spear. Clearly, it was much more serious this time. Luke shook his head and chuckled. Unless you have a berserk mode, your anger is useless. This time, he didn't bully the fellow with his overwhelming strength, but gripped his spear with both hands and met the creature head-on. The two spears instantly met in a fierce collision. The cat-faced creature used all sorts of techniques as it smoothly wielded the spear and swiftly switched angles to stab, lift, slash and pull, the spearheads always aimed at Luke. Luke, on the other hand, wielded his spear like a staff. Using a reverse hold staff technique which he had practiced before, and coupled with his quick reflex and expertise in close-range gunfights, he controlled the rhythm of the fight and intercepted his opponent's lunge forward every single time. For a while, the cat-faced creature couldn't even complete an attack with its spear. It was like in boxing, when one person wrapped himself tightly around the other man and the latter wasn't able to let loose at all. The cat-faced creature roared in fury as its spear drew brilliant silver circles in the air, but to no avail. While Luke had never learned any professional staff or spear techniques, he relied on his 20 dexterity, quick reflex and close-range gunfighting techniques to toy around with the creature. The creature was proficient with the spear, but thanks to Luke's extremely shameless disruptions, it couldn't demonstrate its skills at all. If anyone wanted to know how annoying this strategy was, just think about a certain boxing champion who bit off part of his opponent's ear. After battling it out for a dozen seconds, Luke had more or less figured out what the cat-faced creature was capable of and didn't want to continue tangling with it anymore. His spear suddenly sped up and slipped between the cat-faced creature's hands from below. It then swept to the sides to strike the creature's wrists. Protected by armor, the cat-faced creature's wrists weren't broken, but its grip on its spear loosened. Luke took advantage of that instant to strike once more and send the double-headed spear straight into the stone wall on the side. The cat-faced creature was infuriated, but Luke wasn't done yet. Flipping the spear in a half-circle, the lower part of the spear suddenly whipped up to hit the creature in between its legs. There was a muffled crack, and the cat-faced creature was instantly sent flying to smash the wall below the four-eyed creature 10 meters away. Sneering, Luke no longer looked at the cat-faced creature that had collapsed. Holding the ornamental spear in one hand, he stretched out his left hand and crooked a finger at the four-eyed creature. "It's your turn. Let's go." The four-eyed creature turned to scan the cat-faced creature with the equipment on its helmet. The cat-faced creature was twitching and couldn't stand up anymore, as Luke had broken several bones in its pelvis. The four-eyed creature finally moved. Jumping down, it stood in front of Luke at a distance of over 10 meters, drew out a collapsible double-headed spear, and adopted an attack pose. Exerting strength in its legs, it sprinted forward and charged at Luke. Luke didn't sweep the spear out as he had done earlier, but moved to maintain a certain distance between them without letting it approach. Holding the ornamental spear in one hand, Luke swiped at its ankle. The four-eyed creature was quick to react and dodged the attack. It then thrust the double-headed spear forward. Luke perked up. This guy was at least 30% better than the cat-faced creature when it came to strength and reflexes. He rolled past the four-eyed creature, one hand already on his waist to pull out an item. The four-eyed creature had barely landed on the ground again when it sensed a strong pull on one of its feet. It had quick reflexes, and two wrist blades suddenly popped out from its left hand. It then swiped out beneath its foot. The pull on its foot instantly disappeared, and it rolled away before standing up. Bending slowly, it was ready to go all out in another attack. There was still a knot around its right ankle. When they brushed past each other just now, Luke had snared it with elementary roping. However, the creature's reaction was really quick, and Luke had barely exerted his strength before it cut the rope with its wrist blades. "I wonder if those wrist blades can cut my alloy rope darts," Luke murmured to himself. With a sudden bang, the ground below the four-eyed creature crumbled, and it thrust its spear forward. The spear was much faster this time. Clearly, the four-eyed creature was going all out. Luke retreated and swept the ornamental spear forward like a staff again. The four-eyed creature didn't back down at all, and the wrist blades on its left hand flipped out again. Cling! The ornamental spear was cut in half by the wrist blades, and the four-eyed creature's spear continued to thrust forward. Luke raised an eyebrow. "You're relying on your equipment to bully me?" He rolled past the four-eyed creature once again. At the same time, his left hand reached for his waist and he threw out 2 black darts at the creature. The 2 darts spun toward the four-eyed creature in an arc from both sides at high speed. The four-eyed creature saw 2 dark shadows shooting at it as soon as it turned around. As it instinctively evaded them, the spear it was holding slowed down slightly. Luke, who was already standing at that moment, then twisted his body and hurled the half of the spear that he was still holding with all his strength. The four-eyed creature had just been forced to dodge the darts, when Luke's half-spear headed right for it. The half-spear hit it hard in the chest and sent it flying. Luke bent down and pressed forward. He grabbed a military knife at his waist and gave chase. Sensing the danger, the four-eyed creature twisted in the air and then plunged its spear into the ground so that it came to a jarring stop. It then raised its left hand at Luke. Alarm bells went off in Luke's head, and he slowed down, only to see the four-eyed creature's left wrist shoot out a dark lump. The dark lump was very fast and unfurled into a net 2 meters away from Luke. Luke raised his left hand, and the 2 black darts flew back from the sides before he flicked them out again toward the net. With soft clinks, the black darts were tangled up in the huge net, which dropped not far in front of Luke. Luke didn't press forward again, but unhurriedly drew out 2 more black darts. "You launch a net, and I use darts. Fair's fair, right?" The four-eyed creature couldn't say a word. Just now, Luke had hurled the half-spear with his full strength, and the creature's armor, which was used solely for hunting, couldn't withstand the impact. It was now having trouble catching its breath as it watched Luke raise the black darts. An announcement rang out in the space warship once again. "A suspected low-level guardian has entered the hunting ground. According to the agreement, the battle is between the 2 parties and nobody else is allowed to intervene. The number of prey exceeds expectations, and the hunters may not be able to finish with disposal. Prepare to initiate the cleaning sequence." In the ruins, Luke looked at the four-eyed creature who could barely stand on its feet. "Any last words?" He was ready to launch the darts. The four-eyed creature roared in a low voice, and Luke shrugged regretfully. "Sorry, I don't speak alien." With that, he prepared to attack. But right at that moment, he had a sense of foreboding, and jumped several meters away. Bright white light shot through the spot where Luke had been standing and drilled through the stone wall behind. Luke raised an eyebrow. "Another one?" Another tall creature emerged from the dark tunnel. It was wearing similar equipment as the other creatures, except that its helmet was simpler and looked vaguely like the head of a dog. Luke curled his lip. "So we're not dueling anymore." The newcomer with the dog-like helmet also adopted an attack pose as it held a long spear. Luke rolled his eyes. "After all that, we're doing a round robin." He had barely said the words, when the ruins began to shake again. With a rumble, a heavy stone gate fell in the middle of the passage. Luke didn't attack again, but simply stared at the newcomer until they were separated by the stone gate. They didn't fight for a simple reason. The dog-headed creature was worried about the four-eyed creature. It couldn't abandon its teammate to go after Luke. On Luke's side, the members of the exploration team were still evacuating, and he also didn't want to be stuck on this side. He looked at the stone gate for a few seconds before he shifted his gaze. A system notification suddenly popped up. "System, you have killed Predator Chopper. You may now learn some of its abilities." Predator Chopper's abilities: Basic Combat, Basic Spear Proficiency, Basic Tracking. Neural Telekinesis, unavailable, Body Temperature Adjustment, Elementary Limb Regeneration, Prerequisite, 40 Strength and 20,000 credit points. Luke was stunned. What happened? When did he kill a predator? At that moment, there were furious roars on the other side of the wall. Luke found a small gap in the wall and looked at the other side. He saw two of the two masked creatures standing in a corner which had a pool of green fluid. Luke then remembered that the cat-faced creature which he had sent flying had been in that location. Had the unlucky B***star been crushed to death by the moving walls? Because Luke had wounded it heavily, it had trouble moving and hadn't been able to dodge the falling wall in time, so Daddy System determined that he was the one who killed the cat-faced creature. Luke was amused. Just now, he had purely been testing the combat ability of these humanoid creatures in helmets. He hadn't tried his best or planned to kill them right away. After he was done testing them, he had been about to kill the four-eyed creature, when the dog-headed creature who was the last to arrive threw something at him. The ruins had started to move then, separating the two parties. But Luke had profited tremendously from this exchange. He looked at the wall nearby. The cat-faced creature's double-headed spear was still stuck in it. Above the spear was an impressive-looking silver disc thrown by the dog-headed creature. The disc looked a little like a crab. It was a semicircular metal plate with 6 sharp blades sticking out of it. This disc was very interesting. It flew in a curved trajectory, and was very lethal. It was far superior to his experimental darts. Thinking for a moment, Luke dug out the double-headed spear and the 6-blade disc with his knife before he stored them in his inventory. After he was done, he peeped through the hole again, only to see that the two masked creatures were gone. Grinning, he returned to the tunnel behind him and followed the exploration team's tracks. Since there was nobody around, he moved at his fastest speed, and several minutes later, heard the echoes of screams and gunshots in the tunnel. Luke heaved a soundless sigh. How many monsters were there in this damn place? He pulled a submachine gun from his back and grabbed another ornamental spear from a statue, before he ran into a passage. The roof of this passage was 3 meters tall with rocks rising like ramparts on both sides that cast shadows on almost everything. Pooh! 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 Using up all the bullets in his gun, Luke made the 5 or so shadows lunging at him howl and fall back. He shouted, "Focus your firepower on the end of the passage." At the same time, he swung the ornamental spear in his left hand at a shadow that was lunging at his head. Bam! The spear sent the shadow crashing into a nearby wall. It was a monster that was all black and looked like a cross between a lizard and a dinosaur. Luke didn't waste any more time on the creature. He simply strode forward and fired non-stop with the pistol in his right hand. Bang! 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 At the front of the passage, the shadows that had just stuck their heads out roared again at the gunfire and hid behind the wall. At the same time, Luke pressed the release button. As the empty clip slipped out, he flicked his ammo pouch with his little finger, and a clip shot out. He abruptly pulled his pistol back at that moment, and the spinning clip slipped precisely into the empty chamber. Pressing the gun to his chest, the clip was locked and loaded, and Luke instantly swung his gun around. Bang! Bang! The black monster that had fallen to the side earlier had just struggled back to its feet, when it was shot in its wide-open mouth. It howled and fell again, writhing on the ground until it gradually stopped moving. Bang! 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 Luke charged to the front of the passage and continued firing at 2 black monsters that were tangled up with the exploration team. The monsters, who had just pounced on and bitten 2 team members, jerked as they were hit, and fluid sprayed out of their bodies. However, they were unwilling to abandon their prey, and continued to drag the team members away into the mouth of the dark passage. Bang! 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 One of the black monsters howled in pain and broke away, spraying bodily fluid everywhere. Luke's expression was cold as he spun and whipped it with the spear in his left hand, instantly sending it flying back down the passage. His spear didn't stop there as it continued in a semicircular movement and pierced the spindle-like head of the other black monster, nailing it to the wall where it continued to twitch slightly. When he was done, Luke put his pistol away and grabbed Stafford's 416 Hong Kong dollars. He then threw his submachine gun and the clips to Stafford. "Organize a retreat." As he spoke, he didn't forget to take the ammo hanging off Stafford's chest. He suddenly swung around and pulled the trigger as he aimed at the top of the passage. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Put on. Put on. Two black monsters that had just scuttled out from in between the ramparts were directly shot in the head. The 416 Hong Kong dollars was definitely much more powerful than pistols or submachine guns. Since they were only 20 meters away, they were shot accurately 3 times each in their wide-open mouths, and the powerful rifle bullets instantly destroyed their brains. Insta-kill. As Luke fired, he quickly faced the front again. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Another 2 black monsters fell from the top of the passage. They roared and struggled for a moment before retreating. Narrowing his eyes, Luke yelled, "Their skulls are too hard. Aim for the bodies." Because of the angle, his shots hadn't directly penetrated the black monsters' brains, but only blew up their mouths, so they were still jumping around as they ran off. What frightening vigor and sturdiness! Luke changed his posture at that moment and fired non-stop with the gun in his right hand. Bang! 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 2 black monsters appeared at the end of the passage, but their heads rocked at being hit and they retreated. It couldn't be helped. It hurt to be hit in the head. Luke sensed that there were more than 20 black monsters at the end of the passage looking for an opportunity to charge in. "Take turns opening fire and shut down the end of the passage," he yelled. Taking out the military knife on his thigh, he then cut open the strap on his tactical vest and pulled the vest off. Flipping the knife around, he sliced off a large piece of skin and flesh from his right arm. The piece of flesh was black, and even as it fell to the ground, it melted into a gooey fluid. Enduring the excruciating pain, Luke activated elementary self-healing and at the same time spent 20,000 credit points to learn the elementary limb regeneration which he had just acquired. The blood gushing from his right arm instantly stopped, and there was a strong itchy sensation. No longer paying attention to his wound, Luke said to Stafford, "Their bodily fluid is very corrosive. Make sure not to touch it." As he spoke, he continued firing the 416 Hong Kong dollars and blew up 2 more monsters that were trying to break into the passage. Stafford couldn't look any more awful. He had actually already noticed it before Luke's warning. When Luke killed the 2 black monsters that had caught the 2 team members earlier, a lot of fluid had sprayed out before they died. Including the team members that had been caught, 4 men had died screaming. The bodily fluid had corroded through the bodies of the team members at a visible speed, and was extremely horrifying. When Luke killed the 2 black monsters behind him, only a few drops of the fluid touched him, and it had only been for a few seconds. Fortunately, he reacted fast enough and dodged most of it so that only a small amount touched him. His extraordinary physique and his elementary self-healing helped to withstand the corrosion, so he didn't melt the way the team members had. He cut off the flesh on his right arm that had come in contact with the fluid without hesitation precisely because of the corrosive effect. What he didn't know was how these black monsters were related to the 3 creatures in helmets. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Luke didn't stop firing, and killed 4 black monsters that had just appeared at the end of the passage. However, none of these creatures were killed instantly, and 2 even managed to retreat. It wasn't because Luke had missed, but because those monsters' heads were so hard that even a rifle bullet couldn't penetrate them in one shot. "Ammo," Luke yelled. Stafford promptly handed over all the ammo he was carrying. He had realized that Luke was a great marksman. The 4 bodyguards that remained were less of a threat to the black monsters than Luke was to the monsters with his gun. As he passed over the ammo, he instructed the team members who didn't know how to fight to retreat, while he had the bodyguards control their gunfire, making sure to aim before they fired. They didn't have much ammo on them. After all, this was supposed to be an exploration mission. Stafford wasn't an idiot. If they ran out of ammo, they would have to fight the black monsters at close range. Based on the team members who had been killed by the monsters and those who melted in half from the bodily fluid, Stafford prayed it wouldn't come to that. Finally, what was left of the exploration team retreated to the end of the passage behind Luke, and there was a lot less pressure on him. Now, the black monsters could only find another way round if they wanted to attack, since Luke would take them down if they charged out to the front. The narrow space was unfavorable for the expedition team, but very advantageous for Luke. Checking the time on his watch, he said, "Everybody, stay as close to me as possible. The ruins are going to start changing." Everybody immediately did as he said. There had been a lot of them earlier, but they had been separated when the ruins transformed. Chances were the others were already dead. Nobody wanted to face the black monsters alone, that was just suicide. As soon as they gathered round, the ruins shook yet again. With a rumble, the passage that the black monsters were in rose up, while their group side of the passage dropped, separating the two parties. 10 seconds later, the ruins stopped moving, and everybody was now in a small space, not far from which was a triangular passage. Everybody looked at Luke. But his gaze was shuttered, as if he was pondering something. A moment later, he said, "Stafford, organize the team and tell everybody not to move too quickly." Stafford was a little confused, but he didn't ask any further questions. Everybody now realized that their odds of surviving this and getting out of here were higher if they listened to this young man. Luke signaled to Wayland, and the astute old man stayed at the very back with Stafford and moved slowly. Since he was sick, nobody found that strange. Luke waited until Wayland had also entered the triangular passage, before he went back to look at the black monsters that he had killed earlier. Each creature had a huge spindle-shaped head and a big mouth with many fierce-looking fangs as well as a weird bony tongue. Its body was like a dinosaur's. Its leg joints were reversed, and its upper limbs were much shorter but had sharp claws on them. Judging from what he had seen earlier, this creature had explosive strength in its legs. What was even more dreadful was the creature's bony tail, which was extremely agile and had a pointy tip. Luke picked up a random rifle fragment from the ground and struck it against the tail, and there was instantly a 2-centimeter cut in the metal. Throwing the rifle fragment away, Luke examined the tail and saw that it wasn't damaged at all. This meant that this tail blade was far more durable than the stainless steel 416 Hong Kong dollars. Thinking for a moment, Luke got to work. Several minutes later, the bodies of the 3 monsters disappeared without a trace, and Luke quickly caught up with the exploration team that wasn't too far ahead yet. Seeing Luke, Wayland was perceptive enough not to ask questions, while Stafford simply drew closer and asked in a low voice, "Where to now?" Up ahead was a fork in the passage. Mulling over it for a few seconds, Luke said, "The left. We should move quickly." Saying that, he put Wayland on his back. The team instantly picked up their pace. This time, Luke ran at the front. Several minutes later, the team members were breathing hard behind him and clicking their tongues inwardly. Luke was very fast, even with Wayland on his back, and the team struggled to keep pace. They moved swiftly and soon reached a fairly spacious chamber. Then, the ruins began to tremble again. As the stone walls rumbled and moved, the way from which they had come was blocked, turning the place into an isolated space. Luke frowned and put Wayland down. From experience, there wouldn't be a way out of here until the ruins transformed again 10 minutes later. "Let's take a break. We're safe for now," he said. Relieved, everybody sat down. Since encountering the monsters, everybody had been keyed up. If they weren't running, they were fighting. They were all exhausted. The truth was that there were no longer any weaker members in this team. They had either been separated from the rest because of slower reflexes, or had gone missing after the monsters ambushed them. There was only one woman in the team. The rest were all brawny men. The woman was called Lex Woods. She was an African American who was the best at extreme sports in the snow, like scaling snowy peaks or glaciers. She was the safety instructor for this operation. Thanks to her extraordinary stamina, she was the only woman who could keep up with the team. While the other men were still panting heavily, Lex went over and said in a low voice, "Your name is Luke, right?" Luke hummed a response and nodded calmly. He was thinking about their next course of action and didn't pay much attention to the woman. If they couldn't get out, then she was unimportant. If they did get out, she wouldn't be able to leave on her own, so she was still unimportant to Luke. Lex asked him directly, "What are those monsters?" Luke finally turned his head and looked at her. "I don't know, Lex, but you seem to have a very good understanding of them." Lost for words, Luke waved at Stafford on the side. "Director Stafford, explain to this lady who I am. I need to think about something." Stafford promptly half-pulled, half-dragged Lex away. The woman was upset. "Exactly what are all of you hiding? You tricked everybody into coming here just to die." Luke's expression was calm, but he inwardly ridiculed the woman, lunatic. It was fine if she wasn't going to cheer everybody up, but she could at least keep quiet and rest well to conserve strength for an escape later. Even the big shot Wayland was here in the underground ruins. If he tricked everybody into coming here just to die, why would he come himself? To commit suicide? The only thing smart that Lex did was to keep her voice down instead of making a loud fuss. If the team members grew suspicious of Luke, they would be the quickest to die. On the other hand, it would be even easier for Luke to leave the ruins without them dragging him down. This woman was too simple-minded. Who did she think she was? A White Lotus? Luke snorted and no longer cared about her. If she still insisted on being suspicious of Luke and hesitated to act later, she would definitely be quick to die. After thinking for several minutes, Luke walked over to Wayland and asked about the exploration team in a low voice. Stafford had also dealt with Lex. He went back and on Wayland's behalf, explained the situation with the exploration team. In the end, Wayland took off his backpack and took out something from it. He said in a very low voice, "This is what the exploration team found in the sarcophagus under the sacrificial room. There are 3 in total, and they're practically identical, but the other 2 are in the backpacks of the missing team members." Luke picked it up and examined it carefully for a moment, before he returned it to Wayland. "This probably belongs to those humanoid creatures in masks. We may draw trouble to us if we hang on to this. Mr. Wayland, you have to think carefully about this." After a brief silence, Wayland nodded. "If they chase us again, I'll throw this at them." Luke nodded. That promise was good enough for him. It was clearly impossible for Wayland to give up the mysterious item just because of some speculation. However, if Wayland was still unwilling to give it up at a critical moment, Luke would decide between abandoning the item or Wayland. He wasn't a professional bodyguard in the first place. Giving up both the money and Wayland wouldn't be hard for him. 10 minutes passed very quickly, and a stone gate opened as the ruins transformed yet again. Everybody was ready to set off again. Unlike earlier, the remaining 4 bodyguards and Stafford had their guns out. They already had very little ammo left for the rifles. They only had slightly more than 2 clips per person on average, so the rifles could only be used in an emergency. Actually, they didn't have a lot of ammo for pistols either, they had less than 2 clips per person. The bodyguards' hearts were all heavy. They were facing an unknown number of monsters, but they still had to conserve their bullets. This was just hellish. What they didn't know was that Luke had another plan. The ruins were like a game labyrinth. The moment they started to transform, it became very hard for the people inside to get out. If Luke was on his own, he would definitely be able to find a way out after the ruins transformed a few times. That was because he was fast enough to make it to the entrance of the ruins in the 10-minute time frame. But with a dozen people following him, whatever route they took would transform halfway to become a dead end. More importantly, there were two groups of monsters in the ruins. The creatures in helmets were easier to deal with. All in all, they were few in number and their abilities and equipment were easy for Luke to deal with. It was the black monsters that were really troublesome. Not only were they swift and adept at ambushes, there were also a lot of them and their body fluid was highly corrosive. Even Luke couldn't withstand the body fluid, to say nothing of everybody else, who would either be crippled or die. Thus, after taking all this into consideration, Luke decided to wipe out all the black monsters in this place. As long as he killed these black monsters, the remaining creatures in helmets would be nothing to worry about, and he would have time to find a way out for the exploration team. The ammo shortage which the team was worried about wasn't a problem for Luke. He had enough ammo in his inventory, and the 416 Hong Kong dollars clips could be used in an M4A1. As long as he wasn't with the exploration team, nobody would know how many bullets he fired. If he could annihilate both groups of monsters, it wouldn't matter if the team ran out of ammo. What he needed to do now was find a safe place for the team to hole up in. Several minutes later, everybody came to a spacious passage. Luke stopped and took out a bag of items. He took out a few cameras and set them up in a few locations in the passage. He then gave Stafford a mini tablet with some instructions. After everything was done, Luke set off on his own. The moment he was out of everybody's sight, he sped up. Since nobody was around, he didn't have to conceal his capabilities anymore. His legs burst with explosive power and he turned into an indistinct shadow as he forged ahead swiftly and returned to the large passage which had been the scene of his earliest battle. Looking at the body of the cat-faced creature lying in green fluid in one corner, Luke chuckled inwardly. An empty black box appeared in his hand. Entering the passage, he quickly stripped the cat-faced creature of its armor and equipment, stuffed them into the black box, and stored it in his inventory. It only took him less than a minute. After he was done looting the body, Luke set off again and quickly arrived at a tunnel entrance. Looking at its strange appearance, he confirmed that this was the place. The walls of the tunnel were covered in layers of something that looked like fungi and felt rather soft when stepped on. There was also a transparent mucus identical to the viscous liquid that covered the black monsters. Walking a dozen meters into the tunnel, it opened up into a large cavern. Looking at what was inside, Luke heaved a sigh. It really is bad. The walls were packed with more than 50 people who were bound to them with something that resembled black tar. Except for the team members who were with him, basically all the rest of the exploration team was here. Most of them were dead, with gaping holes in their chests. On their faces were insects with long tails that looked like human palms. Luke had smelled these insects before, they were in all the dark corners of the ruins. Only 2 people were still alive. Luke didn't walk over to them, but stood at the entrance of the cave as he examined the cave floor. The ground was thickly dotted with egg-shaped objects. Some had openings in the top, but most were still intact. He also noticed that the eggs that had openings were the ones close to the human beings on the walls. Suddenly, the 2 survivors moaned in pain, and then started to scream in muffled voices. Luke frowned and looked at their chests, something seemed to be moving under the skin. Several seconds later, their screams stopped as their chests suddenly exploded. 2 gray shadows scuttled out and lunged at Luke. Luke curled his lip and raised his hands to nab these 2 gray shadows. He could already see that these 2 things were miniature versions of the black monsters. He now had a vague understanding of how the black monsters reproduced. The 2 little monsters in his hand struggled and screamed, and tried to bite Luke's hands, but he had them by the back of their vulnerable necks and they couldn't reach him at all. Studying the monsters for a moment, Luke then curled his lip and tightened his grip. With 2 cracks, the heads of the 2 little monsters twisted and their tongues hung out. Luke jostled their heads with his thumbs, and they wobbled like bobbleheads. Luke's head also swayed along, before he chuckled soundlessly and tossed them aside casually. He took off his gloves and threw them to the ground as well, before he put on a pair of new gloves from his inventory. He didn't want to continue wearing the gloves that had already touched the little monsters. Luke looked at the person who had been the last to die. His backpack was open under his arm, and there was something that looked vaguely familiar in it. Luke's heart jumped, and he took a few steps closer to the body. Taking out his military knife, he cut through the viscous substance and pulled the backpack out. Using the knife to check the contents of the backpack, Luke was astounded when he saw the two items that were inside. These things were actually here. He immediately stored them in his inventory and took out something else in passing. On his trip to Mexico, he had keenly felt the lack of a weapon for destroying large areas, like that wheat plantation. Therefore, he had specifically created this special weapon with the code name, Super Crematorium, aka, Born to Die. Super Crematorium looked like a black briefcase that was slightly bigger than normal, and it had a LCD screen on the front. Luke tapped lightly, and the LCD screen lit up. The thing that looked like a black briefcase wasn't the same as Luke's previous crude products made from everyday materials. It was a top-grade product made out of specialized materials which was guaranteed to burn at an unimaginable temperature and duration. Setting the timer for 10 seconds on the LCD screen, Luke threw the super crematorium into the center of the cavern and ran. Not only did he have to get away from the inferno that would ignite soon, he also had to watch out for the egg-shaped objects around the entrance, which were starting to open slowly. Luke didn't even need to look to know that it was the weird long-tailed insects inside the eggs. He didn't want these disgusting creatures jumping at his face. After charging out of the cave, he turned and ran back the way he came. After this interlude, it would be time for the ruins to transform as well. 10 seconds later, there was a massive explosion in the monster's nest as a burning, sticky substance splattered the entire cave. The substance stuck to the eggs, the walls and the roof of the cave, burning like crazy. The eggs exploded one by one as they burned. The long-tailed insects inside were covered with the burning sticky substance the moment they burrowed out and instantly ran around like crazy. However, the substance was all around them. They didn't run very far before they curled up from being set on fire and burnt to ash. The ruins started to shake again, and with a deafening rumble, the enormous cavern that had become a sea of fire dropped down. At the very bottom of the ruins, a large group of black monsters turned their heads, as if sensing something. However, they promptly turned back around at a loud roar, and looked at the colossal creature in front of them. This gigantic creature was lying on an enormous sack-like object, its head, torso, limbs and tail restrained by iron bars and chains. It could barely move. Overall, it resembled the black monsters, but its head wasn't a simple and smooth spindle. Instead, its head was bigger at the back and had deer horns that looked like a crown. The colossal creature was howling in pain. Greenish-yellow body fluid gushed out of numerous gaping wounds on its body and swiftly corroded its iron shackles. In just a couple of minutes, half of the iron shackles restraining it were broken. It struggled, and the metal bars and chains crumbled. Looking up, it roared and stood up on the gigantic sack-like object. It broke away from the sack, and thick and dirty fluid poured out of the broken sack. The colossal monster roared, and with the first step it took, the ground shook. With the second and third steps, its unsteady gait stabilized. The gigantic creature raised its head and roared again, as if excited that it had finally escaped its cage. Luke, who had just reunited with the other survivors, looked at a certain passageway, as if sensing something. In another room inside the ruins, the four-eyed creature and the creature with the dog head helmet dropped the broken limbs of the black monsters in their hands and looked in the direction of the roar. They looked at each other and put on their helmets again. Different from just now, a symbol that looked similar to a propeller appeared on the smooth forehead part of their helmets. Then, the four-eyed creature and the dog-head creature roared at the same time, as if responding to the gigantic creature. They sped up and charged to the bottom of the ruins. Luke set off again as well after the terrain changed. The changes this time barely impacted the survivors' defensive position, so Luke could go out again to eliminate more black monsters. Detouring and running for hundreds of meters in the labyrinthine ruins, Luke paused. Roars were coming out of the passage in front of him. With a strange look on his face, he moved to the entrance of the passage and craned his neck to look inside. Here, another enormous space had appeared. A square-shaped site about 60 meters on each side sank down to a depth of about 7 to 8 meters to create what looked like an auditorium. It wasn't surrounded by spectator seats, but had various sculptures and thick, square pillars that were arranged in an organized fashion. Of course, all these things were now in a mess. Two sides were currently fighting it out in the site, the black monsters and the two creatures in helmets. And there were two battles going on at the same time. The four-eyed creature was being chased by a gigantic black monster. It had completely lost its previous momentum and was clearly in a difficult position. The colossal black monster was seriously horrifying. The four-eyed creature could barely resist its attacks with its long spear. Most of the time, the four-eyed creature could only obstruct the enemy using the sculptures and pillars in the field. The dog-headed creature, on the other hand, was fighting dozens of the regular black monsters. With the odd, six-clawed disc in its hand, it chopped off a monster head, or sent it flying every now and then to cut apart a monster body. The double-headed spear in its other hand spun constantly as the helmeted creature killed the black monsters in its way. Luke smacked his lips and didn't think that these two would be able to last for much longer. Who should he help? The question popped up in Luke's head. A moment later, he decided, he wouldn't help anyone. The black monsters had killed dozens of members of the exploration team, but the helmeted creatures had also killed many people. For the exploration team, both sides were enemies. If they wanted to fight each other, they were free to do so. The four-eyed creature and the dog-headed creature shot glances at Luke soon after he showed up, only to see him leaning leisurely against the wall at the corner, as if he were enjoying the show. They seemed to sense that Luke didn't want to get involved, so they instantly shifted their attention back to the battle. Unfortunately, Luke's hopes of enjoying a good show were quickly destroyed. As he played the spectator with one hand in his pocket, Luke suddenly sighed. I hate the brainless monsters most. He suddenly raised his 416 Hong Kong dollars and stepped back. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The two black monsters that had charged into the passage one after another howled and twitched. As if Luke had predicted their movements, he shot them in the head the moment they scuttled into the passage. The rifle bullets couldn't directly penetrate their big heads, but they could injure them. The two black monsters jerked and fell back. Standing in place, Luke bent slightly in the standard shooting posture and raised his gun with both hands before he pulled the trigger. Bam! 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 Fluid burst out of the black monsters' mouths while they were still struggling. They twitched and then rolled down the giant stone stairs. The two parties locked in fierce battle both noticed the noise. But the four-eyed creature and the dog-headed creature were too busy to care. After all, the bullets weren't aimed at them. Only 10 or so of the abundant force that was the black monsters charged toward Luke, as if determined to kill him instantly. Luke smiled mockingly. There's no one else here to help you. Luke didn't move at all but maintained his shooting posture with his back slightly bent. Intense gunshots burst out of the 416 Hong Kong dollars in his hand. Bang! 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 3 of the black monsters charging at him instantly shuddered and fell. Don't yell with your mouths wide open while you're charging. Who do you think you're scaring? He mumbled, before he suddenly darted sideways. The black monsters that were just several meters away suddenly realized that their target was already moving further and further away from their large mouths. That was because Luke was even faster than they were. As he ran, Luke reloaded the 416 Hong Kong dollars in his hand. Since the exploration team wasn't with him, he had an infinite supply of bullets. Why would Luke fear the enemy, who only had a slight advantage in numbers, when he had so many bullets? Bang! 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 The heads of the two black monsters at the very front jerked, and they crashed into a wall. Luke slowed down and turned around so that he was firing as he ran backwards instead of shooting with his body half twisted. Bang! 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 The last two black monsters chasing him fell as well. None of the 7 monsters were killed immediately. They were still struggling and howling, but their movements were getting weaker. Even with how sturdy they were, they couldn't take the damage from the bullets piercing their brains. Their blood could corrode metal, but it would take time to do so. On the other hand, it took less time for the bullets to create holes. Luke had been aiming at their mouths, or rather, at their brains located behind their mouths, who told them to open their mouths wide when chasing the enemy. I really can't help myself, with how big your mouths are. Luke chuckled to himself and propped the gun on his shoulder as he leaned against the wall to watch the show again. This was a rare opportunity for him to probe the strength of both parties as a spectator without needing to take any action himself. The situation on the battlefield finally changed with his arrival as well as the black monster's stupid indiscriminate attack. 9 of the regular black monsters, which was almost 1/3 of the total, had been killed. The pressure on the dog-headed creature was significantly reduced, and the 4-eyed creature had more room to run around in and escape. On the black monster side, there were still 21 regular black monsters and that one gigantic monster. The black monsters were far bigger and stronger, and more agile and quicker than ordinary human beings. Their attacks were also more lethal. They had pointy fangs, sharp claws, and long, bony tails that were agile and sharp. No matter how you looked at it, they weren't anything like an ordinary creature. It might be more accurate to describe them as creatures bred for killing. Their opponents, the 2 creatures in helmets, had astonishing strength and agility too. If the 4-eyed creature wasn't so small and the dog-headed creature wasn't outnumbered, they wouldn't necessarily be oppressed by the black monsters so easily. But the black monsters were in the end monsters, and there was no way to obliterate their thirst for killing. Luke hadn't even watched the show for a minute, when several black monsters nearby noticed him and charged at him again. Looking at the morons coming at him quickly from among the sculptures and pillars, Luke chuckled. Idiots! Gunshots rang out. The 4 black monsters charging over were hit in their torsos and slowed down for a moment. The bullets that followed after that shot into their mouths as they howled, creating new channels inside their heads. As he killed more and more black monsters, Luke had basically grasped the specific rhythm for dealing with them. For Luke, as long as his bullets could break his enemies' defenses and wound them fatally, they weren't hard to handle. These monsters were strong at offense but weak at defense. As long as Luke had enough space to kite them, he could kill them without getting injured at all. He had restrained himself earlier in the face of these monsters partly because he had to protect the weak chickens that was the exploration team and partly because he had been keeping a lid on his strength all this time so that it was in the range of an ordinary person's capability, which wasn't even 1/10 of his true capability. That was also why he could be so calm despite the danger right now. After he attacked again, the black monsters couldn't hold back anymore. They knew nothing but slaughter, but they had keen battle intuition. They could easily tell who was the bigger threat on this battlefield. Among the regular black monsters, one which had a green net-like mark on its head roared, and half of the dozen black monsters followed it in charging at Luke. Luke raised the 416 Hong Kong dollars and moved with quick, short steps again. He wasn't fleeing from the monsters, but preventing them from approaching him with his quick movements. Don't let your enemies surround you in an attack. That was basic common sense. It also meant that one had to take the initiative in a battle. As long as the enemy couldn't surround him, there was always a chance to divide and conquer. Luke chose the left side first, which had fewer monsters. It was also the direction which the dog-headed creature was in. The 3 black monsters had just turned around to pounce, when they were shot in the chest. This was followed by a couple of shots which blew their brains out in a smooth series of movements. There was no rule which said that the Mozambique drill was useless on monsters. Luke chuckled inwardly. Simply put, the Mozambique drill was one shot to the body first, and the moment the enemy froze, it was another 2 shots to their head. After Luke saw through the black monster's attack patterns, they weren't any harder for Luke to deal with than humans wearing bulletproof vests. Luke had used the Mozambique drill a little more frequently when the system first appeared, but hadn't used it as much in recent months. That was because most people didn't require a second shot, including even the superhumans, for him to kill them. After Luke got halfway around this plaza-like area, 10 more black monsters collapsed. That included the regular black monster that had been giving out the orders, who howled as Luke took it down with 3 bullets. At this point, the colossal monster finally gave up chasing the 4-eyed creature. It turned around to charge at Luke with a furious-sounding roar. Luke reloaded his gun unhurriedly and murmured, "What are you looking at? I'll kill you too if you keep looking." By you, he was naturally referring to the 4-eyed creature and the dog-headed creature. But the 4-eyed creature suddenly doubled back. When the colossal monster was distracted, it leapt 5 meters into the air, and stabbed its double-headed spear forward. Luke's expression was of one witnessing a tragic scene. Poochie. With a light sound, that glittering double-headed spear pierced the gigantic creature's big head as if it were tofu. At first glance, it looked like the monster had just put on a hairpin. The gigantic monster howled in pain and staggered back. All the regular black monsters in the room instantly went mad as they abandoned the dog-headed creature and swarmed toward the 4-eyed creature. The 4-eyed creature barely landed, when it was submerged under the black monsters that pounced on it. Green fluid instantly sprayed from the 4-eyed creature's location as its tall and sturdy body was pierced by the tails of multiple monsters and then flung aside. In the face of its partner's death, the dog-headed creature roared furiously. The dog-headed creature tossed out its disc and instantly cut apart 2 monsters. Changing the disc that flew back to it, the dog-headed creature charged forward madly. Using the disc as a melee weapon along with the double-headed spear, it swung them fast and passed through the rest of the regular black monsters. The black monsters immediately stopped moving. Their big heads either had holes in them or were cut into 2, and their bodies fell to the ground. The dog-headed creature stood in place and turned around. Looking at these troublesome opponents, it raised its right hand and let out another roar. This time, Luke heard jubilance in its roar, as if it had completed something very important. Suddenly, the dog-headed creature turned around and threw out the disc again with its right hand. The disc curved and cut the neck of the colossal monster behind it. But at the same time, an enormous and sharp tail pierced the dog-headed creature's chest and lifted it up. Both of them were gravely wounded. The 4-eyed creature's sudden outburst heavily wounded the colossal monster, and the 2 parties that had been fighting all this time were suddenly at the end of their rope. Now, both of them were almost dead. Almost, because the gigantic monster was still alive even though the disc had cut through 1/3 of its neck, it hadn't been killed instantly. Giving a mad howl, it raised the dog-headed creature's body high, as if proclaiming its might. Luke simply watched in silence. Now, the colossal monster and Luke were the only living creatures in this space. After it was done with its display, that fierce head turned in Luke's direction. Luke curled his lip and reached under his armpit to take out a revolver with a barrel that was longer than a regular M500's. Surprise, Motherf asterisk cur. Bang! 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 5 bullets were fired at the colossal monster almost instantaneously. It subconsciously dodged, but 2 holes appeared in its body, and greenish-yellow body fluid gushed out. Luke said mockingly, "If you had stood still, you would have 1 less bullet in you, you idiot." Only one of the 5 bullets had been aimed at the gigantic monster's original location, the other bullets had been aimed to the left and right. Having just observed the gigantic creature's battle, Luke had a faint idea of its pattern of movements. Considering its speed and reactions, and that it was far more intelligent than the regular monsters, it would certainly dodge any incoming attacks. To deal with this intelligent creature, Luke thus switched to a more purposeful form of shooting. The gigantic monster roared and charged at him, and Luke immediately took off. It wasn't because he was scared, but the greenish-yellow fluid from the gigantic monster's wounds was sent flying everywhere and burned holes in the ground, which was truly horrifying. Luke didn't want to fight in close quarters with this giant monster that was like a festering boil. Adopting the four-eyed creature's strategy, he made use of the sculptures and pillars to slow the colossal monster down. It was like the difference between running on a flat road and running on a pebbly beach. While the obstacles weren't huge, they made it impossible for the monster to speed up, and its huge body size was a hindrance. As Luke ran, he opened fire again. After 2 shots, the monster's big head burst with 2 more streams of fluid, but it was still standing. Luke clicked his tongue inwardly. This thing was truly tenacious. Suddenly, he noticed a flash of shadow not far away. It was a thick iron chain, on the end of which was a pretty big iron block. The other end of the chain was attached to the gigantic monster's back. There was no telling what special material it was made of, but it wasn't corroded by the acidic fluid. Luke's heart jumped. Putting his revolver away, he sped up. After running over 10 meters, he grabbed that iron chain and continued charging toward the center of the field. The gigantic monster was unable to react when Luke exploded at top speed. While it was still charging forward, its target suddenly vanished and its back suddenly went tight. The next moment, it was flying. Avoiding the parts of the chain that were coated in mucus, Luke gripped it with both hands close to the iron block, and then started swinging the chain in the direction that the monster had been running. The chain stretched taut and the gigantic monster that was on the other end of the chain was sent swinging in the air. Luke spun faster and faster, and for the first time in its life, the gigantic creature experienced the thrill of a 360-degree daredevil Ferris wheel ride. Everything around it was a blur. It crashed into the ground and the stairs wildly, sending chunks of rock and dust flying everywhere. Luke laughed out loud. Thanks to the centrifugal force, the gigantic monster's corrosive body fluid was flung outward and couldn't touch him at all. He had never done anything like this since receiving the strength boost from the system. It was truly exhilarating. The non-stop collisions prevented the gigantic monster from reaching the peak of its inertia. On the other hand, there were huge cracks under Luke's feet from all his stomping as he barely managed to maintain his balance using the big iron block. In the end, he exerted all his strength before he was dragged along by the monster's inertia, and threw the monster into a wall like a shot put. The wall caved under the enormous impact, but didn't collapse. Disoriented, the gigantic monster was half embedded in the wall and couldn't move for the moment. Dropping the chain in his hand, Luke swiftly approached the gigantic monster and fired with his special revolver again. Bang! 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 The first round of 5 armor-penetrating bullets successfully pierced the monster's skull. Bang! 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 The second round of 5 bullets contained special explosive powder. They drilled deep into the gaping wound and exploded inside the monster's head. An even bigger wound appeared, and greenish-yellow fluid, with some solids mixed in it, gushed out. Bang! 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 The third round was 5 incendiary bullets which set the massive hole in the gigantic monster's head on fire, and it released the most disgusting smell. This was the first time that Luke had used his exclusive, unique pistol and bullets on a living target. The 15 special bullets were all shot unerringly into the gigantic monster's head. The monster wasn't that tenacious this time, and was practically killed instantly. Half of its brain had disappeared, and the other half was fried. An injury like that was too much for the colossal monster to bear. For Luke, killing this colossal monster was no more difficult than killing Ironhide Creech, though Ironhide Creech would probably be killed instantly if he ran into this monster. But for Luke, all it took was a dozen bullets to kill both of them. At the same time, the system notifications finally arrived. System, eliminate the aliens and their queen and stop them from parasitizing the exploration team. Completed. Total experience, 10,000. Total credit, 10,000. Contribution rate, 70%. EXP plus 7,000. Credit plus 7,000. System, stop the predators from killing the exploration team. Completed. Total experience, 1,000. Total credit, 1,000. Contribution rate, 100%. EXP plus 1,000. Credit plus 1,000. That was the end of the system notifications. The black monsters called aliens didn't have any abilities for Luke to learn. They were regarded as animals or monsters by Daddy System. Based on the rewards from the 2 missions, Luke guessed that the aliens could endanger a lot of humans, while the predators were only after the exploration team members in the ruins. That was why the reward for killing the former was 10 times as much as for killing the latter. Remembering the mysterious item in Waylon's backpack, Luke had a guess about why the exploration team was being hunted by the predators. It was natural to be hunted down after the team broke in and stole their treasure. But on the other hand, the predators weren't decent beings either. The death of the team members had to do with the reproduction of the aliens. The exploration team had come here because Wayland Corporation's probes had captured heat signals in the ruins. In short, the team had been lured here. It wasn't hard to imagine the role which the predators, who had placed the mysterious items in the center of the ruins, played in this hunting game. That was why Luke hadn't helped when he could have done something. He simply watched the 2 predators die along with the aliens. Those 2 predators deserved to be killed. Thinking that, Luke walked over to the bodies of the 2 predators. Suddenly, part of the armor on the 4-eyed creature's arm popped out to project the holographic image of a person in a red ray of light. Luke stopped and frowned as he looked at the hologram. The hologram then said in the standard accent of an English anchor, "Guardian of this planet, you are worthy of our respect. We acknowledge the outcome of this hunting ritual. Please convey these words to your highest guardian." At that moment, the ruins trembled even more violently than before. Luke was alarmed. Was this place going to collapse? It hadn't been 10 minutes yet. Why was it transforming again? But in less than half a minute, the earthquake stopped. Startled, Luke looked at an enormous entrance that had just appeared. With his sharp nose, he could smell the fresh air from the outside world, along with the smell of multiple predators. Also, those predators were approaching very quickly. Luke stepped back warily to stand close to the passage opening before he fully activated Sharp Nose. He then realized that the fresh air was unexpectedly coming from his location in the ruins. The maze-like tunnels in the ruins disappeared and were replaced by a broad and straight passage about 700 meters long that stretched from the entrance directly to where Luke was. This change in the ruins was much more significant than the previous transformations. No wonder the earthquake was so intense. The next moment, blue electric light glittered at the entrance of the enormous passage. As electricity flashed, 8 predators in pairs came out of stealth mode and slowly descended from a glowing blue plate-like object into the messy square. Behind the 8 predators was another predator in magnificent battle armor. Unlike the other predators, this predator wore a loose cloak that flapped as it walked. Its face wasn't hidden behind a helmet. It held a magnificent mask in its hands. Its features could be compared to those of a crab or a lizard. It didn't look human at all. The 8 predators cleaned up the battlefield and then split into 2 groups. For to a team, they constructed litters with their spears and put the bodies of the 4-eyed creature and the dog-headed creature on them, before hoisting the litters onto their shoulders and turning around to leave. The predator in the most lavish attire looked at Luke. Luke narrowed his eyes and stared back at the predator who was obviously of a higher rank. The predator strode over to Luke and fiddled with a device on its left wrist. A line of English words was projected into the air, and the anchor's voice sounded again, "Guardian, please accept our gift to you." The predator put its left hand down, and the English words disappeared. It then raised a double-headed spear with its right hand. With two clinks, the spear that looked more resplendent than the spears of the other predators shrunk down in size to a metallic rod. After thinking for a moment, Luke accepted it. The predator nodded and worked the device on its left wrist again. It then threw out a black tablet that was the size of 2 phones. Pointing at the item it just threw out, it made the gesture for an explosion, and a line of red words appeared again: "It will finish the cleanup in 10 minutes. Luke was stunned. "This thing will explode?" The predator nodded and walked back to the plate-like object at the end of the passage. The next moment, the plate-like object soared up soundlessly with the predator and the others who were carrying the bodies, and disappeared at the top of the ruins several seconds later. *T. Luke finally cursed out loud. "You should tell me sooner if you're dropping a bomb." Checking the time on his watch, he ran to the alien queen and cut its tail blade off with the fork-like prongs on the metal rod. Putting it away in his inventory, he ran off like mad. The black tablet which the predator threw out displayed flashing red dots, which disappeared with every passing second. By Luke's rough estimation, all the red dots would completely disappear in 10 minutes, and this thing would explode then. He was confident he could return to the surface within 10 minutes on his own, but there were still a dozen members of the exploration team in the relics. Running out of the massive passage into a straight tunnel, Luke, who was pressed for time, raised his head, and heaved a sigh of relief. The members of the team weren't all idiots. At least, Wayland and Stafford weren't. After that straight and wide passage appeared, they probably quickly made the decision to evacuate to the surface. It had been around 10 minutes from the moment the passage appeared to the predator activating the bomb. The important thing was that the collection of the bodies of the four-eyed creature and the dog-headed creature was clearly a ceremony, so the 8 predators weren't moving very fast. At that moment, the exploration team had already run into the upper half of the tunnel and was close to the entrance. Luke raised his voice and shouted, "Put Mr. Wayland down. I'll carry him. The rest of you, drop any extra baggage and run for the surface as fast as you can." His shout echoed in the long tunnel and easily carried over hundreds of meters. The exploration team hesitated for a moment, but then they remembered how Luke was faster than them, even with Wayland on his back. They immediately stopped hesitating and threw away their things as they rushed toward the exit of the ruins. Only Wayland and Stafford lagged behind. None of them dared to dismiss Luke's warning. They all knew that the young man had extraordinary courage. There had to be a reason for him to yell so anxiously. Everybody ran for their lives. Without their boss Wayland holding them back, the sturdy team members quickly charged up the remaining steps to get back to the exit. They activated the lift without pause and quickly returned to the ice surface. Luke checked the time again. There were still 8 minutes left, which should be enough. Keeping his speed at the fastest possible within a normal range, he went over to Wayland and Stafford, put the old man on his back, and started to run again as he said, "There's a bomb down below that might blow up the ruins. We have to run." Neither Wayland nor Stafford said anything. Stafford, in particular, was running with all his might. He had no time to talk at all. Luke wasn't too panicked. He simply glanced at his fake phone every now and then. After that major transformation of the ruins just now, there was no longer any signal interference. He had set up a camera near the black tablet and was monitoring it via his fake phone. Half of the red dot still remained on the device, which meant that it would explode in 5 minutes, just like the predator said. Luke controlled his speed so that Stafford could keep up with him. When they ran out of the ruins, the lift in the ice cave was moving. By the time they reached the cave, the lift had just landed at the bottom again. They got on the lift. Stafford keyed in the password, and the lift quickly ascended. As the lift went up, Luke checked his multifunction watch. There were 3 minutes left. But he saw many people craning their necks at the top of the pit. Enraged, he shouted, "What are you looking at? Run! The ice is going to collapse." Do you want to be buried? His roar was particularly loud because of the echo. The crowd at the top of the pit instantly vanished. 3 minutes later, when the lift was dozens of meters from the top of the pit, there was a sudden explosion at the bottom. Luke looked at his watch and smiled wryly. 10 minutes on the dot. After the explosion, there was a violent earthquake. A few seconds later, tumultuous shock waves blasted out from the bottom and pushed the lift up. The lift practically flew the last 10 meters. It shot out of the pit in an arc before coming down toward the snow at an angle. While they were in the air, Luke grabbed the buckles on Wayland's and Stafford's backs and did his best to keep all of them steady. Before they landed, he exerted strength in his hands and threw them up slightly, while he himself crashed into the snow dozens of meters away. The next moment, he exerted strength in his legs and jumped out of the depression to grab the 2 men who had landed safely, before he ran off. Wayland and Stafford were dizzy and didn't clearly see what just happened. Luke's series of movements made them feel as if they were flying. At that moment, both of them saw stars. The ice behind them cracked in huge chunks and started to sink. Nobody could see Luke clearly in the blizzard, so he didn't need to hide his strength. Every time he stepped on the ground, the snow under his foot was blown away and the ice exploded. He charged forward through the snow with Wayland and Stafford. 30 seconds later, he stopped and turned around for a look. The ice pit was already 200 meters away. The 3 of them were now standing on the edge of the crater where the exploration team's snowmobiles were. The ground 100 meters around the ice pit collapsed, creating an even larger crater. Seeing a few bright orange spots in the snow below him, Luke felt like a weight had dropped from his shoulders. Okay, it looks like they're fine. The 2 of you rest here for a bit. I'll help them come up. On the warship in outer space, a series of announcements rang out in an alien language. This hunt is over. The 3 participants are all dead. The alien queen has been eliminated. All the aliens have been eliminated. All the facehuggers have been eliminated. The mission ground is completely destroyed. Cleanup has been verified as complete. The civilization on this planet is more developed than anticipated. The participants in this mission encountered a low-level guardian who was too strong for them. This planet is no longer suitable as a mission ground. It has been removed from the selection of mission grounds. Recall all landing crafts immediately. Prepare to jump to the next mission ground. At the same time, several landing crafts with pointed fronts and petal-like tail sections soared into the sky a few kilometers away from the exploration team's location. As if he had sensed something, Luke looked at the night sky not far away. In the darkness, 3 long streaks of light shot upward. Luke watched the light disappear, before he turned his attention back to the rescue operation. Half an hour later, everybody else slowly climbed out of the crater. Luke also brought back 4 team members one after another who had twisted their ankles during the earthquake. But they were already very lucky, at least they could go back, and would be up and running again after recuperating for a few days. There had been more than 80 members of the exploration team at the beginning, but only 15 of them survived, including Luke, Wayland and Stafford. The other team members had all been buried deep in the ruins under the collapsed ice. Stafford had sent some of the survivors to drive the 6 snowmobiles over. 2 or 3 people got into each snowmobile, and they made their way back. When they first arrived, there had been more than 20 snowmobiles and 80 team members, but they were now returning with a pitiful 6 vehicles. They had suffered severe losses on this expedition. Stafford silently drove the snowmobile, and Luke looked at a gloomy-looking Wayland. "Mr. Wayland, you'll deal with the aftermath?" Wayland hummed in response. "Yes, I'll take care of everything." The vehicle fell back into silence. Luke began to reflect on what had just happened. Those predators showed humans no mercy, nobody on the surface had survived. When they flew out of the pit earlier, Luke had smelled the intense stench of blood. Clearly, the team members that had been left to guard the cave entrance were dead. That cloaked predator had seemed friendly toward Luke at the end, but it was clearly more because the Predator respected Luke's capability, not because it respected human beings. Luke hadn't attacked the group of Predators who moved the bodies because he noticed that they were wearing equipment that was clearly more advanced. Recalling what the cloaked Predator said, he roughly understood that the first 3 Predators in the ruins were there for some sort of hunting ritual. The difference between the equipment on the trio and on the later Predators was like the difference between tourists who hunted for sport and a special force. Even then, Luke was still confident he could kill this second group of Predators, including the one in the cloak. But this sort of risky action wouldn't have been worth it. Some of the equipment on the Predators didn't look like cold weapons, there was no telling how powerful their firearms were. The bomb which that cloaked Predator threw out at the end was proof of this point. That tiny bomb was portable and easy to activate, yet it was as powerful as a nuclear weapon. The other Predators had similar bombs on their wrists as well, which meant that it was very likely a regular weapon for them. Earth's technology clearly hadn't reached that level yet. If Luke had really fought those Predators, they might have detonated the bombs on the spot. He could have really been killed. He would have thus missed out on a pretty good harvest. Luke subconsciously took stock of the items in his inventory. 2 hours later, the snowmobiles returned to the icebreaker. The people on the boat picked up the snowmobiles and got the team settled. They were treated or got some rest or food. Luke didn't get a cabin, but sat down in a corner of a large lounge on the icebreaker with a big plate of food from the kitchen. The crew on the icebreaker was feeling uneasy given the deaths among the exploration team. They were also swamped with work, so Luke didn't bother to look for someone to assign him a cabin. This trip to the ruins had been completely worth it. Apart from amassing more than 10,000 credit points, which was so-so, he had harvested a bumper crop of abilities and items. From the aliens, he obtained highly corrosive body fluid, a hard skull, and a sharp tail blade. From the Predators, he gained 2 extensible double-headed spears, a 6-clawed disc, and 2 unknown items which he suspected that the Predators used when they were hunting. These unknown items were 2 of the 3 objects which the exploration team had taken from an underground sarcophagus. Wayland had brought one back with him, and Luke had found the other 2 in the backpack of a team member in the monster's nest. This was an indescribably invaluable harvest. The important thing was that none of the survivors knew anything about it. Even if the FBI's 17th Division caught wind of something, it was Wayland whom they would harass since the survivors knew that it was their boss who had brought an unknown item back, while they all saw Luke run out of the ruins empty-handed. He rated the operation in his heart, perfect. He wasn't referring to his gains, but to the cleanup. That should have been his responsibility, but it was the high-tech Predators who blew up the ruins with a super bomb in the end. While that last madcap escape had been a little difficult, everything had still turned out well. He cheerfully finished his plate of food. Putting the plate down, he then looked at the person standing in front of him. "Can I help you?" It was Lex, the African-American woman who was an extreme sports expert. She glared at Luke. "Why didn't you warn us when you knew that the ruins were dangerous?" Luke looked around. This was a cabin which had been modified into a lounge, and people would pass by occasionally, but they were very busy and didn't pay attention to the 2 of them. He heaved a sigh. "If I knew it was dangerous, why would I go down? If I hadn't gone down, how would I warn everybody? Or should I have said, 'You're dead for sure, stop trying'?" Lex choked for a moment, but then continued arguing. "You could have saved more people, but you had ulterior motives. Every time you went out, you came back empty-handed. Do the lives of the team mean nothing to you?" Luke searched his pocket and found a cream chocolate lollipop. He unwrapped it unhurriedly and put it in his mouth. Seeing what he was doing, Lex was about to flare up again. Luke, however, said, "At least I saved 12 people, including you." "How many people did you save?" Lex flushed and fell silent. After a long while, she finally said, "Why didn't you save the others?" Luke rolled the candy around in his mouth while he twisted with the wrapper in his hand. "How do you know that I didn't go to save them?" "Lex, But you, her words abruptly cut off, as if she had thought of something. Luke heaved a sigh. I'm only human, I'm not a god. I can't bring the dead back to life. Lex's expression was awful. Were they all? Luke nodded lightly. They were all in the black monster's nest. I checked all of them, there was no one alive. Lex opened and closed her mouth, but her throat was dry. She wasn't genuinely stupid. Luke had shown that he was a man with boundaries. In the face of danger, he had stepped forward voluntarily many times to defeat monsters and rescue the team. She didn't really believe that he hadn't saved the others because he was scared of death. She was only saying all that because she couldn't let go of the dozens of members who were missing, and just wanted an answer from him. Now, Luke had given her the answer, but she would rather not have known. As the safety instructor for the exploration team, her biggest wish was to bring those people back safely. Now that they were dead, she was overwhelmed with guilt. Luke glanced at her and didn't say anything else. This woman clearly was too much of a saint. He didn't plan to interact with her again after this, so there was no need for him to be chatty. He had only explained this much because he didn't want the woman to make things up about what he had been up to on his own. She would be a real pain in the ass if she deluded herself into thinking that he was some big boss behind the curtain, and went doggedly after him. That was why Luke liked to deal with people who were smart and had boundaries, the sanctimonious ones who took the moral high ground and didn't see reason were a pain. As for those with black hearts, he could use his bullets to deal with them. That was what he was best at. At that moment, the voice of an old man came from the top of some stairs. All right, Miss Woods, I'll handle the aftermath of this expedition. Luke is my personal bodyguard, he's not responsible for anything else to do with the exploration team. Lex turned around and saw Wayland. She exploded with anger. It's all your fault. I said before we left that being hasty would be a mistake. Luke scoffed. What bullsh***. That place was a playground set up by the predators. Unless somebody else got in first, the exploration team would be killed all the same, however much she trained them. After all, everybody had gone into the ruins to explore them, not to fight. If Wayland had known that such a fierce battle would take place, he would never have entered the ruins himself. Wouldn't it have been much safer for him to hire several hundred mercenaries to clear up the ruins first? Luke didn't say anything. But Wayland was a wily old fox, and in just a few minutes, was able to appease Lex. Of all the things he said to comfort her, money definitely helped the most. Wayland wasn't using his money to buy Lex's silence, it was compensation for the victims' families as per the contract. In Wayland's words, the tragedy had already happened, and the dead couldn't come back to life, but he would do his best for their families. What could Lex say? Her condemnation wasn't half as practical as the money Wayland was offering. Money might not be able to solve everything, but it could definitely take care of most problems. Wily old Wayland placated this holy saint and convinced her to go to her room and get some rest. Then, he walked over to Luke, who had been eating his candy silently. Luke wasn't interested in their conversation at all. He was staring up at the ceiling with his legs crossed and thinking about his own matters as he rolled the lollipop around in his mouth. Pulling a chair over to his side and sitting down, Wayland stared at a very relaxed-looking Luke and finally said, "Thank you, Luke." Luke turned his head and smiled. "It's fine, Mr. Wayland. It's what I was paid to do." Wayland smiled bitterly. It wouldn't be so troublesome for him if everybody was as reasonable as Luke. When the exploration team was hired, it had been explained to them that the mission would be extremely dangerous before they officially signed the contract. Now that this mishap had happened and so many people had died, Wayland was being blamed for it. But like Luke said, they had all been paid, and at 5 to 10 times the regular amount. A mission with such a high remuneration was bound to be very dangerous. Even Wayland couldn't foresee what might happen. Wayland appreciated Luke even more, this was someone who saw through to the nature of things. People like this were both easy to deal with and not. They were very hard to sway, but once they made a promise, they always carried it through to the end. I saw your efforts this time, and I'll add on a bonus of 5 million. How does that sound? Asked Wayland. Luke nodded calmly. The $500,000 stipulated in the contract has already been deposited in my account. Whatever bonus you give me doesn't matter, Mr. Wayland. Wayland wasn't surprised. He had read Luke's profile before he hired Luke. This young man wasn't like other youngsters. At just 18, he already boasted several million, but he wasn't extravagant at all. The 5 million bonus was for something else. He believed Luke was smart enough to understand his meaning. By not refusing this money, Luke was tacitly agreeing to certain things. About that unknown item, for example, and the aftermath of this expedition, he would avoid giving Wayland any trouble. The $5 million was both a bonus and to buy Luke's silence. After securing this guarantee, Wayland got up. Get some rest now. Your cabin is A03. Ask anyone on the boat, and they'll take you there. Luke, thanks. The return journey was much quicker. The thin ice layer which had formed in their wake when they first came was a lot easier to crush on the way back. After covering several hundred kilometers, the ice also thinned out quickly. It took the icebreaker only 5 days to return to Ushuaia. Luke didn't call whales or flag. The ruins had blown up and were buried under hundreds of meters of ice. Even if he told whales that extraterrestrial beings had appeared at the South Pole, where were the monsters to be found? The aliens had been completely annihilated, blown to smithereens by an extraterrestrial bomb. And the predators? They flew off on a spaceship. Didn't that all just sound like a joke? Since Luke had promised to let Wayland take care of everything, he kept mum. After arriving in Ushuaia, Luke and Wayland flew back to Los Angeles on Wayland's private plane. Wayland's company car sent him home. Opening the door, Luke heaved a relaxed sigh. Home sweet home. It was already 11 at night, but nobody was home. Luke scratched his head. Are those two up to something crazy again? He was too lazy to care about what they were doing since they were already out. Worrying about it now was useless. After sending Selena a text message, he went to take a shower. He was on the couch watching the news and had already drunk 2 cups of tea when the door finally opened and 2 fellows all in black dashed in. It was Selena and Dollar. One person and one dog were wearing black with hoods over their heads. They almost looked like a mother and son. Seeing Luke on the couch, both of them subconsciously cringed. Luke continued watching the news. Okay, close the door first. After the door was shut, he asked, did you get rid of all traces? Both of them nodded. Luke, okay, go clean up, and then we'll talk. A few minutes later, Selena was back in her regular houseware and came back with a smile. Gold Nugget cowered behind her. She sat down next to Luke and asked, you're back early, aren't you? Luke nodded. I completed my job, so I came straight home. What did you do? Selena hesitated for a moment, then replied honestly, I went out and beat up a few guys. Luke raised an eyebrow. Nobody died. Selena shook her head. Of course not. I only beat them up. Luke hummed and said, that's fine then. Go to bed if that's all. Selena and the dog lying next to her feet both widened their eyes. Huh. Luke drank his tea and said unhurriedly, isn't beating people up what we as LA police officers do every day? When we stop beating them up is the day we'll be on the news. Selena and the dog looked at each other and couldn't find anything wrong with what Luke said. But she couldn't help but ask in a low voice, is it really fine? Luke smiled. Don't forget the safety rules, review your operation at least 3 times after you come back, and don't leave any traces behind. Actually, I wouldn't object if you want to beat up all the gangsters in Los Angeles. This answer was once again beyond what they had imagined. All of them? That would be tens of thousands of people. Luke shrugged. Don't guys who do bad things deserve to be beaten up? Uninterested in continuing with this trivial topic, Luke dropped it and said with a smile, I was too busy on this trip to buy you a gift. I'll make you something once I have results. Selina was still shocked by that beat up all the gangsters idea, and just nodded blankly. The eyes of the dog at her feet, however, lit up, and it started to whine. Looking at that expectant expression in black and shiny eyes, Luke slapped his forehead. He had been speaking to Selina, but you could also mean all of you. This alien dog head was clearly flattering itself. But when Luke thought about it, he didn't want to disappoint the dog. I don't think you'll be able to use that thing. The dog's big head drooped at Luke's words. How about I buy you the best seafood tomorrow? Lobster or tuna, or even seal or whale meat if you want. Luke said. The dog abruptly lifted its head. It barked, then scampered around the house. Clearly, it was very pleased with this reward. Luke watched it run around in several circles with a smile. Finally, he grabbed the dog and pulled it over. But remember, you must protect Selina well, or you know what will happen to you. As long as Selina was safe, anything was negotiable. If anything happened to Selina, he would definitely beat the crap out of the dog head. The dog head pretended to shiver, but it wasn't actually scared. That the fiend doted on Selina was an ironclad fact which the dog head despaired over. The next morning, Luke and Selina got up early and left home before sunrise. They had breakfast in the car. They were taking the dog to Seafood Paradise Market in Chinatown in San Gabriel Valley. It was where the gourmets of Los Angeles bought their seafood, and there were a lot of established shops in this place. They were here to buy Gold Nugget a gift, and for Luke to buy a huge pile of ingredients to try making new dishes. He and Selina rarely went out of their way to specially buy ingredients. Most of the time, they did their shopping at the supermarkets. But the supermarkets they usually visited didn't have as much high-quality seafood as a specialized seafood market. When they entered, most of the shops were busy. It was still the darkest moment before dawn, but the market was brightly lit. There were people moving back and forth everywhere. Some were haggling with shop owners, some were talking or joking around with their fellows, and some were leaving with their harvest. There were puddles of water everywhere on the ground and a strong fishy smell of the sea, which made the place look a little dirty and chaotic. However, it was bursting with life. These people here were working hard to make a living. Selina was astonished at the scene. Wow, I had no idea so many LA people would get up so early. Are they here just to buy fresh seafood? Amused, Luke put one hand on her shoulder and guided her toward the stalls. Of course. People who really work hard know what Los Angeles looks like at 4 in the morning. Selina subconsciously looked at her watch. Isn't it already 5:30? Luke shrugged. But we got up at 4 and drove an hour to get here. Selina slapped her forehead. My bad. Thank you for your hard work, darling. As they chatted, the alien dog head grew anxious. It pulled at Selina's trousers and whined frantically. The two of them didn't need to look at the dog's expression to know that it was saying, Hey, didn't you say you would buy me a present? Hurry up, otherwise it'll be all gone. The truth was that this place did indeed do big business. The customers here were either foodies or those from F&B businesses. The foodies were here to satisfy their cravings, while the industry workers were here to diligently and professionally make money. A lot of the stuff here could be sold at prices that were 50% higher, or even more if the goods were rare, once they went onto the shelves of Chinese supermarkets. But Luke and Selina weren't in a hurry. Luke wasn't after precious ingredients, he focused on what he liked and what tasted good. Price wasn't something that he needed to take into consideration. Therefore, he decisively gave up on an ingredient if there was a mad scramble for it. His sharp nose ensured that the ingredients he bought were fresh and top quality. Gold Nugget never stopped drooling. It really loved seafood, but Luke didn't make or buy a lot of it. It was more troublesome to buy seafood than red meat. Luke also refused to buy low-quality seafood. Now that the fiend had come to this hallowed place to specially buy it food, the dog was truly mad with joy. Gold Nugget was also uninterested in precious ingredients, and chose purely what it liked. Selina already had a rapport with the dog. As long as she heard it whine, she would look in the direction of its gaze and know what had caught its attention. Gold Nugget also had a great sense of smell. Dollar's nose wasn't just for show. Fresh prawns, lobsters, groupers and tuna were purchased in bulk, while stuff like crabs and sea urchins were purchased on a smaller scale. Gold Nugget was more interested in food like this compared with Luke and Selina. But there was one thing that both Selina and Gold Nugget liked. And that was king crab. Generally speaking, king crabs could only be caught in the Bering Strait every September and October, but chili king crabs were available on the market in July. While it was only June 10th, a number of chili king crabs were already available. But they were sold at much higher prices than they would be a month later. Listening to the Chinese shopkeeper's spiel on how delicious the only 2 chili king crabs were, the mouths of the 2 gluttons next to Luke dropped open, and Dollar's drool flowed down into the puddle of water outside the door. Selina was a little better and remembered to swallow her drool, but her longing expression was also cast that way. Luke waved his hand. "I'll take them." After that, he leaned in close to the Chinese shopkeeper, who was in his 40s, and said in a low voice, "I won't bargain with you, but you need to give me 10 more of these things." The Chinese shopkeeper smiled mysteriously. "Those are the only 2 at the moment." Luke raised an eyebrow. "I'll pay the current price in cash." He then took out 2 rolls of $100 bills and tossed them to the shopkeeper's wife behind the counter 2 meters away. The Chinese shopkeeper's smile froze. His wife, who was also Chinese, was even faster at calculating than a money counter machine, and nodded at the boss. She gripped the 2 rolls tightly in both hands. Clearly, she didn't want to let go of them. The Chinese shopkeeper's smile widened. "Then wait a minute, I'll help you ask around at the other stores." Luke nodded with a smile and watched the shopkeeper call out to his wife before he walked to the back of the shop. Selina found it odd. Didn't he say that the crabs are rare? Where's he gonna get more of them? Luke whispered in her ear, "Don't believe him. This rotten old coot has more stock behind his shop, but if he puts all of them out, he won't be able to say that they're the only 2, and then jack up the price." Selina was speechless. The price that the shopkeeper quoted was already on the high side for rare seafood, otherwise, she wouldn't have been interested in the king crabs at all. Thankfully, on the way here, Luke had already told her that he had earned a hefty amount from his South Pole trip. Otherwise, she would have complained about his extravagance for the whole day. Even though they were already very rich, Selina had always been a frugal person. Very soon, the rotten old man returned, claiming that it hadn't been easy for him to gather all the goods together. Luke had no time for that and directly interrupted him. "Enough. I've already paid you, don't tell me you still want to jack up the price." Luke didn't think too much about it. After making that remark, he drove on and soon reached the front of a large building. Looking at the name of the company on the building, Selina was dazed. "Why are we here?" "To find someone and give them something," Luke replied casually as he stopped the car next to a parking meter on the side of the road. He paid for parking before they went to the building entrance. He didn't enter the building, but showed his badge to a security guard at the entrance. "I would like to speak to Supervisor Happy about something. Can you help me let him know?" The security guard frowned. "Officer, you can make an appointment at the front desk." It was very hard to directly contact Tony Stark. Happy was the person responsible for Tony Stark's safety. Many people wanted to get in touch with Tony Stark through him, so it wasn't easy to contact him either. Luke shrugged. "I'm here about what happened at the expo last time. You just need to give Supervisor Happy my name." The security guard frowned. The attack at the industrial park had been a huge deal. While the media never said that Stark Industries was incompetent, their neutral reports were already a slap to Stark Industries' face, and Stark Industries' security team had been questioned too. Now that Luke had mentioned the attack, the security guard didn't dare directly chase them away. He said something to his partner, before he said to Luke, "Wait a moment." He then went to the side and spoke into his walkie-talkie for a while. He waited a moment, and then said something into his walkie-talkie again. After that, he ended the communication and returned. "Supervisor Happy will be down in a minute. Please wait a moment." Luke nodded with a smile. "Thank you." A few minutes later, the burly Happy appeared at the entrance. He was a lot friendlier this time when he saw Luke and Selena. "Detective Luke, Detective Selena, what can I do for you?" Luke gestured to him, and they all went to his parked car, before he finally said, "I have something that I need to show to Mr. Stark, but I don't have a way to contact him, and I don't want anybody else to deliver it for me, which is why I've come to you." Happy frowned. "What is it?" Luke shook his head. "You can give it to Mr. Stark after examining it yourself, but please make sure that nobody else knows about it." Happy wanted to say something else, but they reached Luke's car by then. Luke opened the trunk and revealed 2 silver-gray boxes. He took them out and gave them to Happy. "You should only open them in a lab with no signal interference. Something isn't right with the items inside these boxes." Happy rolled his eyes. "You're giving them to me when you know there's something wrong with them." But Stark Industries wasn't some charity organization. They had dealt with too many questionable items, so these things weren't a big deal. Happy wasn't too wary of Luke. After all, this young man had met Stark several times and had saved them just recently. At Stark's instruction, Happy had investigated Luke and knew every detail about his background. There was nothing suspicious about Luke except for his slightly unbelievable combat ability. That was the end of their conversation. Luke didn't even give Happy his number. In any case, it would be a piece of cake for Stark to contact him if he wanted to. After watching Happy enter the building, Luke and Selena got into their car, and Selena asked, "What's in the boxes?" Luke thought for a moment before he answered, "A gift from someone else. Stark will help me study it first." Hearing that, Selena didn't ask any more questions. The moment she heard "study," her head hurt. Dollar shuddered hard in the back seat. Lately, a certain dog head had become very sensitive about the word "study." Luke rolled his eyes. "Enough, I'll make something good to eat when we get home." The other 2 fellows in the car immediately lit up with eagerness. Since LA's judicial system was overtaxed recently, Luke had no qualms about slacking off. Even the hoodlums on the streets had decreased. With the state of public security recently, there really wasn't any need to work so hard. After getting home, Selena went off to train. Dollar hesitated for a moment, before it left with her, since Luke had made it clear that it was still too early for lunch. As he was cooking, Luke listened to the local news on his tablet. There's been a murder at a playground on the east side of Los Angeles. The 3 victims were hung on the Ferris wheel last night, and are suspected to be gang members. This may be another gang fight. This year, gang fights in the area have reached. Luke glanced at the image and didn't think much of it. 3 men hanging from a Ferris wheel wasn't a big deal. It wouldn't even have been surprising if these gangsters had been burnt alive by their enemies. Black Bones, the gang which Luke and Wade the best hitman had wiped out together, was a shining representative of such ruthless acts. But it didn't seem that anybody had ever used a Ferris wheel to hang people, right? After thinking about it, Luke shook his head and dropped it. There were too many bizarre cases in Los Angeles for him to take note of. At 3 in the afternoon, Elsa suddenly called him. "Luke, boss is coming to your afternoon dinner too." Luke was stunned, but didn't hesitate to say, "That's great. He's welcome to join us." "Elsa, well, there's something important he wants to talk to you about. You need to think about it carefully." After a brief silence, Luke replied, "Got it, thanks." An hour later, Dustin and Elsa drove into the compound one after another. After he got out of the car, Dustin looked at the house before him and mumbled, "I knew this guy was living comfortably, but I didn't know it was this comfortable." Elsa wasn't surprised at all. She greeted Selena, who opened the door for them, and said, "Take a look at the backyard first, you haven't seen anything yet." When they arrived at the backyard, Dustin was rendered completely speechless by the blue sky, the white clouds and the green grass that opened up before him. He knew that Luke was rich, and that Luke's house was located in a middle-class neighborhood. Only after seeing it with his own eyes today did he know exactly how luxurious it was. He was instantly 10% less confident about a certain matter. Next to the grill, Luke greeted them with a smile. They were too familiar with each other to trade formalities, and simply sat down. Dustin waved at Selena, who was getting them drinks. "You come here as well. This thing involves you too." Selena handed out the drinks, and when Dustin drank his iced guarana, he sighed with satisfaction. "I'm here because I need to ask your opinion on something." Both Luke and Selena listened silently. "Director Brad will likely be moving to another position," said Dustin. Luke and Selena looked at each other. Elsa drank her juice leisurely, clearly, she already knew about it. Dustin was silent for a moment, as if waiting for Luke and Selena to digest the astonishing news, before he threw out something even more serious. "He may be transferred to another city." Selena was surprised. Transferred? She had thought that Brad was going to be promoted. After all, given his capabilities and achievements, there had always been rumors that he would be promoted as LAPD's deputy commissioner. "Yes." Dustin had another mouthful of juice and nodded. "If he's transferred, he'll need a team of trustworthy and familiar people to take control quickly. Do you understand?" Both Luke and Selena nodded. This was the regular approach. It would prevent Brad from being impeded by his new subordinates. While it wouldn't be hard for Brad to take care of this problem, for him to take control peacefully would take a few months at least. That wouldn't be an ideal start for Brad as a new leader. "So, I'm here to ask if you want to be transferred." Dustin gazed at Luke and Selena and said, "This is only what I've been thinking, and you're completely free to say no. Director Brad doesn't know about this. However, we've been cooperating well in the past few months, and you're the best candidates I could think of, besides Elsa." Elsa turned her head aside and couldn't be bothered to look at Dustin. She knew that if she and Luke weren't close and that bringing her along might increase his chances of success, Dustin would have probably bypassed her to talk to Luke and Selena alone. Luke and Selena weren't surprised. Dustin staunchly supported Director Brad. It was understandable that he would go over to help Brad establish himself. Luke and Selena in turn supported Dustin, so he wanted them to come with him. Dustin and Brad might hold different positions, but they had the same approach. After that, Dustin thought for a moment before he added, "Also, if you want to be transferred, you better talk to Stark Industries first." He was actually quite reluctant to say this, because he didn't think that Luke and Selena were in favor of this plan. Selena didn't say anything, while Luke asked after a short pause, "Can I ask, where's the big boss being transferred to?" Dustin hesitated for a moment before saying, "Keep this to yourself. Director Brad will be transferring to New York to become the first deputy commissioner." Both Luke and Selena were stunned. New York? Luke hadn't expected Brad to be transferred from the West Coast to the giant mire that was New York on the East Coast. NYPD's first deputy commissioner was appointed by the commissioner. This was on the same level as the police commissioner, who handled practical issues and was above most people in NYPD. This transfer was definitely a promotion for Brad. Brad was going to New York, a financial and cultural center, and to NYPD, the biggest police department in America. This wasn't as simple as an increase in ranking. Being promoted from a 3-star bureau chief to a 4-star first deputy commissioner was like a soldier in ancient times becoming an administrative official. It was like the old Chinese saying, "He who rules lives by mental perplexity, he who is ruled lives by physical labor." Brad would be on his way to becoming a commissioner from this point on. By then, he would no longer be a policeman, but a politician. That was partly the reason why Dustin dared to ask Luke to come with him. One of the best choices was always to stick with the big boss. But Dustin wasn't certain if Luke would do it. At just 18, this young man already had more money than most police officers could make in their entire lives. He also had never been interested in a promotion despite his pile of achievements. Even without Dustin and Brad's support, Luke would do very well if he stayed in Los Angeles. There was also Tony Stark, Luke's true backer. In the face of the LA superpower that was Stark Industries, a mere first deputy commissioner of NYPD wasn't worth mentioning. After contemplating for a moment, Luke asked, "I need to think about it. Is that all right?" Naturally, Dustin had no problem with that. Of course. Looking at his face, Luke asked with a smile, "Is it very urgent?" Dustin revealed another piece of information. "You have until October, it won't be as easy to act after that." Luke knew that he was implying that Brad's transfer would be after October, probably in November or December. Whoever wanted to go with the big boss had to let him know in advance so that he could keep the posts open for them. New York wasn't that attractive to Luke, but it was different for most other police officers in Los Angeles. Anybody who went with Brad would definitely be considered his loyal supporters. As long as Brad was promoted again and became head of NYPD, they would definitely benefit a lot. There were inevitably very few people Dustin could ask about a transfer. Brad wouldn't be bringing a lot of people with him. Those who went were bound to be ostracized by the local NYPD officers, so they had to be strong mentally and also have enough achievements. Dustin's old buddy Roger, for example, had a family and a history of heart disease, so he wouldn't be on the list. That was the end of the business talk. Dustin had come specifically about this matter. Now that they were done talking, he got up and was ready to leave. Luke urged him to stay. "Boss, the DA and the judges told us to take it easy. Why don't you have dinner here before you go?" Dustin shook his head. "There's a pile of things I need to do, all of you go ahead." As he said that, he noticed his trusted subordinate was still lying on a deck chair and showed no signs of getting up. He found it odd. "You're not leaving?" "Elsa, I haven't had a vacation in a long while. I'm here specifically to take a bath and to catch some rays." Dustin was even more surprised. Take a bath? What was that about? Had Luke conquered even this iron lady? Cough, cough. He hurriedly put a stop to his wild imagination. Selena was still here, that thought had purely been a natural reflex. Elsa didn't notice Dustin's strange expression. She simply pointed at one side. "It's Selena's spa. It's been a few months since I last enjoyed it. How I miss it." Dustin looked in the direction she was pointing, and saw an oval pool 3 meters in diameter. A spa. Suddenly, his confidence at persuading Luke to go to New York plummeted another 10%. Disappointment flashed across his solemn face, but he still started walking to the front yard. But Luke stopped him and pulled him over to the grill nearby. "Boss, since you're here, you can wait a bit to take some food back with you." Dustin didn't decline again. After all, he had eaten pastries and takeout from Luke more than once. They went over to the grill. Luke picked up a food box nearby, lifted the lid on the grill, and put the things from the grill into the box. He asked casually, "Boss, do you want me to pack food for 2?" Dustin replied just as casually, "Okay." Shortly after that, he realized something wasn't right. "Wait. Why did you ask that?" As the boss of the Major Crimes Division and with years of experience as a detective, his intuition was very sharp, and he realized that Luke's question was very strange. Luke chuckled and winked at him. "Boss, you really think nobody in our division knows that you invited that beautiful lawyer to a candlelight dinner at a 3-star Michelin restaurant?" Dustin opened his mouth but couldn't refute it. He could only grit his teeth and ask, "Who told?" Looking at his face, Luke put the barbecue into the box and shook his head. Boss, it is with regret that I tell you that it was the street patrol who spread the news, but exactly who started it, nobody knows. Looking at Luke's expression, Dustin could only sigh. Fine. If you don't want to say anything, forget it. Clearly, Luke didn't want to tell on his colleagues over such a small thing. Snitches were despised everywhere, but especially in the police department. When all was said and done, it was only human nature to find a girlfriend. Dustin had done nothing wrong. But Dustin felt a bigger headache come on when he thought of that woman. He was going to New York. Could he persuade her to abandon her career in Los Angeles and go with him? Why would she do that for him? Dustin, this tough-as-nails man, couldn't help feeling melancholy. Luke had a strange expression, but didn't make things worse and just said, "Boss, it's all packed up." Dustin accepted the box and stepped away. "Thank you." "Huh. What's this?" He had been distracted by Luke's unexpected revelation and hadn't noticed what Luke had cooked. Now that he smelled the fragrance of the food from the grill, he couldn't help but ask the question. "Luke, the first chili king crabs of the year." Lost for words, his optimism about Luke agreeing to the New York transfer dropped another 10%. He had been 50% confident of convincing Luke to come to New York with him at the beginning, but he was now only 20% confident. Going over to his car, he took out a file and gave it to Luke. "Since we're not busy at the moment, you can get this over with in your free time." Luke opened the file, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Police school training. Boss, is this all right?" Dustin snorted. "Don't get careless. Not everybody is that smart. Sooner or later, some brainless person will be incited into attacking you with this. Now that you have the time, get this sorted out sooner. In any case, it's just a formality." Luke thought about it and realized it made sense. It was indeed a problem that he had never been trained at a police school. Dustin had good intentions. While he and Brad were still in LA, he was giving Luke the green light to make up for this gap in his qualifications. Seeing that Luke wasn't saying anything, Dustin said again, "After this, you and Selena need to take the detective test as a matter of procedure. I'll arrange everything, it won't be too troublesome." What else could Luke say? He said sincerely, "Thanks, boss." Driving off, Dustin's feelings were complicated as he watched Luke wave goodbye in the rearview mirror. Luke lived such a comfortable life here, and could enjoy king crabs before they were even on the market. He also had Selena, and a spa in his backyard. Would he really choose to go to New York and suffer with Dustin? He just hoped that his one last effort at the end there increased his chances of success from 20% to 30%. Maybe 25%. Feeling very uncertain, Dustin disappeared from Luke's sight. Returning to the backyard, Luke brought 2 plates of roasted king crabs to the 2 women who were already in the spa. Squatting next to the pool, he gave them the plates and said, "Boss, that thing about the candlelight dinner which you mentioned in our group, I've already blamed it on the street patrol. Don't accidentally expose yourself." "Thanks." Elsa was genuinely grateful. She then said angrily, "It's all because of that gossip, Billy Wong. He just spreads whatever he hears." Luke had nothing to say. He didn't want to get involved, but Elsa had accidentally let slip that Dustin had a candlelight dinner with a certain beautiful lawyer when she was speaking to Luke. He was partly to blame, so he could only help wrap things up. It wasn't a big deal, but it wouldn't be good if Dustin thought that Elsa was telling everybody about his private life. After that, Luke finally talked business. "Boss, you've decided to go?" Elsa nodded without hesitation. "I'm all alone here without any relatives or friends. Going to New York wouldn't be bad at all." Luke shook his head. "But New York is much more dangerous." Elsa became solemn. "I know, but it's dangerous to be a police officer anywhere. Luke, don't forget Bullseye. There are plenty of people like him in New York." Pondering for a moment, Elsa shook her head. We ran into people like that in Los Angeles too, didn't we? In the end, it's up to God whether I survive or not. When he realized what her stance was, Luke didn't say any more. An unlucky person could be hit on the head by a falling flower pot while out walking. Being a police officer was a dangerous job. There really was nothing you could do except pray for God's protection and do your best to avoid danger. Looking at Luke, Elsa said, "Don't worry about me. You're actually doing very well here. There's no need for you to go." Luke smiled. "Thanks." He knew she was afraid he would agree to go to New York because of her. Dustin naturally wasn't as close to Luke as Elsa was. After all, they were partners before she became his superior. It was kind of like Dustin and Roger. In Elsa's opinion, Luke definitely wouldn't go to New York just for Dustin's sake. And things turned out the way she had expected. Luke would only give a reply after he considered the pros and cons clearly. Dustin and Elsa weren't the deciding factors. It wasn't that he was cold and unfriendly, but New York really was a good place full of simple and honest folk. If he barged his way in without a plan, running into a wall and bleeding from the head would be getting off lightly. That afternoon, everybody in Elsa's squad slacked off. Selena even called Elizabeth and Billy over, and Simmons was invited as well. However, neither Billy nor Simmons stayed long. They ate a bit and Luke gave them a big bag of barbecue before they went back to work at the police department. Simmons was a young white man and Elsa's new partner. He was still a rookie and had to build up his experience by working more cases. Billy and Elizabeth were partners and were already quite experienced, but they were both still a little meek in front of Elsa. It was like Billy Wong, that old fellow. He hardly spoke with Elsa one-on-one, and would only trade a few words with her in the lounge before beating a hasty retreat. Weak men were always this pathetic in front of powerful women. Old Wong, who was a henpecked husband, was even more pitiful. The truth was that most people in the Major Crimes Division were a little uncomfortable around Elsa, except for the veterans who were on the same level. It wasn't because Elsa was very hard to deal with, but because the Iron Lady was too intimidating and most male detectives didn't want to taste being suppressed by her aura. Luke and Selena were the only two in the Major Crimes Division who might be Elsa's subordinates in name but were actually more like her friends. Luke had set an example by joking with Elsa every day. Naturally, Selena wasn't scared either. So, the relationship among the three was very natural. Thus, the backyard that afternoon became a playground for the three women. Luke simply set the grill to keep the food warm, before he went back inside to work. Since he couldn't tan, he was only keeping Selena company during the occasional moment that he sunbathed. Since she had someone else to keep her company today, Luke decided to go to the basement and tinker around with his own hobbies. Suddenly, he received a call. He spoke into the phone for a while, and then helplessly dropped his tools. He said goodbye to the women in the backyard before he drove off, leaving the place to them. The call was from Jenny, who sounded pretty angry. He could only go and interact with this old secretary/new CEO. He barely entered the hotel room Jenny had directed him to, when she jumped into his arms and bit his face. Luke smiled apologetically and didn't resist. After venting her fury, Jenny finally breathed heavily in his arms. "What's your problem? The mine is already starting to produce gold, but you've never once asked about it. Aren't you afraid that someone will rip you off?" Luke chuckled and said, "I have you there, right?" Naturally, he couldn't say that Bobby, his human polygraph, was there to monitor the situation the whole time. He was the only one who knew about Bobby's mental abilities, and naturally, nobody had any idea that the gold mine was under Luke's constant surveillance. At that moment, the gold mine was operating under the supervision of Jenny, Bobby, Chris and Samantha. Finally, Jenny reported the company's recent development to Luke. The new mother lode in Boom Town was already producing an abundant yield. After just a dozen days of work, profits already amounted to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Jenny didn't manage the gold mines too much, she simply standardized the infrastructure. There were established templates for that. As long as the administration was in place, she didn't have to do anything. Thanks to the excellent business skills which she had inherited from her parents, she had completed most of her courses in the last half year, and wasn't far from graduating. At that moment, she was mostly focused on building the phone company. Currently, the phone company's startup phase was being funded by her investment. She pressed Luke's hand and said seriously, "My money will be used up before the product hits the market. Do you have a plan?" Luke said with a smile, "That's fine. I made some money recently. Let's put it into the phone company." Jenny was surprised. "How much did you make?" "5 million, said Luke casually. Jenny. With Luke's new investment, Jenny said that she would reduce her shares accordingly. However, that wasn't the only problem that the phone company faced. Your phone needs network support in order for those new and convenient functions to work, right? She asked. Luke nodded. But I already did some research. There's no wide-scale systematic wireless network in the whole world. Our phones are too advanced, she continued. Luke thought for a moment. You're saying the network has to be constructed by a big corporation. Our money won't be nearly enough, even if we invest all the profits from the gold mine into it, said Jenny. Luke pondered for a moment. Look into Wayland Corporation. I remember that it's a major corporation that deals mainly in global telecommunications, right? Jenny was blank. You want them to build and promote the wireless network? Luke smiled. It doesn't hurt to try. You have to let them know the benefits of a wireless network. With that, the boring stuff was finally dealt with, and Luke and Jenny got down to real business. The business went on for a long time. Luke returned home the next morning. Selena wasn't at home. Naturally, Dollar wasn't either. Luke had received a text message last night. Elizabeth had been so excited the previous day that she had gotten drunk. She dragged Selena back to her place to talk all night. Selena didn't refuse. Elizabeth mainly wanted to talk about the gold mine as well. Once the gold mine started to produce results, her mother's 5% share in the mining company had turned from paper wealth into real money. Elizabeth had learned about the recent mine profits from her mother, Samantha. Even though she had prepared herself mentally many times, the number was still too big for her to contain herself. But she was a cautious person, and didn't want to talk to an outsider about it. She could only come to Selena. Luke. Forget it. As his first student, smart Elizabeth had realized earlier on that this normally warm person was in fact inwardly aloof. She didn't have the courage to talk to him. Since none of the gluttons were here, Luke made a very simple breakfast and ate on his own. He then left home with a packed box of breakfast. Selena would go to the police department with Elizabeth. He didn't need to wait for her. He arrived at the police department, only to find that Selena and Elizabeth hadn't arrived yet. He was too lazy to call them. With Gold Nugget around, it wouldn't be easy for anything to happen to Selena. It was more likely that Elizabeth had been too drunk. After giving Elsa some food, Luke sat down in front of his computer. Sonia, the black female detective and intelligence expert, came over. Luke pointed casually at the food box. Help yourself. Sonia didn't bother acting polite, and took out 2 paper bags. She opened them and clicked her tongue. What's this? Lobster? Luke said in a low voice, king crab. Eat them quietly and don't say anything. Sonia's lips moved, but she dropped the subject and said something else. I made a couple of interesting discoveries. Want to hear it? Luke gestured for her to pull a chair over and sit down, while he took out 2 bottles of guarana from his drawer and gave her one of them. Of course. Here's your commission. Sonia rolled her eyes but opened the bottle anyway. She then said, it's 2 things. Firstly, a vigilante appeared in our district about 2 weeks ago. Luke's hand that was holding the juice paused briefly. He didn't say anything. Sonia, the numbers are incomplete, but they show that this vigilante sent more than 200 hoodlums to the hospital in the last 2 weeks. Of course, the hospital only took in 213 of them, many more didn't go to a hospital at all. Luke raised an eyebrow. So diligent. How many of those scumbags died? Sonia heaved a sigh. None. Practically all of them had broken legs, and those who were going to shoot also had broken arms. The most wretched ones had their 5 limbs broken. Luke widened his eyes and he smacked his lips. 5 limbs? Sonia's expression was a little strange. She looked like she wanted to laugh, but she managed to hold it in. Fine, my explanation wasn't accurate. Actually, the shortest limb wasn't broken, but swollen. Luke couldn't help scratching his head. So brutal. Sonia finally chuckled in a low voice. These people were all attempting rape when they ran into this vigilante. The other party kicked them in the groin from the back, and then broke their 4 limbs. Luke inwardly smiled bitterly, but his face didn't change. To be honest, I would do the same. Are there any clues on this Mr. Vigilante? Sonia shook her head. Not really. The victims are all hoodlums who like to get into fights. There's no proof that they were injured by the same person. Also, you know that the DA and the judges are strongly requesting that we ease up. Luke smacked his lips. Then fine. Let's treat this Mr. Vigilante like he doesn't exist. What about the other thing? Sonia, did you hear the news yesterday? 3 hoodlums were hung on a Ferris wheel in a playground on the east side. Luke nodded. I did. Was Mr. Vigilante part of that as well? Sonia shook her head. Not really. It was just that the incident blew up today. I'm afraid that the DA and the judges will be even busier after this. Luke raised his eyebrow. A lot of people died. Or were caught. Sonia, according to the information in the police department this morning, a lawyer, a DA, and a recently retired criminal court judge died yesterday and today. Luke frowned. Hate crime. Sonia nodded. The lawyer was found drowned in his own swimming pool. The DA's home was set on fire with him in it. The retired judge's home was blown up, there weren't even enough body parts to fill up one evidence bag. Luke tapped the table. That was really brutal. The way that the judge died, in particular, indicated strong hate. Burning a house to the ground, on the other hand, wasn't really surprising, since it was a common tactic which gangs used to destroy the crime scene. Sonia looked around carefully before she shifted closer to Luke and whispered, it said that the 3 dead men were related to a case from 5 years ago, and the only surviving victim from that case has come back. Luke sighed. So after all that, you're here for the face slapping, aren't you? Sonia was blank. What are you talking about? Luke spread his hands. You said yourself, a Mr. Vigilante is helping to beat up gangsters and a victim is getting revenge on some corrupt officials. It's like we law enforcers are the villains. Sonia's lips moved, but she realized there was nothing she could say. Put that way, it really seemed like it. She got up angrily to leave with the 2 lunch bags. This is America. This is our world. What can I do? Luke, however, let out a hey and smiled after she turned around. Thanks for the info. Sonia's face froze for a moment, before she couldn't help smiling as she raised the bags in her hand. Didn't you already pay for it? Goodbye. Watching Sonia go, Luke mulled over the first piece of information. The second thing would undoubtedly be a major LA case, but it happened on the east side, which wasn't his jurisdiction. More importantly, the deaths of a lawyer, a DA, and a judge meant that corruption and bribery might have been involved. He wasn't interested in avenging people who no longer had boundaries. As for the first piece of information, Luke narrowed his eyes and looked at the time. It was already 9:20, but his partner still hadn't arrived. But even after she showed up, he couldn't ask her any questions here, so he wasn't in a hurry at all. At that moment, he received a call from another number. He looked at the number, which didn't look familiar. He picked up the phone and casually said, "Hello, who are you looking for?" A dry and hoarse voice came from the other end. "It's me, Tony Stark. Where did you get the stuff you gave me yesterday?" Luke couldn't help but sit up straight as he smiled. "Do you think it's alright to talk about it over the phone?" After a brief silence, Stark said, "I'll send a car to pick you up at 10. Luke, okay. I'm at the police department." The call was cut off. Luke scratched his chin and chuckled. Doing this good turn was really hard. While he was pondering how to interact with this big shot, his phone rang again. He picked up his phone, only to see that it was yet another number he didn't recognize. Also, it was a South American number. Still, Luke answered the phone. "Hello, who are you looking for?" "Luke." It was a woman's voice. Thoughts flashed through Luke's mind. "If you mean the Luke who bought you a drink, then yes, it's me." The woman was silent for a moment. "Fine, the guarana and the raspberry juice actually weren't bad." Luke was amused. "How can I help you?" It was Rebecca. He didn't think that she would call him for no good reason. The fraternity should still be hunting her, and she should avoid communication as much as possible. A moment later, he hung up with a strange expression. "Seriously? I have to get involved in this too?" Taking out a chocolate lollipop, he slowly unwrapped it and put it in his mouth as he contemplated the information he had just received and what kind of benefits he could get out of it. Helping out was one thing, but what he could get from it was another. As a man who never had enough experience and credit points, he was already good at earning more and spending less, and it was a good habit he planned to keep. At that moment, there was the sound of footsteps, and someone rummaged around in the food box on the desk. Luke didn't even bother to raise his eyes. He simply asked, "You didn't have breakfast?" "You have to ask Elizabeth about that." It was Selena's voice. Luke turned his head. "So you didn't have breakfast either?" Elizabeth smiled awkwardly while holding the paper bag which Selena had just given to her. "Not yet." Gobbling up the crab sandwich and giving one to an expectant dollar, Selena complained, "There's nothing in her fridge except a few bottles of soda water. There isn't even a slice of cheese." Elizabeth felt a little awkward, but not too embarrassed. She was too familiar with these two people. "Luke, she lives by herself, and she often works late and gets up early. Isn't it perfectly normal for her not to have any food in her place?" Selena thought for a moment and realized that it made sense. Few people liked to stock up on ingredients the way Luke did. Of course, there were also few like Elizabeth who didn't have ready-made food at home. Very soon, Elizabeth fled with her crab sandwiches. When it came to cooking, she felt that she needed to study more. For now, she still wasn't qualified to join such a high-level culinary discussion. Luke was in no rush. He even gave Selena a carton of milk so that she wouldn't choke. He then gestured for Gold Nugget to hide in a corner under the desk, and snuck it some sandwiches from the box. Gold Nugget was clearly starving. At home, the dog could find food and snacks at any time. But there weren't even any potato chip crumbs at Elizabeth's place last night. Seeing how it protected Selena so diligently, Luke gave the dog 5 more crab sandwiches. After the two gluttons finished half of the sandwiches in the food box, Luke got up and said, "Let's go. Time to work." Wiping her hands, Selena asked, "What is it?" Luke said, "Let's talk outside." Standing next to the road in front of the police department with Luke, Selena found it strange. "Are we waiting for someone?" Luke nodded. "Be a good boy, Dollar." Dollar barked to show that it understood. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom drove up and stopped in front of them. Happy opened the door. After the two people and the dog got into the car, Happy gave Dollar a strange look. "You take your police dog everywhere with you?" Luke chuckled. No, it's family. Dollar, say hello to Happy. Dollar barked at Happy and then lay down obediently. Even the usually stiff-faced Happy couldn't help smiling as he waved at Dollar. He clearly liked dogs, particularly the obedient ones. During the journey, Happy gave them a brief explanation of what Luke and Selena needed to pay attention to when they met Stark, and for the first time, he gave them his personal card. After Happy was done, Luke said with a smile, "I'll be going in on my own. Selena and Dollar will wait for me outside." Happy found that odd, but still nodded his head. He couldn't help recalling what happened between his boss and Luke when Selena was around the last few times. "So, are you taking precautions?" Selena had no objections about the arrangement. Her attitude toward Stark was neutral, and she wasn't very interested in meeting him. Luke was clearly going to talk about some secret thing. Furthermore, Dollar wouldn't pass the security check at Stark's private villa. It would be troublesome if any anomalies were detected. Thus, she had the car stop several hundred meters away from the villa. Picking up the food box, she took Dollar with her to the beach to play. Quietly observing this, Happy felt that this scene was somehow familiar. After entering Tony Stark's villa, Luke looked around with great interest. His movements weren't exaggerated, and it was only a casual sweeping glance. Taking an elevator down 5 levels, Luke found himself in a crude laboratory. It was crude because it had clearly just been refurbished with special insulating materials. Luke already had no signal on his phone here. Happy stood at the doors silently and didn't walk in. He simply gestured at Luke to enter. Passing through 2 glass doors, Luke entered the central area of the lab. Though it was the central area, it only had 2 very simple workbenches, each of which had an item on it. Tony Stark had just compressed a bright light screen into a dot before flicking it away. Seeing Luke, he asked right away, "All right, Mr. Luke, this place is completely secure. Can you tell me now where you got these things?" Luke chuckled. "From aliens, of course." Tony snorted. As the leader of a super weapons corporation, he had naturally encountered this sort of thing quite a number of times, so he wasn't very surprised. "These 2 items are quite technologically advanced," he said and pointed at the short, small and thick item. "This one, in particular, should be an energy weapon." He then pointed at the double-headed spear. "As for this weapon, it's also made of special raw materials. As for the collapsible function, we can currently make something similar." Luke nodded in agreement. Tony looked at him. "Now, name your price." "I'll buy them." Luke chuckled and said, "I want the technology and materials. For example, the material composition of the spear, or the technology to build that alien firearm." Tony looked him up and down with a strange expression. "Do you think they're worth it?" Luke shrugged. "That's what I want. Feel free to make a counteroffer." Tony snorted. A counteroffer? He was too lazy to do that. "These 2 items are a little interesting, but only a little. I don't have the time to study them or figure out how they're made. So, you can take them back, or accept my proposal." Pondering for a moment, Luke said, "Okay, I accept your proposal." Tony was a little startled. "You're not going to ask how much?" Luke chuckled. "It's fine, I'm easily satisfied." Tony smacked his lips, as if he hadn't expected that response. He could only nod. "Okay, you can go now. The money will be transferred to your account." "Okay, bye." Formalities over, Luke turned around and left. Stark opened up the light screen again, but he glanced at Luke's back and felt it was strange. Luke seemed even busier than him. Outside the villa, Luke declined Happy's offer to escort him back and said that he only needed a driver. Happy didn't insist, and agreed with the arrangement. The Rolls-Royce Phantom picked up Luke and the 2 gluttons who had finished eating on the beach and returned to the city. Back at the police department, they drove their own car out. Before Luke said anything, Selena opened her mouth first. "Claire just called me," She's coming the day after tomorrow. Stunned for a moment, Luke slapped his forehead. Right, she said she was coming to LA beforehand to check out USC. Why didn't she call me? As soon as he asked the question, he understood. I didn't have a signal in Tony's place. Selena was a little envious. She's much smarter than I am. With just a little bit of effort, she can get into USC. Luke couldn't argue with that. Claire had always been a smart kid. In middle school, most of her energy had gone into activities like cheerleading, camping, skateboarding, dancing, singing, playing in a band and so on, and she hadn't devoted as much time to her studies. But even then, her grades were always above average. With a little bit of effort, she would be in the top tier. If she slacked off a little, she was still a second-tier student. After the last trip to Los Angeles, thanks to Catherine's covert encouragement, she worked hard in the last few months and was accepted by USC. Luke had been happy about this result before. But now, he was thinking about persuading Claire to go to a university in Houston. Fine, he was kidding. As long as Claire wasn't going to a university in New York, it wasn't a problem. But who knew if this little monkey would explode with rage in a couple of months? Looking at his inexplicable expression, Selena found it odd. What's with that face? You don't want her to come? Luke shook her head. You forgot what Dustin said yesterday about us going to New York. Selena got it, and she put one hand to her forehead. You really want to go? Then. Hey, why should I worry about that? Isn't Claire your sister? Luke smiled bitterly. Fine, thank you for worrying on my behalf. Saying that, he drove the car home. After telling Selena to help prepare Claire's room, he went out. On the way, Jenny called him. Why did Stark Industries transfer $20 million into our company account? Luke said, I made a small deal with them. Jenny. Do you have some misunderstanding about what the word small means? Telling Jenny not to worry and that the money could be used as reserve funds for the phone company, Luke ended the call. 20 million wasn't a lot, but it definitely wasn't insignificant either. Tony was extravagant when it came to daily entertainment. But as a businessman, he knew very well that business was business. Of the two Predator weapons which Luke had given to him, it was the energy weapon that was valuable, but he might not necessarily be able to study it. 20 million could be considered the market price. Luke knew what Tony was like. He could trade his watch for 2 boxes of strawberries, or blow up metallic suits worth billions as a fireworks show for Pepper. It was like how it was Luke's business whether he wanted to give Selena 5 or 50 million in shares, but when Wayland wanted to hire him for a private assignment, he had to pay $500,000, while Shira paid Luke $10,000 to be a bodyguard for one night. By the same logic, Tony could waste his money however he wanted in his private life, but had to follow the rules in the weapons deal this time with Luke. Business is business. That was an American truth. Has my luck been too good recently? Luke wondered as he drove aimlessly around the east side. Now that he made a fortune, he decided to give someone a hand for free. A good turn was the hardest to repay. After leaving some scrawls on the walls at several important street corners on the east side, he went home. When he entered the house, he heard noise in the guest room. Going over for a look, he saw Selena bustling about. When he looked at the new items in the room, his expression turned strange. Where did you get these? Selena was still straightening out the sheets that she had just placed on the bed. She replied without turning to look at him, I bought them for Talia and the others. They're still new. Peppa Pig? Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you sure Claire will like that? Selena, she's not 18 yet. Otherwise, why don't you go out and buy something she likes? Luke raised his head and thought for a moment, before he shook his head regretfully. Fine, I don't know what she likes either. Claire was actually very into cute things 3 years ago. But she was older now, and Luke wasn't sure what Claire liked at the moment. If that little monkey wasn't happy, she could always buy something herself. After making that decision, Luke didn't say a word and made his escape, leaving Selena to continue with what she was doing. That night, Luke went out again after 11 p.m. There was the sound of a conversation in Selena's room. "Do you think he knows? What are you afraid of?" Luke said that beating them up was fine, so just do it. "But we didn't mention how many people we beat up." "You didn't mention it." "I can't say anything, I have to abide by Luke's rules." "Don't you have any sense of shame at all?" Luke headed east. Entering an abandoned factory, he found a platform and lit a camping light, then sat down. At 12, a person came in through the front entrance. Seeing the figure sitting in the center of the factory, the person was startled and paused. However, the stranger was already saying, "Come over here. Rebecca asked me to help you." After a brief silence, the person drew a gun from her back and slowly drew closer. "Who are you?" The stranger tilted his head and operated his phone. "You may call me Puncher." The person raised her gun. "You're lying. Rebecca has no friends." With a soundless chuckle, the stranger again typed and played an audio message, "I owe her a little favor, and we're just barely friends. And you, Bloodmint, are someone she considers a friend." The person's face was finally revealed under the camping light. She was a white woman around 35 years old. She wasn't especially beautiful, and was even a little hard. There was a grim air about her, and her eyes were cold and dark. She was in poor condition at the moment. Not only was she pale, her thigh was bleeding through her trousers. Even the hand that was holding the gun was shaking. But she still didn't put it down. "You're from the fraternity." The stranger stood up. "If I was with the fraternity, I would have attacked you by now. Your injuries are pretty bad." As he spoke, he came closer. Ignoring her gun, the stranger walked over to her. "All right, putting up a front won't help. I'll treat your injuries for you." He then easily wrested her gun from her and dropped it on the side. His other hand was already supporting the woman called Bloodmint and helping her sit on the platform. Shocked, Bloodmint was about to attack, when Luke pressed down on her shoulder. "Enough. I had 2 whole seconds to kill you if I wanted to." Bloodmint paused for a moment. Finally, she stopped resisting and asked, "Why aren't you using your real voice?" The stranger shrugged and typed again, "And be as high profile as you? You didn't even cover your face when you stole the munitions. It's only a matter of time before LAPD and the FBI track you down." He then put his phone back in his pocket and gestured for her to be quiet. He quickly cut open her left trouser leg with a knife. Removing the simple bandages on the leg, he shook his head. This woman was really hardcore. The massive injury was almost 8 centimeters long, and she had actually stapled it back together. Luke's teeth hurt just looking at it. He searched his backpack, took out some medical supplies and gave her a shot of painkillers first. A moment later, he started to clean the injury and stitch it up. He was done in less than 10 minutes. Luke took off his rubber gloves, placed them in a plastic bag, and then put it away in his backpack. As for the medical supplies, he packed them into a black cloth bag and put it to one side. Then, he typed on his phone, "Keep these for your own use. You can still prepare properly before getting revenge. It's not like it's hard to buy medical supplies." Bloodmint silently watched Luke work. Most of the wariness in her eyes finally disappeared. Hearing that, she shook her head. "I can't wait anymore." Luke heaved a sigh. He typed and played, "Since Rebecca has already asked me, just tell me what you need." Bloodmint bit her lip for a moment before she shook her head. "No, this is my revenge." Luke heaved another helpless sigh and typed a long paragraph, "LAPD knows you're back, and that you killed the lawyer, DA and the judge in that case. A word of advice, an appropriate disguise is still necessary." Bloodmint was silent. Luke didn't dwell on it. He dropped a card and left. Only after he disappeared from the factory did Bloodmint pick up the card. There was nothing but a number on it. She hesitated for a moment, but still put the card in her pocket. Luke returned home and was surprised to see Selena and the dog in the living room. "Why are you still up?" Selena looked at the dog and then said, "Haha. No reason. I just finished training and couldn't fall asleep." Luke hummed and said, "Go to bed early. Since we're free tomorrow, I'll give you a checkup in the morning." Selena nodded and quickly slipped off to her room with Gold Nugget. Luke shook his head at the two guys. They needed to train their mental fortitude. They couldn't look so guilty after doing something so small. Just look at him. How many grand things had he done? But he was still a sunny young man. The next morning, Luke gave Selena a physical checkup after breakfast. Reading the data, he couldn't help but look Selena up and down. Selena asked, "What's wrong?" "Luke, your overall stats have increased by 3%, and your body fat percentage has returned to 17%. It seems the two of you discovered the trick to it." Selena chuckled. "What to fight right now?" Luke thought for a moment before he nodded. Stats were just fixed data, just like his 40 strength. Without his battle skills and abilities, his combat ability would have been less than half. While Selena's physical qualities had improved, it remained to be seen how much combat ability she had picked up. The plugin that was Gold Nugget couldn't be as effective as Daddy System's Super Learning Mode. Picking up a hand target, Luke signaled that he was ready. Selena's fists reached him the next moment. Luke raised an eyebrow and blocked it. "Your speed isn't bad." Bang! 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 Thunderous slaps rang out as Selena attacked fiercely and silently. 10 seconds later, Luke opened his mouth. "Okay, stop holding back. You've been training for such a long time. It's time to demonstrate your other moves." Hearing that, Selena paused for a moment, before she suddenly changed her style. Different from her previous form that was like boxing, her new attacks were even fiercer. She kept punching and kicking at Luke's vital parts, including his crotch, joints and throat. Luke, however, fended off her attacks unhurriedly and remarked, "Now that's progress." A minute later, Luke raised a hand and grabbed her fist. "Okay, enough." Selena was sweating a little, but she didn't seem too exhausted. "Did you go easy on me?" Luke smiled but didn't say anything. In terms of the system stats, Selena's strength and dexterity had only increased by less than a point. Without the corresponding boost in reality, she still had a long way to go before she could catch up with Luke. But this was already frightening enough. Her stats had improved by 3% after just 10 days, and her body fat percentage hadn't dropped. If she continued to improve at this speed, she would be twice as strong in a year. At that moment, she was twice as strong as an ordinary person, and would be 4 times as strong if her strength doubled. She would be able to become part of the extraordinary crowd all on her own. Also, this was only a measure of Selena's own combat ability. On top of that, she and Gold Nugget currently had a perfect symbiotic form, and Luke had yet to test her strength in that form. It was mostly because Selena was unwilling to. She said that she wouldn't use it because it was too eye-catching. Eventually, Luke only checked her stats for the incomplete symbiotic form. After looking at the stats for a moment, he quietly erased all the data. Absolutely nobody could learn of this data. Selena's strength was equal to Luke's in the incomplete symbiotic form. Her dexterity was slightly lower, but not by too much. More importantly, Selena boasted the ability to regenerate rapidly in that form, and her recovery was much faster than Luke's elementary self-healing. In short, Selena's incomplete symbiotic form was approximately equal to Luke, who didn't use extraordinary abilities. Luke was a little concerned about this cheat-like symbiotic form. But thanks to a series of fortuitous events, the odds that Gold Nugget would cause Selena harm were very slim, so Luke didn't take further action. He would rather have Gold Nugget protect her than kick it away for the potential harm it might bring. As the person closest to Luke, Selena would inevitably run into certain supervillains. If she wasn't strong enough, he could only have her switch to office duty in the future for her own safety. He commended Selena after the checkup. Watching her leave to take a shower, Luke grabbed the dog that was trying to slip away with her. He crouched down and asked, "What about you?" Dollar blinked its small eyes in confusion. "Luke, stop playing dumb. I asked you before to check if your own abilities have improved. Don't say that you forgot." Seeing the threat in the fiend's eyes, the dog immediately cringed and said, "Yes, a little." "Luke, what do you mean by a little?" The dog looked at him and said carefully, "It's similar to Selena." "Luke, by similar, you mean there's still a gap?" The dog hesitated. "That's not something I can calculate easily." However, seeing the fiend narrow his eyes, the dog confessed in a hurry, "Fine, I only ever eat half of the special energy in her body every time, and I return the other half to her. That's very fair, right?" Luke rubbed Dollar's head. "That's good. Remember, if you make a huge mistake, don't blame me for only giving you 10% of it." The dog shivered. "Got it." Luke stood up. "Stop acting. As a reward, I'll give you a tablet just for you in a couple of days." The dog immediately wagged its tail. "Really? Really? Luke, really, really? Go, it's time to work." The dog followed him out with obedient delight. "Really? For real? It's really my very own. Don't forget the safety rules. If you speak when we're outside the house, I'll cut down your number of snacks," Luke warned. The dog immediately fell silent, but then it began to whine as it switched to asking the same question in a different language. Luke could only roll his eyes and ignore it. Luke and Selena went to the police department. Selena distributed the pastries with a smile, and Luke sat down to read the files on his computer. He had to take care of Blood Mint. Although she wanted to resolve her grudge herself, Luke had to at least make sure that she didn't die. Another way to look at the saying, "business is business," was that when it wasn't a business-related favor, it was harder to work with. Rebecca and Luke weren't business partners. It was completely up to him how he wanted to do this good turn. To Luke's mind, this good turn wasn't hard to do, and he could earn credit at the same time. Naturally, he had to accomplish it diligently. This was a gang that had successfully bribed a DA and an experienced criminal judge. He was quite excited to take it down. This time, he couldn't ask Sonia, who was more skilled at gathering intelligence, to help him. Anybody would be able to tell that there was something wrong with him if every person he looked up came to a bad end. Fortunately, Mr. Smith had taken the blame for Ellsworth, otherwise Sonia might have become suspicious of Luke. The case was now under the Eastside Police Department's jurisdiction and had nothing to do with Luke on the surface, so it was fine for him to intervene. On the computer in the police department, he didn't directly search for files related to the case, but looked up the general public law and order situation on the East Side. He had learned some of the actual information through other channels earlier on, and only needed to make one more trip tonight to lock onto Bloodmint's enemy. He finished the research very quickly, and even had the time to call Catherine and ask about Claire's trip to Los Angeles. In the end, Catherine told him that after they saw Claire off at the airport, they would be traveling around the world. Luke was dumbfounded. Traveling around the world? Catherine replied happily, "That's right. We'll take a plane to a couple of places first, then a cruise ship across the Atlantic to Europe. We'll be gone for around 40 days. Luke, you've really made up your mind, haven't you?" Claire laughed. "Just nice, Claire wants to go over to your place. She's almost an adult now, and we can't take care of everything for her. Joseph will spend the summer holiday at his grandfather's ranch. I asked Sandra to look after him." Luke felt that the arrangement was fine. "That's great. Right, when are you leaving?" "Catherine, noon at Houston Airport tomorrow." Claire's flight is at 12 o'clock, ours is at 3. Luke thought for a moment and said, I'll send someone to bring you something. Have Robert read the user manual first. Catherine smiled. We're going out for fun, there's no need for a gift. Luke, it's not a gift. Just have Robert read the user manual. Catherine, fine, everybody knows I can't understand appliance user manuals. You don't need to remind me twice. Luke was amused. Okay, have fun. I'll take care of Claire. He put down the phone and smacked his lips. He was glad that Robert and Catherine were taking an impromptu trip. They hadn't gone on a long, romantic holiday on their own since their honeymoon, which was many years earlier. Listening in, Selina was a little moved. Do you think I should tell my parents to do something similar? Luke, sure. As long as you can convince Mario, I'm sure Sandra would be happy to go along. They didn't need to worry about her siblings being left on their own. Selina had a lot of cousins and relatives who lived close by. They were all honest and sincere folk who worked on farms and ranches. They could totally take care of Talia and her other siblings. Selina put on a bitter expression. Then there's probably no hope. Luke got up and said, let's go and do some shopping for Claire. Only a girl knows what another girl needs. Selina got up as well and sighed. Forget it. Mom and Dad already took an international trip at the beginning at least. Luke was blank for a moment before he laughed despite himself. Years ago, Mario and Sandra eloped from Mexico to America, that was indeed an international trip. As their daughter, Selina could mock them, but it was inappropriate for Luke to say anything. Putting his hand on her shoulder with a smile, Luke said encouragingly, there will be a chance in the future. You're a rich lady right now. If you discuss it secretly with Sandra first, it'll be very easy to surprise Mario later. Selina thought for a moment and realized that it made sense. Given what Elizabeth had mentioned about the gold mine, Selina could get $1,000 in dividends every day. Her family was no longer strapped for cash. It was just that Mario was a hard-working man who was used to keeping busy. He couldn't just sit around. Luke had always appreciated that about him. Mario was so much better than other people who messed around with drugs, gambling and prostitution the moment they got rich. Buying a huge amount of daily necessities for Claire, Luke and Selina slipped off home. It was very rare for them to be ordered to goof off in LA. Thanks to Stark Industries' fury, law and order in Los Angeles had never been better. When they got home, Luke fiddled around with the device for Robert and Catherine's trip. Of course it wasn't a weapon, but a satellite phone. The current satellite phones on the market were well established. Luke mainly boosted the signal receptor and added a tracker so that he could check the phone's location at any time. The modification didn't take long. With Tony's skills, it was a piece of cake. It was a good thing Luke didn't care if such a task was below him, he made whatever he needed himself. He then had Jenny arrange for an employer, a young man on his first day on the job at Luke's company, to drive to Houston and deliver the phone to Robert. Luke didn't feel guilty about asking someone else to run errands for him, since he was the one paying the young man's salary. Since he was rich, he could leave the small things to other people to handle. Done with his family matters, Luke went out again that night. What he didn't know was that Selina and the dog slipped out as well after he left. The two sneaky guys communicated telepathically. Are you sure Luke won't be back early? Don't worry. I've noticed that every time he goes out, he'll be gone for at least an hour. We'll go beat them up right away, take their money, then come back. It'll take us 37 minutes at most. Okay, but if he catches us, you won't get your earnings from tonight. That's unfair. Do you want me to call Luke back to reason with you? Let's go now in case that guy returns earlier. Didn't you just say that it'll only take 37 minutes? Safety first. Hey, why are you imitating Luke? Elsewhere, Luke headed straight for a major nest of Latino boys, a gang on the east side. He was here because they were always well informed. Luke snuck into the center of the base after a couple of minutes. He found the boss of the place, held him down in a room, and tortured him for information. There were more than 50 people in the Latino boys' nest, including a number of prostitutes who were here to offer their services. In this situation, it wouldn't be proper for Luke to make all of them disappear. Since he was in a hurry, he didn't do a massive purge, and simply captured their boss and interrogated him. After interrogating the boss, there was the sound of an explosion in the distance. Luke walked over to the window and looked in the direction of the sound, but had no impression of the place. He dragged the boss over and pressed him to the window. "Tell me, what is that place?" After a quick glance, the boss replied quickly, "That's an abandoned factory. It's in Garcia's territory. I hear it's a processing plant." Luke nodded. "Thanks." He then twisted the boss's head lightly with both hands. Not far away, the corrupt lawyer whose mouth had been taped shut had horror all over his face. The boss's head suddenly turned 180 degrees to stare at him with dead fish eyes. The lawyer shuddered, and could only cry through his taped mouth. A moment later, the corrupt lawyer vanished from this world as well. It would be too troublesome to make everybody in this base disappear, but it wasn't hard to make the boss, the corrupt lawyer and their bodyguards disappear without a trace. Some members going missing was probably even more terrifying than the whole gang going missing. Luke didn't mind giving the legend of the ghost butcher even more mystery. When he finished, all the gang members in the base were looking at the explosion in the distance from the front entrance, and Luke took advantage of the situation to leave from one side. He had obtained the intelligence he needed. Bloodmint's foe was none other than the Garcia family, led by Diego Garcia. Diego Garcia was in Luke's database, but he didn't rank high. The Garcia family was mostly active in the greater Los Angeles area further east instead of the city center. So far, Luke had only wiped out 2 minor nests of theirs in the city in passing. 5 years ago, the attack on Bloodmint and her family happened on the east side of Los Angeles, so her targets of revenge included the LA City DA and judge. That was how LAPD got involved in this case. Of course, it was how the Garcia family came to Luke's attention. A lot of people probably wouldn't be happy about how this entire thing was going to end, but the citizens of Greater Los Angeles definitely would. As he mulled over this matter, Luke drove to the site of the explosion. He did one large round of the dilapidated factory before he turned the wheel and drove further east. 20 minutes later, his expression changed, and he drove the car into an alley. After he got out, he jumped into a backyard, went over to a pile of junk, and looked at the person who had collapsed next to it. He heaved a soundless sigh. "If you had accepted my help, you wouldn't be lying here now." He pulled the woman back to her feet and supported her out of the yard. When they were in the alley, the woman regained some consciousness. When she saw the stranger in black, she was about to struggle. "I'm Puncher." Luke took out the phone and played the words. When Luke took out the phone, the woman stopped struggling, and when she heard that familiar anchor voice, she simply passed out. Luke sighed and took her to his car. Driving to a secluded spot, Luke put down the passenger seat and used a flashlight to examine the woman from head to toe before quickly focusing on her waist. He took out a medical kit and deftly cut through her clothes over her waist. He couldn't help but grind his teeth when he saw the wound. Why were her injuries worse each time? This time, it was a 10-centimeter long wound on her waist in a critical location. Naturally, this injured person was Bloodmint. Luke mocked inwardly, "You must have called yourself Bloodmint because you predicted you would never stop bleeding, right?" As he roasted her inwardly, Luke moved even faster. Holding the flashlight with his mouth, he picked up the medical supplies and started to treat her wounds. 20 minutes later, he was finally done treating all her wounds. The woman had injuries all over her body, but the waist injury was the only one that was a little more dangerous. The good news was that this injury didn't impact her vital organs. That was probably due to her strenuous training. Doing your best to prevent your vital organs from being injured in an attack was also an important skill. Luke had just taken off the surgical gloves after he was done, when he heard a phone ringing in the car. Frowning, he quickly put the gloves into a plastic bag and put on another pair of special gloves, before he found a phone on Bloodmint. Looking at the number on it, he answered the phone offhandedly. "Riley Noyes, listen up. We're below the overpass. You know who this is." Luke calmly took out his fake phone with the other hand and quickly worked it before he aimed the speaker at Bloodmint's phone. The next moment, a gentle female voice rang out in the car. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. Please try again later." The other end of the call suddenly fell quiet. Luke quickly hung up and turned off the phone. He then started up the car and drove to a particular location. Glancing at Bloodmint, who was half asleep from the painkillers, Luke shook his head. It seemed that he could only step in and help this angry mother finish some of the work. He didn't need to guess to know that Garcia was near the overpass where Bloodmint had been hiding. A few minutes later, Luke pulled over, got out of the car and closed the door, activating the car's glass color changing system in passing. After that, he took a running jump over a 2-meter-tall wall to land in a neighboring alley. Taking a few steps forward, he stuck his head out around the corner, and saw some armed gangsters standing under the overpass not far away. He sneered. It was a little embarrassing how this experience and credit were sent to his door. In the dim light, he saw a face he recognized, which belonged to Diego Garcia. He was a big, middle-aged man with short hair and a mustache. At that moment, he was cursing furiously and making a call on his phone. Putting the phone to his ear and listening for a moment, he cursed again. "UB*TCH, you dare turn off your phone. Bandera, kill the girl right now." Luke's expression turned cold. As he moved, he typed a sentence into his fake phone and played it. "Garcia, are you looking for me?" He set the phone to the maximum volume this time, and the gang members nearby were instantly all drawn to the voice. "Riley Noyes?" Garcia looked suspiciously in the direction of the voice. He somehow felt like he had heard the female voice before, but it didn't sound very much like Riley Noyes. Then again, he had never met Riley Noyes until tonight, and she hadn't said much. Garcia wasn't very sure if that really was her voice. Luke snorted, and played again, "You wanted to see me?" Hearing that, Garcia grinned maliciously and waved his hand. "See this? This girl will die if you don't come out." As he spoke, he pointed elsewhere. "If you don't come out, those women will die too, and next will be those poor bastards under the overpass. I'll kill them one by one right in front of you. Aren't you their protector? Why are you too scared to show up now?" The gang member next to him who was holding a little black girl by the neck turned her face in Luke's direction. At the same time, the black muzzle of a gun was pressed to the girl's temple. The girl was pale and trembling as tears ran down her face non-stop, but she didn't make a sound. 3 more gang members on the side had their guns aimed at 3 women who were on their knees. As he observed the gang members, Luke walked out of the alley, and his phone played again. "Okay, I'm coming out." The gangsters then saw a dark figure emerge from the shadow of a building 20 meters away and walk over to them. Nobody opened fire. That stretch of shadow was too big and dark, and they wouldn't be able to tell if they had hit their target. Also, that woman had killed too many of them. Nobody wanted to shoot her dead yet. Instead, they wanted to capture her and torture her first. A moment later, all the gang members present were stunned. When the dark figure was 10 meters away, they could finally see it in the light of the car headlights and other lighting. The astonished criminals realized that it was a person clothed entirely in gray and black, even the eyes and mouth were covered. Riley Noyes had killed a lot of their comrades, and many had seen her. She was 1.75 meters tall at most, and wasn't too strong. Then, who was this guy standing in front of them? This stranger was more than 1.9 meters tall and extremely brawny. He looked as heavy as two Riley noise. Surprise! The female voice that the gang members had just become familiar with rang out from the shadows. In the wake of that cheerful and cute anchor voice, Luke pulled a P226 out with his left hand and a Glock with his right in a quick draw. Bang! 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 Instantly, the 4 gang members who had taken hostages were shot in the head. Luke had chosen to attack the moment the gangster holding the girl moved the gun away from her temple. After the 4 gang members collapsed, all of Luke's concerns disappeared. He charged at the criminals like a dark shadow. Physical outburst, activated. Quick reflex, activated. Close-range gunfighting, activated. Bang! 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 Gunfire rang out in a barrage, and Luke stuck close to a gang member on the fringes. The man was going to shoot, but found that Luke had already blocked the hand that was holding the gun. Just as the gang member was about to draw his hand back, he was hit in the back by multiple shots fired by his comrades, and he collapsed weakly. Using the falling body as a shield, Luke swiftly charged forward a few steps before he kicked the body into a few gangsters to his left. He then switched directions and charged through 5 criminals, the guns in his hands like phantoms that sparked left and right. One after another, the 5 criminals were shot in the head and chest. By the time they fell, Luke had already swept past them like the wind and was charging into the midst of the next group of criminals. Before this group of criminals could turn their guns around, Luke had opened fire again. Bang! Bang! All that the 2 criminals at the very front saw was a bright blaze before they fell. After firing those 2 shots, Luke had already darted past 2 more criminals, and he aimed at the back of their heads. Bang! Bang! The last gangster screamed in panic at Luke's quick approach, but his pistol clicked with the sound of an empty clip. Luke, however, simply went around him. Before the gang member realized what was happening, he was riddled with his comrades' bullets. In less than 10 seconds, 15 criminals had been killed. These bad guys involuntarily yelled with fierce expressions and opened fire non-stop, but they could only eat Luke's dust. Bang! 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 When the gangster was killed by his comrades, Luke twisted and turned like a phantom as he ran into the next group of criminals 7 or 8 meters away. They were pale with fright and full of despair. They knew they would be killed very soon, if not by this dreadful monster in black, then by their own comrades' bullets. But their brains already had no time to tell them to hide. Luke mowed them down from the outside, the sparks from his guns harvesting their evil lives like a scythe. Bang! 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 7 gangsters collapsed, but Luke had only fired 5 times, the other 2 had been killed by friendly fire. The remaining dozen gangsters were about to go crazy. They stopped worrying about their comrades and were no longer aiming as they simply fired randomly in Luke's direction, which was in fact a little more threatening, but only a little. Luke stopped his rampage and ducked behind one of the gang members again. Sticking his guns out under the man's armpits, he pulled the triggers again. Bang! 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 The gangster shielding him trembled non-stop at the shots, and his comrades opposite him dropped one after another. When Luke was shooting in a stationary position, he was a man who could fire 6 times in 1 second without missing once. Cling! Cling! There were 2 faint sounds, the clips for both his guns were empty, but there were 4 criminals still standing. Luke put the guns back into his holsters and grabbed the M1911 from the hand of the gang member he was using as a shield. Pa! 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 He killed another 3 gangsters with a triple shot from the M1911 before it ran out of bullets as well. Luke hurled the M1911 and it smashed hard into the nose of the last gang member. Put on. Put on. At that moment, the gangster with the caved-in face and the one acting as a shield both fell. Luke took out his P226 again and reloaded it unhurriedly, not forgetting to put the empty clip back into his pocket. Pa! He casually shot the gang member with the ruined face in the back of the head. Bang! Bang! Two members who were still able to scream after being accidentally injured by their comrades were cut off. Luke finally turned his gun on the last criminal standing, Diego Garcia. Diego Garcia slowly lowered his empty gun. Who are you? Why are you fighting me? Luke smiled and fired at Garcia's leg. But Garcia suddenly darted behind a car on the side. Luke's expression changed. Garcia wasn't hit. They were only 10 meters apart, which was a distance that Luke never missed at. But Garcia wasn't injured at all. Luke smiled happily under his mask as he strode over to the car. What do you want? Money? Or something else? I can give you anything. Garcia's voice rang out. He had already opened the car door a crack. Pa! Pa! Luke fired twice, leaving 2 holes in the windshield. Garcia's face changed as he hid behind the door. Gritting his teeth, he pressed his belt, and a gray and black item popped out quietly. I have 2 million in cash at my place, and diamonds that are worth 3 million. I can give all of them to you as long as you let me go. How does that sound? As he spoke, he gripped the gray and black item in his hand, and beads of sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. By then, Luke had reached the front of the car and pointed his gun at where Garcia was hiding. Suddenly, he twisted his body and turned his head as he moved to the side. A tiny shadow flew past where his neck had been. Luke gave an inward exclamation of surprise. Behind him, the dark shadow arced around in the air and shot at him again. He twisted and pushed off of his toes, instantly covering 7 to 8 meters as he avoided the dark shadow once more. He then fired 2 shots at Garcia, who was crouched next to the car door. Bang! Bang! The moment Luke fired, Garcia grinned maliciously and fired his reloaded gun as well. Bang! 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 Garcia's smile froze as his planned attack failed completely. A few meters away, Luke suddenly flashed left and right in an irregular pattern as he pressed forward once more. At this close range, Luke could clearly see the trajectory of his bullets. His smile became even broader, because Garcia was absolutely unscathed once again. Shocked and furious, Garcia fired non-stop as he pulled the door open with his other hand and got into the car. Luke's figure flickered as he reached the car door and stomped on Garcia's left leg, which was still outside the car. Crack! Garcia's left leg was suddenly bent into an L, and he promptly screamed in pain. Luke stretched out his hand and grabbed the man by the neck to pull him out of the car. Garcia was anxious and had no time to care about the excruciating pain in his left leg. He roared, "Go to hell, you monster!" At his words, a dark shadow rose up to shoot at the back of Luke's head from the side. Luke snorted and curled his finger. Dumb! With a super flick to the temple, Garcia passed out. That shadow promptly slowed down. Luke put his gun away, then turned around to lightly pluck that shadow out of the air. Examining the item more carefully, he smiled. So, it was just this small thing. Between his fingers was a thin and sharp razor blade. It was a matte iron razor blade that was an inconspicuous gray and black in color. It had the same texture as a paper cutter, except that it was heavier. Its edges were very sharp, and the tips on both ends were deadly too. Just now, this razor blade had attacked him from behind many times, aiming for vital parts. Luke looked at the system notification. System, you have defeated Diego Garcia and have received a list of his abilities. Diego Garcia's abilities: Basic Firearms, Basic Combat. Elementary Magnetic Control, unavailable. Looking at Elementary Magnetic Control, which was grayed out, Luke's heart couldn't help feeling pained. Magnetic control was definitely a top-tier extraordinary ability. As long as the user was knowledgeable and strong enough, it would be a super ability that could be used in offense and defense, to control the situation, or as backup. But in the end, he couldn't learn it. After countless experiences with unavailable abilities, Luke already had an idea about the rules surrounding them, and this was no exception. Still, Luke felt deep pain. It was like watching somebody burning cash. You would find it unbearable even if the money didn't belong to you. After feeling depressed for a few seconds, he threw away his meaningless regrets and turned around. The people who had been quietly watching the battle around them saw that tall and sturdy black figure pick Garcia up like he was a dog and disappear around the corner he had come from. Luke didn't notice the huge graffiti artwork on a giant billboard nearby. Illuminated by two dusky spotlights at the top, it was of a woman in a black hoodie standing with her head lowered and two huge wings stretched out to the sides. Underneath her was the dark city skyline. However, the woman's wings weren't feathers, but guns. There was no halo above her head either, but a small bright blood-red expanse. When Luke picked Garcia up with one hand and left, he cast a long shadow in the car's bright headlights on the billboard. That was what the people around them saw. Only after Luke disappeared did a bunch of people slowly emerge from the nearby shacks. They silently gathered at the top of the street that was littered with bodies. Suddenly, one old tramp said, "It'll take the police at least half an hour to get here. There's something we can do." Everybody was silent for a moment, before they suddenly started to move. In less than 10 minutes, except for a large stretch of dirty water that had laundry detergent and disinfectant mixed into it, the street was as peaceful as before, as if nothing had ever happened. Elsewhere, Luke tossed Garcia into the car and took a few shortcuts before he found a factory. Picking Garcia up with one hand and propping Bloodmint up with the other, he entered the abandoned factory. He lay out a blanket on a workbench and put Bloodmint on it. Then, he examined the environment with a camping light, and nodded in satisfaction. Coming back, he wet a towel and placed it on Bloodmint's forehead. It wasn't long before the woman's body suddenly jerked, as if she was going to jump to her feet. Luke pressed down on her shoulder and played a pre-typed message, "All right, it's still me, Puncher." Bloodmint's gaze was clear again and no longer unfocused. Seeing the familiar black mask and yellow sunglasses, she was relieved, but then asked nervously, "What time is it?" Too lazy to type, Luke simply raised a finger. Bloodmint cried out, 1 o'clock. "No, I have to go." But her shoulder was held down again. "Diego Garcia is right here. If you're in a hurry to leave, I'll just have to take care of him." Bloodmint was stunned at the anchor voice, and she turned her head. Only then did she notice Garcia glaring at her. The drug lord who suppressed the east side of Greater Los Angeles and who had killed so many people now had his mouth taped shut and his hands and legs bound tightly. He was sitting on the ground and covered in dust. "No need to be excited. He's not going anywhere. You can take your time," said the anchor unhurriedly. The hand holding Bloodmint down then gently helped her up. Even so, it still pulled on her waist injury, and she gritted her teeth at the pain. Because of Bloodmint's special constitution, the effect of painkillers faded more quickly for her, but she recovered more quickly as well. The hatred in her heart made her even less afraid of pain, and she slowly stood up. Seeing that she was standing, Luke let go, then tore off the tape that was over Garcia's mouth. "I'm sure you want to wish him farewell." Bloodmint simply nodded in gratitude. She glared at Garcia. "Do you regret it now?" Garcia's lips moved, and he suddenly laughed. "Why would I regret it? Your man wanted to steal my money. What's wrong with killing a despicable thief?" Bloodmint, "No, my husband already turned Mickey down and didn't plan to get involved. You knew that, but you still sent people to kill my family to make an example of us, didn't you?" Garcia said arrogantly, "Well said. Should I have waited until he stole my money before I did anything? I'm not a judge." Bloodmint suddenly smiled. That's right. Neither one of us is a judge. She then began to look around. Luke very considerately pressed the play button again. There are tools on the workbench to your left. Bloodmint and Garcia both looked to the left, only to see a pile of exquisite tools. They're all made of porcelain, all operations are guaranteed safe and sterile, the anchor said at that timely moment. Garcia's face turned blue. Are you a devil? He had already realized that there were plenty of metal items in this factory, but they were either too big or too far away for him to control. Luke and Bloodmint had metallic objects on them, but none were lethal. Garcia was weak at using magnetic control at long range, otherwise, he wouldn't have kept this ability a secret all this time. His ability was the most useful in a close-range fight. Once it was activated, he could deflect most metals that came within 10 centimeters of his body with powerful magnetic force. It was thanks to this unusual ability that was far more useful than a bulletproof vest that he could avoid what would otherwise have been lethal gunshots. He had also killed a lot of unsuspecting opponents with the special razor blade. But his tricks all proved useless today. Even though he deflected Luke's bullets several times and threw out the special blade which he considered his trump card, he still hadn't been able to avoid being caught. A moment later, Garcia's screams rang out in the warehouse. Bloodmint wasn't nearly as brutal as Rebecca. Rebecca had roasted Mr. X alive first for more than 10 minutes, but Bloodmint simply destroyed Garcia's hands before ending his life. She said it was because Garcia's hands were covered with the blood of the innocent. Helping the exhausted Bloodmint back to the workbench, Luke told her to get some rest, then took Garcia's body out. 2 minutes later, he came back in and cleaned up the scene. Then, he typed and asked, "Where do you want to go now?" After a brief silence, Bloodmint said, "If possible, can you drop me off at the Monterey Park Cemetery?" Luke, as you wish. The east side of Los Angeles wasn't peaceful tonight, with police sirens blaring everywhere every now and then. Luke easily avoided the patrol cars and sent Bloodmint to the cemetery. He helped the woman stagger into the cemetery and find the right place among a bunch of tombstones. On the tombstone was an enormous noise, under which were the names Chris and Kelly. They were Bloodmint's family. Luke let go, and Bloodmint walked over to slowly sit down in front of the tombstone. Pressing her head to it, uncontrollable sobs were wrenched from her throat. I miss you so much. My task is over. Garcia is dead. Chris, Kelly, wait for me. God, just let me die. I miss them." She touched the 2 names on the tombstone with shaking hands as she cried. Luke stood in silence. Bloodmint's original name was Riley Noyes. Chris was her husband, and Kelly was her daughter who had just entered elementary school. Both of them were killed by the Garcia family 5 years ago. Their murderers were the gangsters who had been hung from the Ferris wheel. They had shot Bloodmint's family right outside the playground that the Ferris wheel was in. Bloodmint had been hit in the head as well, but she was lucky that the bullet just brushed her, and she didn't die on the spot like her husband and daughter. While she was still in recovery, she identified the 3 murderers. However, the lawyer, the DA and the judge were all in cahoots with the Garcia family, and the 3 murderers were found innocent and released. Conversely, they found evidence of Bloodmint using drugs, and with the reason that she couldn't have clearly seen the faces of the 3 men in a speeding car at night, her testimony was deemed insubstantial. Infuriated, Bloodmint couldn't maintain her rationality in court, and charged at the judge as she yelled and asked him why he was helping the murderers. Then, she was tasered by the bailiffs and arrested. The judge who had accepted Garcia's bribe retaliated bluntly by claiming that Bloodmint had mental problems, and told the bailiffs to send her to an asylum. Once she was admitted, chances were slim that she would be able to get out alive. When Bloodmint was escorted to a police car, she found a chance to suddenly lash out and knock down the police officers before she escaped. She disappeared from Los Angeles ever since. Luke didn't know the details of what happened to her after that, but she definitely joined the fraternity. Like Rebecca, Blood Mint had the talent to be a top-tier assassin in the fraternity. That was why she could see the 3 murderers' faces in a speeding car at night. That was why she wasn't killed when she was shot in the head. That was why she took meds for mental health. It wasn't because she had mental issues. With her killer talent, Blood Mint would subconsciously enter the physical outburst state even though she had never studied it. The sensation from physical outburst was very strange, and could cause some minor fluctuations in the mental state. Blood Mint had always thought that they were hallucinations brought on by stress. Every time she felt like this, she would take medication. Coincidentally, it was Rebecca who brought Blood Mint into the fraternity. Rebecca then betrayed the fraternity to avenge her sister. Since Rebecca had left, Blood Mint also decided to leave the fraternity to avenge her family. It was just that the fraternity was in some trouble at the moment. Mr. X, the organization's top assassin, had somehow gone missing in Rio. That was why Blood Mint, who was only a rookie assassin in the fraternity and hadn't officially been given a title yet, wasn't being hunted by the organization. Suddenly, the system sent out a notification. System, you have received Riley Noise's appreciation. You may now learn all her abilities. Luke took a look and saw that her abilities were the same as Rebecca's except for the lack of curve shooting. Thus, Riley Noise wasn't an official assassin of the fraternity yet. Only she and Rebecca privately used the name Blood Mint between them. If she mastered curve shooting and was promoted as an official assassin, Riley Noise would have used Blood Mint as her codename. That was why Blood Mint was quick to trust Luke. When Diego Garcia died earlier, there had been another notification from the system which had made Luke's hard work worth it. System, help Riley Noise eliminate major members of the Garcia family. Completed. Total experience, 5,000. Total credit, 5,000. Contribution rate, 60%. EXP plus 3,000. Credit plus 3,000. Luke mulled over this for a moment. He had only killed around 30 men. Even counting Garcia's capture, he shouldn't have earned more than 2,000 credit points. The system had also given him a lot of experience points for helping Blood Mint, who must have killed a lot of members of Garcia's family. Blood Mint cried for more than 10 minutes, until she passed out again from exhaustion. Luke helped her up again and sent her to a secret safe house before he left. After he got home, he wrinkled his nose, but didn't say anything. He took a shower and went off to do his own thing. In Selena's room, Dollar's ears twitched. It was already very familiar with Luke's footsteps, so it didn't wake up. A certain alien dog head, however, was using the dog's ears to listen cautiously to the sounds outside. It was only a long while later that it finally relaxed and entered a resting state. The next day, Selena woke up at 7 as usual. Ever since Gold Nugget appeared, she was less likely to sleep in. It wasn't that the alien dog head would wake her up, but that she didn't need as much sleep anymore after her physique improved. Before, sleeping 7 to 8 hours after hard training was the most comfortable. Now, 6 hours of sleep was more than enough for her, and she would wake on her own. She couldn't fall asleep again after that even if she wanted to. Looking at Luke who was making breakfast, she asked, "Are you all right?" Luke turned his head. "What's wrong?" Selena thought for a moment before she replied, "I feel like you aren't in a good mood." Luke shrugged. "Maybe. I can't always be in a good mood every day." Selena couldn't help but look away. "You aren't mad, are you?" Luke found that strange. "Mad? Not at all." Looking at her expression, he smiled. "All right, you can't keep the fact that you're beating people up from me. It's fine as long as you remember, safety first." Selena released a long breath of relief. The dog head outside the kitchen also sighed in relief and began to whine. Luke rolled his eyes. "Breakfast will be ready soon, stop whining." Selena took out the milk and oatmeal and sat down at the dining table. She then opened up the morning news on her tablet. That was originally Luke's habit. He liked to check if he had overlooked anything in his operation from what the well-informed reporters said. Selina had recently picked up the same habit. Increasing the volume slightly, she poured the milk over her oatmeal. There was a major explosion last night at a factory on the east side of Los Angeles. The cause of the explosion is still unclear. We now turn to the police department's brief on the case. A massive gunfight was believed to have taken place last night under an overpass. When police rushed to the scene, however, they didn't find any victims, bullets or firearms. But 300 meters away from the overpass, a female African-American FBI agent was found dead from gunshots. An eyewitness report has revealed the suspicion that the agent was killed by a detective from the East Side Police Department, Selina exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, Luke came out with a steamer. "Go get it yourself, it's done." Selina and Dollar scuttled into the kitchen. A moment later, Selina came back out with a steamer in each hand, while Dollar was balancing a plate on its head with a stack of steamers on it. Putting down the steamers in her hands and helping Dollar move the steamers from its head, she popped a bun into her mouth and tipped out the buns from a steamer into Dollar's food bowl as she mumbled, "What an embarrassment for the East Side Department. They haven't figured out the judge's death yet, and they've actually killed someone from the FBI." As they ate the buns, Luke looked at a face displayed on the tablet. Detective Stan McCall is a Level 2 detective in the Major Crimes Division on the East Side. We've tried contacting him through various methods, but to no avail. This detective is now missing, which makes this case even more baffling. Luke narrowed his eyes and stared at the picture for a moment. He vaguely felt that the man looked familiar. He remembered in a flash, and his hands couldn't help pausing for a moment. Wasn't this man the unlucky bastard he had used as a shield and who was riddled with bullets by his comrades? He looked at the system notifications, and indeed found the man's name. System: kill Stan McCall, a dirty cop bought out by the Garcia family. Completed. Total experience, 200. Total credit, 200. Seeing that, he knew that McCall wasn't anything good. This man had caused the deaths of at least 5 innocent people. So, his death was well-deserved. Luke searched his memories and remembered that McCall had reeked of gunpowder and the smell of a woman's blood. It probably belonged to that FBI agent. Back then, Luke thought that the guy had killed civilians under the overpass, so he simply shot him in the head. He was too focused on eliminating the criminals and preventing them from hurting the civilians to notice that there was a dirty cop among them. This time, the East Side Police Department was in serious trouble. But it's not my business at all, is it? Luke shook his head with a smile and continued eating. After breakfast, Luke showed his face at the police department and in passing asked Elsa about the situation on the East Side. It was basically as he had expected. After explaining it briefly, Elsa looked at him suspiciously. "You're not going to look into those cases, are you?" Luke quickly shook his head. "I'm not an idiot. That responsibility is too big." Elsa was relieved. "It's good that you know that. It looks like the director of the East Side Police Department will have to step down." Luke was stunned. "Seriously? The rumor is that all these incidents are related to that detective from the Major Crimes Division, who's always been one of the director's men. It now remains to be seen if the director can prove his innocence," Elsa added. After hearing the gossip, Luke tactfully took his leave. When he came out, he saw Sonia and Selina talking. He walked over to them. "Any more exciting news?" "A lot happened on the East Side last night." Sonia's tone was low as usual. "I already told Selina. You can ask her later. But HQ has already made their dissatisfaction clear, and wants to thoroughly tidy up the East Side." Seeing that Luke and Selina didn't think it was a big deal, Sonia said in an even lower voice, "So, if HQ asks you to help with the investigation, you better run as far away as possible." Luke nodded. "Got it. Thanks." After they drove out of the police department, Selina clicked her tongue. This thing is pretty big. Even Sonia warned us not to get involved. Elsa said the same, said Luke. Selena, okay, then what do we do? We work the minor cases we have as usual, Luke said casually as he drove. Their so-called minor cases weren't urgent, but they weren't necessarily minor at all. Luke and Selena examined the crime scene and talked to the neighbors as per standard procedure, before they drove home. After lunch, Luke was about to go to the airport to pick up Claire, when his phone rang. Luke picked it up and said a few words, and there was a conflicted expression on his face. Putting on a thin blouse, Selena asked, "What's wrong?" Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You'll have to pick up Claire on your own. I need to go in for training." Selena was at a loss. Training? Is it the anti-terrorism exercise? Generally, training was an interim measure in the light of certain emergency situations, or a mere formality, commonly referred to as a meeting. Recently, the police department had sent out the notification that the officers had to participate in a last-minute anti-terrorism exercise in batches, but it wasn't Luke or Selena's turn yet. Luke said with a bitter smile, "Police school training." Selena was blank. "You're going to be a teacher. Isn't it too early for that?" Naturally, she was saying that his face was too tender. "Luke, to be a student." "Selena, you must be joking. Who can possibly teach you?" "Luke, it's Dustin's arrangement. He told me to make up for my lack of police school training, or we won't be able to continue peacefully like this whether we go to New York or stay here." Enlightened, Selena nodded. "That does make sense. Dustin is really thoughtful." Luke chuckled and said, "That's right. After my training is over, the both of us have to take the detective exam." "What?" Selena turned pale. "Dustin is so thoughtful he didn't forget about your detective exam," said Luke with a smile. Selena was full of despair. "I haven't studied. If I go, won't I just hand in a blank paper?" Luke winked at her. "Don't forget, you still have to get a college degree too." Selena was stumped for a moment, before she responded, "You'll take care of it for me?" Luke chuckled and jerked his chin at the back seat. "Don't forget this guy. Give him all the materials, and then." Enlightened, Selena patted her forehead. "That's right. I can get Gold Nugget to help me look for the answers." Luke nodded with a "the kid is learning" expression. "I'll give you a list of possible questions before the exam. It won't be easy to get full marks, but you'll pass without any trouble." "Selena, darling, you're a genius." After talking about how they were going to cheat, they each drove a car out. Selena went to pick Claire up in the police car, and Luke drove to the police school outside the city in the second-hand Ford. Los Angeles had one of the biggest police departments in America, and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department was the fourth largest police department in the country. Thanks to their hard work, a police school was set up in the greater Los Angeles area to the east of the city. The police school was further east of Monterey Park and it would take about an hour to reach there from the west side of Los Angeles. Naturally, Luke had no time to pick up Claire. In the car, Luke called Catherine to make sure that Claire had gotten on the plane, and that Robert had received the satellite phone that had been delivered to them. After giving Catherine a few reminders and trading barbs with Robert, Luke hung up. When he passed the east side of Los Angeles, he noticed a lot more patrol cars on the streets than usual. He also spotted many policemen in plain clothes near Monterey Park Cemetery and the overpass. He shrugged and simply drove on. That was the East Side Police Department's problem, not his. After he reached the police school and showed his badge, he was let in. The place was quite nice. There was a park not far away that had several ponds in it. Life here was more peaceful and comfortable than in the city. Of course, that wasn't the case for newbies in the police school. Their days weren't easy as they trained for months and strove to be promoted as official police officers. Law and order in Los Angeles had been deteriorating in recent years. However, young people with good education were becoming less interested in a career as a police officer. Hence, the number of trainees at the police school was shrinking. For example, Sonia's partner Alessandro, who was as weak as a chicken, had become a detective in the Major Crimes Division despite the fact that he had some ailments on record. Luke became a detective at just 18, but the Internal Affairs Division didn't come after him either. There were fewer and fewer capable detectives, and the Internal Affairs Division could only surrender to the pressures of this new situation. Parking the car in front of the office building, Luke went in to find the person in charge of training at the police school. It was a white middle-aged man with gray hair, who was called Remick. Accepting Luke's documents and reading them for a moment, he asked strangely, "You're already a level 3 detective?" Luke's expression didn't change as he nodded. "Yes." Remick smacked his lips, put down the documents, and wrote Luke a note. "Turn right after you leave this office, go straight out of the building, and report to Coach Peterson with this note in the big classroom on the first floor of building number 2. Luke accepted the note and said, "Okay, thanks." He then walked out. Remick finally made a call. "Hey, boss, why did a level 3 detective come over for training? Did someone make a mistake?" A moment later, there was a flabbergasted expression on his face. "Are you sure about that?" "But I already told him to report for training." The person on the other end of the call wasn't too bothered. "Then go over and tell the coach about Detective Luke's actual circumstances. Don't really train him as a newbie." "Remick, fine, you're the boss." Hanging up the phone, he mumbled as he got up, "Are you serious? Even police training is a formality now. We'll have to rely on these immature brats to keep LA safe in the future. Eastside's boss is going to step down soon, you sure you won't end up like him?" Grumbling inwardly about his irresponsible boss, Remick put on his coat and walked out of the office. Until his dumbass boss stepped down, he at least had to carry out whatever *TTY orders the man gave him. On Luke's side, he soon found his coach Peterson. Actually, he showed up at a rather awkward time. In the big classroom, Coach Peterson had just said solemnly, "There's no special treatment or leniency here, no mistakes are allowed. Understand, newbies?" Luke opened the door at that exact moment. All 30 men in the classroom looked at him, before they turned back to look at Peterson again. Peterson stared blankly. "Who are you looking for?" "May I know if you're Coach Peterson?" said Luke with his customary smile. Peterson subconsciously nodded. "I am." "And you are?" "Luke, student Luke Coulson reporting for duty." He then gave him Remick's note. Peterson accepted the note with a black face. He was silent for a moment as he read it, and anger flashed in his eyes. The notice of training was sent out a long time ago, why was someone suddenly showing up now? But he didn't flare up right away. He was a man with principles, he would only deal with rookies who didn't follow the rules with practical actions. "Okay, it's time to go. You, come with us." With that, Peterson strode out of the classroom. Luke's expression didn't change as he followed the man and ignored the rookies behind him. Less than 2 minutes later, they were standing on the drill ground. "Now, we'll test your baseline. Who wants to go first?" Luke looked him in the eye and his smile didn't change as he raised his arm right away. "Sir, me." Peterson was stumped. Luke had used the right wording. Ordinarily, rookies would say things like, "Me, let me," or "I'll give it a go." Peterson would then have a good reason to yell *T like telling them they had to use "sir" first to address him. This was in fact a common tactic in training, used to teach the rookies that police officers were a disciplined troop and had to obey orders. Vexed inwardly, he pressed the stopwatch in his hand and said, "Okay, let's start with the 400-meter obstacle course. Whenever you're ready." Luke, "Yes, sir." He then took off on the obstacle course. When Luke started the test, all the rookies widened their eyes, eager to see how he would pass and hoping to learn from him. But less than 20 seconds later, Coach Peterson and all the students were lost for words. Are you kidding me? Are you here to mess with us? On the field, Luke was leaping and running all with that slight smile on his face. It was obvious that he wasn't trying his best. He jumped over the low barriers, his feet were steady on the long narrow bridge, and he flipped over the high wall in less than a second. He didn't make a single mistake, as if he had practiced on this obstacle course a million times, and his movements were smooth and easy. After Luke returned to the starting point, he smiled widely at Peterson, who was still in a daze. Sir, I've completed the test. Peterson nodded blankly. Luke looked at the stopwatch. Sir, can I fall back in line now? Peterson nodded again. He suddenly came back to himself and pressed the stopwatch. 1 minute and 45 seconds. That was an excellent result, but not a real one, since Peterson started the stopwatch too early and stopped it too late. There had to be an extra 10 or 15 seconds on it. His lips moved, but he didn't know what to say at that moment. He couldn't criticize Luke, because Peterson's personal best wasn't better than that. If he said that the result was sh*t, wouldn't it mean that he was worse than sh*t? But he had never praised anyone before, and for the moment, couldn't think of the words to say. Peterson was stuck in an awkward silence. On the other side, Remick had just come out from a side door of the building. He waved and shouted in the distance, Peterson, come here for a bit. As if he had just been pardoned, Peterson said, fall back in line. At ease. He then walked over to Remick in a hurry. Luke stood silently at the very front and watched Remick and Peterson speaking in low voices in the distance with clearly conflicted expressions. A lot of the students were whispering behind Luke as well. He heard them clearly thanks to his astonishing hearing, but it was nothing surprising. Nobody was speaking ill of him. Of course, what they said in private later was another matter. Very soon, the two middle-aged men were done talking, and Remick left. Peterson stood there for at least 10 seconds with his back to the students, before he finally turned around and walked back. Looking at Peterson's rigid smile, Luke was lost for words. If it wasn't because he was sure that he had never lent this guy any money, he really would have thought that Peterson owed him a lot of money. Peterson, on the other hand, was cursing inwardly, if he's here because of his connections, just give him to that toady Harry. Why give him to me? Unfortunately, Remick had wanted to teach this rookie transfer a lesson too, so he had intentionally assigned him to Peterson, who was more strict than Coach Harry. As a result, both of them couldn't feel any more regret at that moment. But Peterson had his tricks as a coach. After that, he smartly avoided Luke and concentrated his firepower on the other rookies. A few minutes later, Peterson took out his phone solemnly and made a few sounds of acknowledgement into it before saying, Student Luke, Director Remick has a document that you need to sign. You can go over now. Luke could hear that there hadn't been any sound from the phone at all. But he simply nodded and went to Remick's office. He knocked on the door and entered, only to find that this director of training was now a lot warmer than earlier. Luke, we've learned about your situation. This is how we've arranged your training schedule. After a moment, he asked searchingly, is this all right with you? Luke nodded with a smile. Thank you for your consideration, Director Remick. At that moment, there was another knock on the door. Before Remick could say anything, the door opened and a bald middle-aged man came in. He muttered unhappily, Remick, can't you get a regular detective to train these rookies? We've been busy lately, and coming here to teach is a pure waste of time. Huh, Detective Luke. Luke's smile didn't change. Captain Coble. It's been a long time. Work pressure still that bad? The newcomer was Harrison Coble, a SWAT captain whom Luke had met during the Nakatomi Plaza robbery. Hearing Luke's question, Harrison smiled bitterly. Just call me Harrison. You heard about the case on the east side, right? The department wants us to increase our manpower, but also wants us to give the police officers the anti-terrorism training. We're so busy we don't even have time to piss. As he spoke, he looked at Remick. If you've invited Luke here, why the heck did you call us? Remick was confused. Huh? Luke coughed. Harrison, I'm here to receive training. Harrison was stupefied as he looked at Luke. Luke nodded in confirmation. Harrison turned to Remick, who nodded silently as well, before he finally couldn't hold back. Are you serious? Is there anyone in this rotten place who can train Luke? Wait, is it some sort of computer or regulation training? Luke chuckled but didn't say anything. It was best not to blindly tell everyone that he had never taken the police officer training before. He was sure that Harrison wouldn't spread the news, but the more people knew, the more likely the information would leak. Various expressions flitted across Remick's face, and he abruptly asked, Harrison, do you know Detective Luke very well? Harrison subconsciously nodded. Of course, he suddenly paused. What he meant was that he knew a lot about Luke, but Luke probably didn't know him as well. Of course, Luke wouldn't embarrass Harrison, since the SWAT captain was a nice guy and they had no conflict. He continued smiling and didn't say anything, thus tacitly acknowledging Harrison's words. Looking at their faces, Remick pondered for a moment before he ventured, Detective Luke, we're really short on trainers, especially those who specialize in anti-terrorism. The FBI also made it clear that they don't have the extra manpower to help us conduct this short-term training. Do you think you can help? Luke was stunned. Me? But I'm a student. As Remick spoke, he observed Harrison and saw no objections from this old fellow. Rather, the man even nodded, and Remick had some idea of what the situation was like. He gave his customary smile. Detective Luke, even an old man like me has to work as a receptionist here. We're truly short-handed. Seeing that Luke wasn't outright refusing, Remick hurriedly pushed on. We're actually not asking for much. The rookies only need a basic rundown on countering terrorist activity. Anything too sophisticated won't be suitable in any case, since they have yet to learn professional skills. Luke hesitated. Is that so? As a seasoned detective, you can give them some practical advice based on your own experiences so that these young men can avoid fatal danger. You can do that, right? Remick had a glib tongue. To be able to become the director of the police school, Remick naturally wasn't just all brawn. Looking at Luke's expression, he said searchingly, if anything crops up during the training, I'll do my best to help you resolve it. How does that sound? Luke thought for a moment and said, the main problem is time. I'm a detective with the Major Crimes Division, after all, and I don't have a lot of time each day. Remick immediately made a decision. You only need to train every class for 2 hours. No, 1 hour. You can do anything you want after you train the new students for an hour. Luke, deal. Remick was stumped, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You could have told me what you wanted sooner. You really thought I would keep you here to teach forever? Luke smiled but didn't say anything. He knew how sneaky administrators could be. Until he got a positive reply, he wouldn't do anything. It wasn't easy for him to be reborn in this world, there was no way he would waste his time on rookie officers. While it was Dustin's call on this training, his words were in no way as influential here as Remick's. If Luke could wrangle this director into giving him what he wanted, it wouldn't be too hard for him to come here for an hour every now and then before going off to do his own thing. Unfortunately, he had underestimated how shameless administrative bureaucrats could be. Looking at Luke's smile, Remick immediately said, then let's start today. It just so happens that we have a batch of students who are starting their training today. Luke, F***CK, of course I know today is the start of training. Why else would I be here? I really shouldn't have trusted this rotten old man. A few minutes later, Luke looked helplessly at the man next to him. Harrison, didn't you say you're busy? Harrison replied with a big smile, it's fine, I've already asked my team to cover for me. If anything does crop up, Remick can send me back on the chopper. Remick. That chopper is for training. Harrison raised an eyebrow. I'm thinking of reducing the training time to half an hour, or maybe 10 minutes. Remick, it's our honor to serve our SWAT colleagues. Luke rolled his eyes. Both of you are sh*TTY old men. Of course, Harrison was sticking around to watch how Luke trained the students. In this Baldy's words, he never missed any training by the FBI, CIA, Homeland Security, or whatever. He even looked up materials on any related courses to read himself. As an anti-terrorist specialist on the front line, he had to be aware of all the new anti-terrorism movements, or the chances of him or his team dying would significantly increase. Luke had left a deep impression on Harrison. If not for the fact that they seldom crossed paths in their line of work and they were too busy, he would have already looked up Luke earlier on to discuss professional matters. Now that he had caught Luke about to teach a class, he had to attend it no matter what. But he didn't record it, and he stopped Remick from doing so. Remick didn't know what cases Luke had worked on, but Harrison had a rough idea. Since SWAT was the best of the police forces in Los Angeles, Harrison knew a thing or two about all the major cases in the city. A number of them were inexplicably wrapped up without naming the detectives who had done it, which would remind Harrison of Luke. While he was wrong on numerous counts, quite a few of the cases really were closed by Luke, like the recent attack on Stark Industries. Dozens of criminals were killed, and scores of Stark Industries security guards died or were injured, but there were no casualties on the police side. Harrison knew that the only reason Stark Industries hadn't made trouble with the police was that someone from the department had made significant contributions during the attack. He had immediately thought of Luke, 1 versus 39, that wasn't something just anyone could do. He had even been able to retreat in one piece from an extraordinary being like Bullseye while facing off against dozens of people on his own at the same time. Harrison absolutely had to learn from the experiences of such an expert. Back on the drill ground, Remick said a few words to Coach Peterson. Peterson had a pained expression, but he said in the end, "All right, today we have Luke Carlson, who has abundant field experience, to share with us some important tips on how to act during a terrorist incident." All the students looked at Luke. They remembered that seemed to be his name. His customary smile in place, Luke stepped forward and said, "I'm not a professional when it comes to fighting terrorism. Captain Harrison, the man behind me, is the real professional here. He'll be the one to instruct you on the truly important things you need to know to fight terrorism." Harrison didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm here to listen to you teach, not for you to drag me up here." Luke switched topics. "So, I won't talk about professional matters, but focus on what you should pay attention to on the front line during an operation." Everybody listened quietly. "First of all, no matter where you are, please form the good habit of looking for places suitable for use as cover," said Luke. "This isn't an absolute must, but you should at least have one or two backup locations in mind so that when you run into gunfire, you don't have to waste time thinking about where to hide." Everybody exchanged bewildered looks. Wasn't that a little cowardly? Luke paid no attention to their expressions. "Secondly, after taking cover first and ensuring your safety, you can't abandon the initiative either. You must cautiously observe the enemy's situation at once. I recommend that everyone carry a small item on you. A mirror." Luke took out a mirror half the size of a fist from his chest pocket. "Mine is made of stainless steel. It's durable and cheap. If you keep it in your chest pocket, it might stop a bullet for you someday." Seeing their expressions turn even stranger, Luke chuckled. "From my personal experience, a living cop is always more useful than a dead cop, so don't be so quick to stick your head out, try to make use of tools." He paused to let his words sink in, before he continued, "Thirdly, don't play the hero. In most emergencies, holding your position and waiting for reinforcements is your best option. This is LA, we have countless colleagues to back us up. Blind and reckless behavior won't get you anywhere, teaming up with a partner to keep the criminal suppressed isn't a bad option." At that point, Luke raised his hand and pointed at Harrison. It's best to leave the professional criminals to Captain Harrison and his men to handle, we don't want to steal their jobs. Harrison. You have the nerve to say that? Luke coughed. Okay, these 3 points are a summary of my experiences. You can try them out for yourselves. I won't waste any more of your time. He chuckled inwardly. Teaching was really simple. In short, his tips were, stay low. Stay low even more. Continue to stay low. For a rookie officer without extraordinary strength, these really were the best tips. After all, a dead man wouldn't need them. Peterson scowled as he looked at Remick. Remick nodded helplessly. Okay, all of you carry on. Luke, come with me. The students resumed training, and Remick and the others walked back into the building. Remick smiled bitterly once they were out of the students' line of sight. Detective Luke, is that really what you should be teaching? Luke smiled and looked at Harrison. Harrison, what do you think? Harrison frowned and thought for a moment before he slowly nodded. Luke is right. Rather than getting hot-blooded rookies to trade gunfire with criminals, it's better to tell them to hide. Remick's lips twitched, but this is police training. Are we going to train them to be cowards? Luke whispered inwardly, if a fearless rookie charges forward without thinking in the face of danger, wouldn't they just get themselves killed if they ran into extraordinary opponents like Bullseye or Rebecca? That hadn't really happened in his previous life, but this was a world with supervillains. It was better to be a cowardly officer than to be slaughtered by the enemy. After all, there was no police department that had enough funding to cover mass compensation for their deaths. Since he didn't have Harrison's support, Remick could only drop it and return gloomily to his office. He had planned to use Luke as a free instructor, only to discover that what was free was unreliable. But since a professional like Harrison agreed with Luke, Remick didn't have the confidence to disagree with Luke. Out of sight, out of mind, he thus simply dismissed Luke. Luke talked with Harrison about law and order in LA recently on the way to his car. When he opened the car door, he noticed that Harrison was still just standing there. He asked smoothly, "Are you sticking around to continue training the students?" Harrison shook his head. "No. My team drove off when I stayed to listen to your class. They'll pick me up later." Luke said with a smile, "No need for the trouble, I can give you a ride back to the city." Harrison was very frank. "That works too." On the road, they had a good chat in the car. Harrison was a professional and also a very proper person. All he talked about was work. He was like one of those engineering specialists in a regular company who didn't like to socialize or fawn on their bosses. Luke also liked discussing issues with professionals in the same trade. He didn't have to scruple too much and they didn't bring up private matters. Harrison's phone rang just as the car was approaching the east side of the city. He said a few words into his phone before he hung up. He then looked at Luke guiltily. "One of my guys wants me to pick him up." Luke shrugged. "Just give me the address." Harrison rattled off the address and coughed. "Thanks." Luke laughed. "It's fine, Harrison. When you're being all polite like this, you're like a middle school nerd trying to screw up his courage to hit on a girl." Harrison's face relaxed. "Hey, I was popular in middle school. It was the girls who hit on me, all right." "Luke, were you on the football team?" "Harrison, I was the leader of a firearms fan club." Luke laughed again. "Harrison, there are definitely much fewer middle school girls who like guns than those who like football players." As they chatted, they soon picked up a young handsome fellow from the side of the road. This was Jim, a teammate whom Harrison had only just recruited a couple of days earlier. He was carrying a big metallic tube with a pointed tip that looked a little like a ballista. Luke asked, "What's this?" "Some sort of professional tool." He was now the #1 mechanic in the world, and could roughly guess this tool's function after just a few glances. Jim's face glowed. "It's a wall destroyer I invented. You just need to shoot it at a wall, and this end will open, and then you pull out. Luke gave him a thumbs up. Then you create an opening for an offensive. It's very simple and effective, and a lot more convenient than a battering ram. Harrison smiled as he scolded, "Stop praising him. The police department receives a maintenance bill every time this thing is used." Luke shrugged. "It's the bosses who fork out the money, but our lives are our own. I'm with Jim on this." Pleased, Jim chuckled. He was clearly yet another technician in SWAT. Harrison's phone rang again. He picked up the call and said a few words, and his expression turned serious. "There's just been a bank robbery near Route 47 on the east side. The criminals have automatic weapons. Can you take me there?" Luke hit the gas pedal and said in passing, "If you need to change into your gear, you can press that red button to put down your seat and get into the back." Harrison, "Thanks." He did as Luke said and climbed into the back seat. When Harrison first got into the car, he had put a big bag with all his gear in it in the back seat. As a SWAT captain, he always carried his gear with him when he was on the clock. Jim had already geared up before he got into the car, and was silently checking his guns at that moment. Luke secretly nodded when he saw this. The man wasn't just a technician, he was also a field officer. As he put on his gear, Harrison checked the car's location, and his movement sped up. At the speed Luke was driving, they would reach the crime scene in less than 10 minutes. If Harrison didn't hurry, he wouldn't finish gearing up in time. Very quickly, they reached the bank that was the scene of the crime. Luke's police radio was also relaying details of the case. 2 suspects just charged out of the bank. They're both carrying automatic weapons. One of them is using an AK with a drum clip. It's fierce firepower. SWAT can't get there. Their cars are blocked on the road 2 kilometers away. Officer down. Officer down. The suspects are headed east. Something's wrong with their car. They're getting out. The 2 suspects have split up to escape. One suspect has been shot. The other suspect is trying to hijack a car. Listening to the communication, Luke said, "Harrison, Jim, are you ready?" Harrison, "All set. Let me out here." Luke, "No, I mean, are you ready to be carjacked by the robber?" Harrison, "What?" He looked at the windshield and was instantly stunned. "You're not planning to head over, are you?" Luke, "My car windows are bulletproof. They won't break under 1 or 2 bullets. Do you have the confidence?" Thinking quickly, Harrison said, "Got it." Luke didn't say more, and simply slowed the car down. 20 meters away, a robber was waving his gun as he gestured for passing cars to stop. Unfortunately for him, the car drivers in front of Luke were all frightened into stepping hard on the gas as they sped off. This robber didn't want to destroy their windshields, so he fired some shots into the sides and backs of the cars, which only made them run even faster. Finally, he saw a car slowing down, as if he had intimidated the driver. Luke began to count down. 3. 2. Overjoyed, the robber ran to the car as he fired several times into the air. He yelled, "Son of a B***TCH. Stop the car. Stop the car, or I'll kill you." At that moment, the car stopped so that he was next to the back door. The robber took 2 steps back and gestured with his gun again. "Open the door, or I'll kill you." As he spoke, he pulled at the door on the passenger side with one hand while he fired into the air again with the other. 1. The moment Luke finished counting down, he pressed the button to roll down the window. "Open the door." The robber was dumbfounded. Through the open window, Luke's Glock and Harrison's MP5 were aimed at him at a distance of less than 1 meter. At the same time, Jim opened the back door on the left side and aimed his M4A1 at the robber over the top of the car as he yelled, "Don't move, or I'll kill you. Come, let's see what toy you've got there." Holding his gun with one hand, Harrison unhurriedly clutched the robber's gun, which was still aimed at the sky, with the other hand, and kept it in that position. The robber struggled to pull away, but couldn't move. Huh? Bro, is there a problem? Luke chuckled, the muzzle of the Glock that was aimed at the robber's head moving a little. The robber resentfully let go of the gun that he had been holding tightly, and Harrison finally took it from him. PP 91. How professional. On the other side, Luke jerked his right thumb at the back seat. Didn't you want a free ride just now? Get in. Jim had already gotten out of the car and handcuffed the robber. He shoved him into the back seat. Harrison picked up the walkie-talkie. This is 70 David of SWAT. The second suspect has been subdued. We're bringing him back. Jim got in the passenger seat, and Luke drove to the bank. Jim turned his head to look at the robber in the back seat and chuckled in amusement. Bro, what happened to you? Harrison had already torn off the robber's mask, and the man's face was full of despair. I don't King know what happened either. He didn't understand why the car he attempted to hijack would be full of SWAT members. The three of them were all wearing headgear. Harrison and Jim even had SWAT bulletproof vests on. This was clearly a SWAT operation. The robber wasn't brave enough to resist three SWAT members when their guns were trained on him at a distance of less than 2 meters, even if he had on a bulletproof vest himself. Luke's car reached the bank a moment later. The patrol officers couldn't help sighing in relief when they saw Harrison and Jim in their black headgear drag the robber out. They had barely been able to fight against the two wild robbers earlier. In the end, SWAT took them down more than easily. You got here really quickly today. One of the police officers couldn't help but commend them. Another officer, however, looked at Luke's police badge suspiciously. Who are you? Luke replied with a smile, I'm just the driver, don't mind me. Harrison, no wonder I hardly see your name in the case files. After handing the robber over to the patrol officers, Harrison was about to say something, when his walkie-talkie crackled again. Captain, you still there? Harrison shrugged at Luke helplessly and answered into the walkie-talkie, yes, I'm here. What's wrong? Why are you so damn late? The suspects almost got away, but you're still on the way. You just waiting to eat their dust? The man on the other end was silent for a moment at the scolding, before he said, Captain, let's talk about that later. There's a guy who wants to kill himself in a neighborhood on 107th. Can you take a look? Harrison was pissed off. Why didn't you just wait to call me after he's dead? After a brief silence, the man on the other end said cautiously, but we're still stuck in the jam. The guy has a gun. The patrol officers want us to take care of it. Harrison, got it. I'm on my way. Cutting the communication, he looked at Luke. That. Get in. Haha, have you all been this busy recently? Luke got into the car and waved at them. Jim returned to the back seat. Harrison got into the passenger seat and closed the door, before he sighed. God knows what's wrong with Los Angeles recently. A whole bunch of gangs are running around on the street saying that some ghost butcher has been slaughtering them. There's been no progress on the DA and judge case yet. One of the Garcia family's bases on the east side was blown up yesterday. An FBI agent died at an overpass there too. It's really... Luke chuckled. You're SWAT, not the police department. You're not responsible for those cases. Why so anxious? Go out when you have a mission, and when you don't, just relax. Harrison thought about it and realized it made sense. He laughed in spite of himself. That's true. What those politicians are thinking is none of our business. It's not like we're goofing off. Jim was silent in the back seat, but he nodded in agreement. The car swiftly headed for the location of the new case 2 blocks away. They had barely gotten out, when 2 subordinates who had just arrived came over to their side of the road. Boss, this guy's a little tricky. At that moment, Harrison's expression wasn't as warm. How so? Is he a skilled shooter, or bullets don't hurt him? The two team members smiled bitterly and were about to say something, when someone howled from inside a bungalow not far away. I have a gun. Give me 10 Shake Shack mushroom burgers, 10 chicken hot dogs, and 10 bacon cheese fries right now. Right, I want a dozen Corona beers and cigarettes too, yelled a man from the window of the bungalow with a double-barreled shotgun. Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment. After a brief silence, Harrison asked suspiciously, "This guy wants to kill himself?" His two team members nodded in silence. "Does he look suicidal?" cursed Harrison in a low voice. Luke pondered for 2 seconds. "Maybe he's trying to eat himself to death." Everybody. "That sounds possible." Harrison cursed and then asked without thinking, "Didn't you buy him the damn food so that he could eat himself to death?" His team members smiled bitterly. "Captain, it's Shake Shack, not INN out. Where can we get that for him?" "Harrison, what's that? Isn't it just burgers?" Luke coughed and added, "Shake Shack is based in New York." "What the F***CK?" Harrison immediately yelled. "This son of a B***TCH wants burgers from the East Coast when he's on the West Coast. Why doesn't this traitor just go die?" "Everybody, he's already trying to die, he's just not dead yet." After Harrison was done swearing, it was back to business as usual. "Where are the negotiators?" "The team members, that won't help." According to his neighbors, he might have forgotten to take his meds today. "Harrison, is he an addict?" The team members, "No, he may have depression or bipolar disorder." Harrison rolled his eyes. "Then did you try a tear gas grenade?" The team members, "We did, but it only made the guy even more energetic. He even lit himself a cigarette." Luke couldn't help but look at the guy at the window. Even though his eyes were bloodshot, he seemed very lively. "Did he puff the tear gas like it was tobacco?" Harrison, "Then just break down the door." The team members, "He said that he planted bombs at the door and windows." Harrison, "Bullsh**T. You believe that?" The team members, "Boss, you're the one who wrote the operation guidelines." Harrison was rendered speechless. He himself had added to the SWAT guidelines the rule that in the event of suspected explosives, absolutely no one was allowed to charge in recklessly. Harrison thought for a moment, then said, "Buy 10 random burgers and give them to him." Everybody raised their eyebrows, and Jim was astonished. "Captain, what if he really does kill himself?" Harrison, "Do you want to fly to New York to buy him Shake Shack?" Jim, "Fine. I saw a McDonald's on the corner on the way here." When Jim went off to buy the burgers, Harrison asked his team members, "Is Smiley here yet?" "Yes, but do we really want to use it?" his team members said uncertainly. Harrison, "When we deliver the burgers, you'll do this and this." Listening on the side, Luke couldn't help smiling. "Is this how you SWAT people solve cases?" But the middle-aged man who was planning to eat himself to death had yet another demand. The burgers couldn't have any pickles, and he wanted 2 bottles of chili oil. Luke suddenly felt that Harrison's plan was great. If it was him, he would have just watched this guy kill himself. Several minutes later, Jim returned with the burgers. Harrison instructed Jim, "You'll deliver the burgers. Later, we'll use that contraption of yours to break in. Heads up, everyone, prepare to move out." "Captain Harrison, can I deliver the burgers?" Luke's heart itched to be part of the fun too. Harrison was stumped for a moment. "About that?" Luke chuckled. "I'm wearing a double-layered bulletproof vest, and I'll put on a bulletproof helmet as well. Nobody will know who I am if I cover my face." Harrison hesitated for a moment before he nodded. Not only did Luke have immense combat ability, he also wasn't one to steal credit. In the earlier robbery, he hadn't taken credit when he said he was the driver. Credit was only a secondary issue. Harrison just didn't like dealing with people who were too petty in their calculations. He pointed randomly. "You, give your helmet to Luke." Jim, who had just returned with the burgers, said with a bitter face, this. Harrison, only you know how to use that thing. You'll be the first to enter the house later. Jim was finally relieved. He chuckled and said, I can accept that. Luke asked with a smile, do you have the receipt for the burgers? Can you give it to me? Jim was puzzled, but still gave him the receipt. Here. I was going to submit it as a work expense later. Luke patted Jim's shoulder and smiled. Don't worry about it. Taking a look at the receipt, he nodded. $5 each, $50 for 10. That's very straightforward. I picked them randomly, Jim said offhandedly. Shortly afterward, Luke approached the bungalow with a walkie-talkie and the burgers. The middle-aged man shouted again, why is it just burgers? What about the rest? Luke thought for a moment before he said, these burgers were made on the spot for you. The rest of the stuff you asked for will be delivered later. The middle-aged man gave an "oh," as if acknowledging the explanation. Leave it at the door, and step on it. Luke sweated. There's something wrong with your thinking, right? Don't people usually demand that the police not make any hasty moves, to avoid sudden attacks? But considering that the guy was using his suicide to extort burgers, hot dogs, fries and beer from the police force, Luke thought that this request made sense. But Luke's movements didn't really quicken. If he suddenly changed his pace, he might disrupt Harrison's instructions, so he maintained the same pace. Hearing Harrison's order in his earpiece, Luke got ready. Smiley, go. Harrison gave the order. An armored car stealthily moved to one side of the bungalow. It had been specially modified by SWAT. On the front was something that looked like horns on a battering ram for breaking down walls. A yellow smiley face had been stuck on the front of the ram, so the armored car's codename was Smiley. At the order, Smiley sped up and charged over the lawn, and the horns crashed into the wall. A metal cylinder that had been jury-rigged to the horns launched a metal rod, and 4 long steel bars unfolded to grip the wall. Smiley, pull, roared Jim. With a loud rumble, the armored car reversed, and the 4 steel bars pulled out a chunk of the wall that was 2 meters in diameter to create a hole. The middle-aged man who was watching Luke from the window was so frightened by the loud noise that he dropped his gun. The SWAT members that had long been on standby swiftly charged through the hole and subdued the dumbfounded middle-aged man. Turning his head to observe everything through the window, Luke was lost for words. It's over already. This isn't fun at all.